Finding Love for the Billionaire's Daughter. A Love on Palmer Island Romance. Written by Susanne. Chapter 1. Pete, I need you to find me a car, pronto. But make it a hybrid. Samantha Sutton could finally see the entrance to the Oak Point Golf Resort. She heard her brother laugh on the other end of the line. I take it the train ride from Phoenix to Hilton Head wasn't as fun as expected? Don't give me grief over this. I've been on public transportation for the past 74 hours. I'm hot, tired, and in desperate need of a shower and a spa day. Sam knew she sounded like a spoiled brat, but if the long train trip to Charleston, South Carolina had taken it out of her, then the Greyhound bus ride down to Hilton Head had been the icing on the cake. Sam huffed and stopped walking. I offered you the Tesla. Driving an electric car is a perfectly acceptable, green way to travel, Pete said. I'm starting to think you're right. Actually, I wish I had taken the company jet. I could have spent the last 3 days planting trees or something to make up for it. Just get me a car. Please? Sam tucked the phone in her purse and changed her grip on the rolling luggage. Thankfully, she'd packed lightly for the trip to the 27th Fight Children's Cancer Charity Golf Tournament. That didn't mean hoofing it up the mile-long drive of the exclusive resort was a piece of cake. Especially not in the hot South Carolina sun with what felt like 90% humidity. At least she could feel a cool breeze coming off the ocean as she walked up. A handsome young man with disheveled brown hair, which had just a glint of copper in the bright sunlight, walked up and opened the door. He motioned for her to walk in first. Thank you, was all she could get out. The brisk 20-minute walk from the bus station had left her a little out of breath. Sam walked up to the front desk, pulled her suitcase up next to herself, and dug through her large purse in search of her wallet. She could never get this purse thing right. She either ended up with one so big she couldn't find anything in it or something too small to hold everything she needed on a given day. Someone out there should design the perfect purse. She'd bankroll that startup in a hot minute. How can I help you? A blonde woman barely out of college looked at her expectantly. Sam rolled her eyes at the observation. She was turning into her mother. At 26, she was hardly older than the receptionist. Samantha May. I have a reservation. Sam made it a habit to travel under an alias. The Sutton name, and thus the connection to her billionaire family, could draw the wrong type of attention at events like this. The woman gave her a look that said sure you do, but then smiled politely while typing away on her computer. Riding an Amtrak train for 3 days must have taken a bigger toll on her looks than she'd realized. It wasn't hard to tell when the receptionist found her reservation. The woman's entire attitude changed. I have you down for 2 nights with us, Miss May. Unfortunately, the Magnolia Suite won't be ready for another couple of hours. The previous guest is just now checking out. She looked apologetic. I'm happy to take your luggage until you're ready to check in. You're welcome to use any of the facilities on the premises while you wait. Sam nodded and rolled her suitcase around the side of the reception desk to hand it to the young woman. With the trip she'd had so far, she wasn't surprised at all that her suite wasn't ready. Looks like we're in the same boat. Sam turned around to find a pair of warm brown eyes. They belonged to the man who had held the door open for her earlier. How so? She asked. Our rooms aren't ready. You look as ready as I feel to unpack and take a shower. Sam felt the heat rise in her cheeks. She really must look bad. She'd done her best to shower and do her makeup and hair on the train this morning, but some of the bus grime must have rubbed off on her ride down from Charleston. Of course, a brisk walk across town to the resort didn't help either. I am, she said. So, what are we going to do to pass the time? I'm Sam, by the way. She held out her hand. The handsome stranger looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. I'm Jason. Jason McKenna. He shook her hand and smiled the cutest half-smile. More of a smirk, really. She'd heard that name before, but couldn't think of when and where. Had they gone to college together? He looked slightly older than her. Early 30s maybe? So, that probably wasn't it. She was sure she'd figure it out. Sam Sutton never forgot a face. Especially not one this good-looking. Would you like to join me for lunch? I thought about grabbing something out there while I wait for my room. He gestured to the large patio overlooking the golf course. I could eat, Sam said, self-consciously running her hands over her wind-blown hair. He raised an eyebrow at her and she laughed, all too aware that she was acting like a teenager. Let me go fix this mess, she pointed at her hair and face, and I'll meet you out there. He nodded and strode off toward the large glass doors, giving her a nice view of his broad shoulders and strong back. His tight t-shirt stretched to accommodate the moving muscles. She shook her head and headed to splash a little cold water on her face. She was going to need it. Jason rose and pulled a chair out for her when Sam stepped up to the table under the large charcoal gray umbrella. I hope you don't mind the shade. I had to get out of the heat. This is perfect. Trust me, I spent too much time in direct sunlight walking up to this place. Sam sat down and took a big sip of water from the glass in front of her. Her mother would not approve, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Dehydration was nothing you wanted to mess with. Growing up in Arizona had taught her that. I needed that, she said after putting down the glass. This wasn't yours, was it? Sam glanced across the table and didn't notice a second glass. It's all yours. Jason smiled and waved at one of the many servers flitting back and forth from the restaurant to the patio. The place was packed, but the staff at Oak Point would do whatever it took to uphold the resort's high standards for quality service. Sam knew this was one of the reasons the Children's Cancer Research Foundation continued to hold their annual golf charity tournament here. She had been friends with Hallie, right-hand and social media whiz to the man in charge of organizing the tournament, since college. Sam made a mental note to go find Hallie after she had a chance to get settled in her room. She groaned inwardly at the thought of having to wait another hour or two for the suite to be ready. Determined to make the best of it, she browsed the menu and decided to treat herself to an ice-cold Coke and a cheeseburger. I'll take the same, Jason said before closing his menu when the waiter arrived to take their order. Could we get another glass of water, please? Sam added before the man rushed off to the next table. She felt sorry for the staff having to work in tuxedos, with gloves no less, in this heat. Thanks, Jason said before his face took on a thoughtful look. What made you walk up to the resort? Car trouble? Sam laughed. In a manner of speaking. She took another sip of water. I had the harebrained idea to travel here from Phoenix in the most ecologically sound way possible. I'd been researching green energy solutions, and taking the train seemed the best option. New job, he asked. More of an investment opportunity. There's a small startup doing some promising stuff harvesting the power of ocean waves. She didn't really want to talk about the investment opportunity of a lifetime with a stranger. Time to steer the conversation in a different direction. A cross-country train trip seemed like a fun adventure, Sam said. I knew it would take about 74 hours to get down here, but how bad could it be, right? I had first-class accommodations on the Amtrak, which, let me tell you, isn't all that first class. She waved her hand dismissively, noticing she'd chipped one of her nails. Let's just say, even the most picturesque train trip starts to get old, especially on day 3. 3 days to make it from Arizona? That seems like a long ride. Layovers? Jason had leaned in, listening intently. A few. The problem is that there's no direct line. You have to go all the way up to Chicago, then head east to Washington, D.C., before taking a third train down to Charleston. From there, it was the Greyhound to get down here. That explains the walk. I admire your determination. All this trouble for the environment? He raised his eyebrow. Just trying to do my part. Better than flying out here, though I'm starting to reconsider that option for the future. It's been a long 3 days. There's only so much you can do on a moving train. Their food arrived, and they both fell silent while enjoying their burgers. That hit the spot. Jason leaned back in his seat. Sam picked up her Coke, finishing the last of it. It did. What brings you out here? Are you playing in the tournament tomorrow? Jason nodded. My family owns a golf course up in Myrtle Beach. My dad thought it would be good publicity. He looked a little embarrassed. And it's for a good cause, he added as an afterthought. Shall we go see if our rooms are ready? He suggested after telling the waiter to charge their meals to his room. Sam nodded. She caught him glance at the bill as they got up and saw concern in his eyes. She had to be wrong. A guy who stayed at Oak Point and played in a charity golf tournament that required a $1,000 charitable contribution to enter wouldn't blink an eye at the price of 2 burgers and Cokes. All was right with the world after a longer shower, a trip to the day spa for a quick mani-pedi, and a good night's sleep. Sam ordered coffee and an egg white omelet and enjoyed her breakfast on the balcony, overlooking the 7th holes of the golf course and the Atlantic Ocean, before heading out to the golf course. I'm looking for Hallie Graham, she told the first volunteer she ran into. He pointed to a large hospitality tent set up close to the first hole. Sam strode up to it and peeked her head inside. Her former college roommate was bent over a table, shuffling papers. Hallie looked stylish in a flowy white dress and cork platform sandals. Sammy. Hallie spotted her as Sam made her way into the tent and waved excitedly. The young woman pulled her into a tight hug as soon as Sam made it to the table. I can't tell you how happy I am that you made it. She let go, and Sam took a step back. Her friend's exuberance could be a bit much. And it's not just because of the check your brother wrote us, Hallie winked. Her older brother Brad, president and CEO of Sutton & Sutton, had been generous. He knew how much cancer research meant to Sam and Pete and was happy for their company to do their part. As well as the family corporation was doing this year, she was sure the tax deduction would come in handy as well. And she was there to make sure they got some good publicity out of the event. As head of social media marketing, she'd been busy chronicling her trip and had already scouted the place out for a good background to record a quick video interview with Hallie. First things first though. I hope you still feel that way after the favor I'm about to ask you. Sam kept her eyes on her friend's face. Hallie cocked an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. I had lunch yesterday with one of the players, and I was hoping you could put us on the same team. Sam wasn't looking forward to playing a round of golf with a bunch of middle-aged wannabes and a local celebrity like the weatherman from Channel 17. Playing with Jason would at least ensure she'd have someone interesting to talk to. Let me see what I can do. What's his name? Sam knew she could count on her friend. Jason McKenna. Hallie started to look through the papers on the table. Here you are. Yep, that's an easy switch. You'll both be on Grant Dixon's team. The country star? Sam asked. Does that work? If not, I could move you to the one with the anchor of the local news. What's his name? Hallie trailed off, bending back down over the table. Grant Dixon would be great. Sam's mind churned with the possibilities. A quick search on her phone showed her that the musician didn't have a huge social media following, but she was sure she could get some traction with a few well-placed Facebook posts. In any case, he would be better than the local news anchor. Let's grab some lunch tomorrow if you can get away, she suggested before trailing off in search of her new teammates and the golf clubs Hallie had organized for her so she hadn't had to drag her golf bag on the train and bus with her. She hoped the local pro had done a good job pulling a set together for her. She should probably get a few practice swings in if she didn't want to completely embarrass herself in front of her team, meaning Jason. I can't believe we made it on Grant Dixon's team, Jason said while they waited for the singer to tee off. Since they were on the team with the biggest celebrity, they started their round on hole 1. They had drawn a large crowd, including quite a bit of press. Sam was happy to see some national outlets along with the local paper and TV stations. She nodded and snapped a quick picture of Grant hitting his first shot. Let's say I may know the personal assistant to the guy who organizes the event. Sam shot Jason a smile. He looked impressed. You didn't. Of course I did. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. She turned to Grant. Can we take a selfie? Let's get some interest in the charity and see if we can drum up a few more online donations. Grant was happy to oblige, and by the time they hit hole 6, her Instagram and Facebook posts had picked up steam. If one of those posts went viral, donations would skyrocket. Is this your first year playing in the tournament? Sam asked while they watched Grant help Desiree, the president of the local chamber of commerce and owner of a local law firm, improve her swing. She'd monopolized much of Grant's attention while flirting outrageously with the platinum recording artist. He didn't seem to mind, and neither did Sam. She was too busy doing a little harmless flirting of her own. It's that obvious, heh? Jason gave her a goofy grin before grabbing his towel to wipe down one of his clubs. My dad used to play every year. He was part of the original organizing committee. Sam was impressed. The annual Oak Point charity tournament was a big deal. His family must be connected. If only she could figure out where she'd seen him. Is he playing? She asked. Maybe she'd recognize his father. Sadly, no. My dad hasn't been able to play for a couple of years. He's having trouble with his shoulder. That has to be tough when you own a golf course. Did he build it? Sam shamelessly fished for info on his family. Not remembering where she knew him from was killing her. My grandfather built the course back in the late 60s. It's one of the older courses in Myrtle Beach. Sam heard the pride in Jason's voice. You two playing, or what? Grant called from the tee box. Looks like it's our turn, Sam said, picking a driver from her bag. How about a little friendly competition to see who wins this hole? Loser has to go pick up drinks for everyone. She pointed with her club to the large white hospitality tent set up between this hole and the next. Deal. Get ready to hoof it over there. Jason stretched his arms, showing off his impressive shoulder muscles. The guy must work out. Sam watched him pull back and swing. She could tell the shot was no good before it landed in a small wooded area off the fairway. Impressive, she said, unable to keep the mirth out of her voice. She walked up to the women's tee and hit a perfect, straight shot down the green. Let's go find that ball of yours, she suggested before putting back her club and getting into the driver's seat of the golf cart. It took them a good 10 minutes to locate the ball in the thick layer of pine needles. Jason's next shot was better, but by the time they were putting, he was 2 strokes behind her. She lined up and watched her ball roll right into the cup. Looks like I'm getting us drinks. I'm a little rustier than I thought. No opportunities to play, she joked. If only you knew someone with a private golf course. Huh, very funny. I usually play much better than this. I was captain of my college golf team, and we went to state every single year I was at Duke. That's when it hit her. She realized why he looked so familiar. He was that Jason. Chapter 2. This is much better than the room service I had planned on ordering. Jason watched Sam take another bite of the risotto she'd ordered. And you can't beat the view. She gestured toward the ocean, bathed in the golden light of the early evening sun. It wouldn't set for another hour, giving them plenty of time to enjoy their dinner on the patio of the restaurant a few blocks down from their hotel. Jack's Tavern was one of the nicest restaurants in town and a little out of Jason's price range these days, but he hadn't been able to resist asking her out to dinner. They'd taken 3rd place in the tournament, and that called for a little celebration. He nodded and cut another bite off his steak. It was cooked to perfection, melt-in-your-mouth tender. She looked across the table and wrinkled her nose. Meat and potatoes guy, just like my big brother. Don't forget to eat your vegetables. You can't live on steak and baked potatoes alone, she said with a grin on her face. She'd caught him. He had yet to touch the steamed vegetables that had come with his meal, and he didn't plan on eating them. I beg to differ. I'm a grown man. I can live on steak and potatoes just fine. She laughed. That broccoli does look a little overcooked. How's the steak? Delicious, he said before taking another bite. He savored the taste. Just as good as the last one. The seasoning was perfect. I don't see how you can live off something like that, Goop. He pointed his empty fork towards her bowl of roasted vegetable risotto. You don't know what you're missing. It's delicious. Creamy, lush, with plenty of butter, and the roasted vegetables add just the right amount of sweetness. Try it. Sam picked up the unused spoon and scooped a small bite from her bowl, going back and adding a small chunk of sweet potato or butternut squash before offering it to him. He saw no polite way to refuse her. He could feign a food allergy, but who was allergic to rice? He took the spoon and was surprised to find the dish quite tasty. It wasn't steak, but he could see himself eating something like this on occasion. It's good, he told Sam, who looked pleased. Told you so. There's so much great food out there that doesn't come from a cow. You should try it sometimes. He smiled at her enthusiasm and picked up his glass to take a sip of ice-cold beer. This is beautiful. Leaning back in her seat, Sam took in the view. The light of the setting sun hit her hair, revealing that it wasn't just dark brown. Shades from dark chocolate to light tan, the color of a young deer, were in there. It shimmered and moved in the breeze coming off the ocean. He watched, fascinated, as she tucked a strand that had fallen into her face behind her ear. I'm getting full, but this is just too good, Sam said as she picked her fork up to get another bite. I'm blaming it on the ocean. It always makes me hungry, and there's just something about having dinner this close to the waves. You can taste the salt in the air, and it makes everything taste better. I know what you mean, he said before putting the last bite of steak into his mouth. The only thing left on his plate was the small heap of broccoli. He decided to consider it garnish and put his fork and knife down. When did you graduate from Duke? Sam asked out of the blue. He had to think about that for a moment. 2007, I think. Why do you ask? Just curious. Sam didn't look like she was just curious. She looked like his answer had confirmed a suspicion. He didn't know what it was about, but she obviously wasn't ready to talk about it. How about you? He asked instead. I graduated from Stanford 2 years ago with a master's in communication. Not that it did much good. She had a wistful look in her eyes. What do you mean? Oh, it's my brothers. I worked my butt off in school and graduated with honors, but to them, I'm still their baby sister who likes to hang out at the mall and shops too much. Let's just say working with family isn't always easy. Jason nodded. I hear ya. Working with my dad every day isn't a piece of cake either. He looked up and noticed the sad look that had come over her face. What had he said? I loved working with my dad. I learned a lot from him before he passed away. Her voice was sad, and he regretted his comment. I'm so sorry. When did it happen? He asked, tempted to reach over and grab her hand. 9 years ago. During my senior year in high school. He had a stroke and couldn't make it back to the office for months. That didn't slow him down though. His mind was still as sharp as ever. I spent all summer working as his personal assistant, helping him, learning the business from him. She looked lost in her memories. I didn't have a lot of classes left to take my senior year. I'd spend a few hours in school and then come back to work with him. My mom begged him to slow down, but he would have none of that. He wouldn't stop smoking either. A few weeks before graduation, he had another massive stroke. She swallowed hard and he knew what was coming. He didn't make it. Jason couldn't help himself. He reached across the table and grabbed her hand, offering his silent support. They sat like that for a few minutes until she'd composed herself. And then you went off to Stanford, he asked. That's right. I went off to college and my brothers went to work in the company. I graduated 2 years ago and started working in the company myself. I handle the social media marketing. I have a title and everything. head of social media outreach. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Sam laughed and then continued, you should see my department. It's me and 2 interns. Social media is a pretty big deal. We're trying to figure out how to leverage Facebook ads, and it's a lot more complex than I realized. Jason took another swig of his beer. Just thinking of those ads made him anxious. So far, the agency they'd hired to run them wasn't doing their job. Don't get me wrong, Sam said. I'm good at what I do, but I could do so much more if my brothers let me. If I can pull off financing this green energy startup, and it does as well as I expect it will, they'll have to change their attitude and realize I can do more than just create profitable social media campaigns. The ocean thing? He asked, vaguely remembering she'd mentioned an investment opportunity when they'd first met. Could that really have been just yesterday? Sam nodded. I'm happy to look at your ads, by the way. I'm sure we can tweak them and adjust your audience to improve your conversions and lower your CPC. Jason had no idea what she was talking about. The agency they'd hired had handled everything from setup to ad creation and reporting. All he knew was that it hadn't resulted in a single new golfer heading out to the course. I think your brothers are missing out. He loved her enthusiasm for what she was doing. He had only known her for a few hours, but from their conversations, and how she'd played in the tournament today, he'd been able to tell that she was an ambitious, a real go-getter. He liked that about her. Tell me about your family's golf course, Sam said, leaning back and taking another sip of the Pinot Grigio she'd ordered with dinner. You mentioned your grandfather started it. Your dad's running it now? She looked at him expectantly. He is, and he's grooming me to take over. I went to work with him a couple of years after I graduated. I didn't have much of a choice. He shrugged his shoulders. There's always a choice. What was your alternative? She asked. I would have loved to get involved in resort developments. There's an older guy out of Myrtle Beach who's doing some amazing stuff all throughout Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. I interned with him one summer while I was in college. He trailed off, caught up in memories of working side by side with Joe Beckheim. What happened? She asked. He looked up, realizing he'd been quiet for too long. She looked genuinely interested, so he kept going. The golf course has been in the family since my grandpa opened it. My dad started working with him right out of high school and took it over in the 80s. I'm his only son, so the expectation has always been for me to take over. You know how it is with a small family business. We've had the same employees forever and they've become family. He looked up at Sam. She nodded, though he wasn't quite sure that she got it. Maybe her family's business wasn't quite like the one he'd grown up in. Anyway, there's a lot of people who depend on a paycheck from us, including my sister. She doesn't want to take over? Sam asked. Jason shook his head. Angela just had a baby and her husband travels a lot for work. She stays home with my niece and does the bookkeeping from there. I don't think she'd want to take over, even if it was an option. Her dream has always been to be a stay-at-home mom. He smiled and let his gaze wander across the beach to the ocean that stretched out in front of them. This really was a pretty spot. In other words, you feel obligated to keep things going for your family and the people who are working for you. I respect that. Sam tipped her glass up to him before taking the last sip of her wine. It's not a bad job really, and not all that different from running a large resort. I just wish we could afford to modernize. It's a very traditional course, and it's almost impossible to draw on people under 50. It has a lot of potential, but there never seems to be enough time. He paused. Or money, he finally admitted. One of these days we'll get there, and things will turn around. Who knows, maybe millennials will start to take up golf after all. Don't hold your breath, I'm the rare exception, Sam joked. May I take your plates? The waiter asked. They both nodded and he left a small dessert menu on the table before walking off with their discarded dishes. Jason watched Sam pick up the menu and look through it. He could tell something had grabbed her attention. She looked intently at the menu, biting her lower lip. What looks good? he asked. The Black Forest cake looks delicious. But I'm too full. She closed the menu with determination and slid it across the table to him. When he reached for it, his fingers brushed over hers. Warmth spread all across his arm from the simple touch. He couldn't remember the last time a woman had this kind of effect on him. Sam pulled back her hand. Coffee sounds good if you're up for it. Her voice sounded thick. Did the simple touch have a similar effect on her? Coffee it is, he said, grateful their date wasn't yet coming to an end. 2 coffees and a slice of Black Forest cake with 2 forks, he ordered when the waiter returned a few minutes later. You're bad, Sam commented, the big smile on her face negating her words. He shrugged. There's always room for dessert. And you only live once. Might as well enjoy it. Sam sat up in her chair, keeping an eye on the door to the kitchen. He laughed, and when the waiter returned a few minutes later with their coffee and treat, he slid the plate over to her. Go ahead, give it a try. Oh. My. Gosh, this is so good. He could watch Sam enjoy her food all day long. You have to try this, she said, handing him the second fork. She didn't bother sliding the plate his way, he noticed. Instead, she dug in for another bite. He scooped a bit of the cake on his fork and brought it to his mouth. Her eyes followed his fork, and she licked a bit of whipped cream off her lips. He doubted he would get a lot of cake, but that was fine with him. The bite of cake was delicious. The cream was thick with just a hint of sweetness and vanilla. The chocolate cake was rich and silky. The cherry filling and dark chocolate shavings gave it just enough bite to cut the sweetness. He had to agree, the balance between the complex flavors was perfect. It was darn good cake, and he didn't usually like sweets. It's good, he said. She rolled her eyes before diving back in for another bite. He sat back and sipped his coffee, taking the occasional bite of cake when she pushed the plate his way. It didn't take them long to finish the slice. They sat in companionable silence, finishing their coffee. He took his time, unwilling to let the date end. Jason couldn't remember a time he'd been so comfortable on a date. Not that he dated much. But there was something about Sam. Going out to dinner with her was fun, and he wouldn't mind doing it again sometime soon. Sam yawned, and Jason looked at his watch for the first time since they'd arrived at the restaurant. It was getting late, and he needed to leave early in the morning to make the meeting with their CPA up in Myrtle Beach. It wasn't a long drive, but getting through the morning rush hour traffic in Charleston would add to the drive time. Ready to call it a night? He asked. Sam nodded. Sorry, I'm still a little wiped out from the trip out here. Playing 18 holes today probably didn't help either. I'm ready to hit the hay myself. Gotta get on the road early tomorrow morning, he said before waving for the check. You're leaving? Jason heard the disappointment in Sam's voice. I have a meeting with our accountant in Myrtle Beach I can't afford to miss. Jason looked at Sam. I'd love to see you again though. I enjoyed this. He gestured to their surroundings. So did I. Sam's smile lit up her face, stirring up butterflies in his stomach. He hadn't been this smitten by a girl since high school. The waiter arrived with the check and sat it down in front of him. Before he realized what was happening, she'd grabbed the dark leather folder and tucked her black American Express credit card in it. What are you doing? He asked, too stunned to say anything more eloquent. Buying you dinner, she replied with a smirk that sent his butterflies into overdrive. You don't. I know I don't have to, but I want to. Let it go, Jason. This is the 21st century. A woman can buy a cute guy dinner if she wants to. He didn't have a comeback that wouldn't come off as completely politically incorrect. Listen, she said. I'll be up your way in a couple of days. I'm staying at my brother's place on Palmer Island. Let's exchange numbers. Maybe we can do this again? Where were his keys? Jason was late for the meeting, his hair still wet from the quick shower he'd grabbed as soon as he got home. The drive up from Hilton Head had taken much longer than expected. Rush hour traffic and construction on one of the main bridges across Charleston Harbor had caused some major traffic delays. He wasn't looking forward to the meeting, he had a bad feeling about it. There they were. He must have thrown his keys on the coffee table when he'd rushed in, heading straight for the shower. He grabbed them and walked over to the small dining area. He took his jacket off the chair, managing to drop his keys in the process. This was not his day. Ding. Jason reached into his suit jacket and pulled out his phone. He glanced down and smiled. Sam texted, "Miss me yet?" His fingers flew over the screen. Jason texted, "Terribly. And I'm not usually this sore after a date with a pretty girl." Sam texted, "You thought that was a date?" His heart fell. Had he misread her? He stared at his phone, 3 little dots appearing. She was still typing. Sam texted, "Wait until after a real one." Jason let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. She wanted to see him again. He couldn't keep in the smile that spread across his face even if he'd wanted to. Not that he did. His day had suddenly become much better. Jason wrote, "Should I be scared?" Sam replied, "Terrified. Are you up for the challenge?" Jason wrote, "When and where?" "I'll be there." He couldn't wait to find out what she would come up with. The girl was a firecracker. Sam texted, "Carte blanche?" "Very brave of you. I'll be up tomorrow. Busy most of the day." "Dinner?" Jason muttered a word under his breath that his mother wouldn't approve of. Jason wrote, "Can't." Frowny face. Previous engagement. He knew he couldn't get out of dinner at his parents' house. His mom would never let him hear the end of it and insist upon meeting this girl he was standing his own family up for. He sighed and started typing again. Jason texted, "How about I take you kayaking day after tomorrow? I'll clear my schedule." Had he judged her correctly? Or should he have picked a more traditional date, offering to take her out dancing or share another dinner? He crossed his fingers that Sam would be up for a little adventure, riveted by the 3 little dots appearing on his screen. Sam replied, "It's a date." He couldn't wait. Glancing at his phone, he realized what time it was. He would definitely be late for the meeting. His dad wouldn't be happy. Jason dashed out of the door and made the few blocks down to the CPA's office in record time. "I'm here for a 12 o'clock with Mr. Breyer." The receptionist looked disapprovingly at her watch. "They are waiting on you." "Walk on through," she said, pointing at the door to August Breyer's office. Jason nodded his thanks and went in. Finally. "What happened?" his father asked. "Sorry, traffic was bad coming back from Hilton Head." "I told you, never mind." His father shook his head. "To come back last night." "I know, and I'm sorry." His father had disapproved when Jason had called him yesterday to let him know he was spending an extra night at Oak Point. "It's just that those rooms aren't cheap." Jason's stomach tightened in a knot. They were all worried about the company's finances, and he had added to their expenses by extending his trip. And he'd done it to spend a little more time with Sam. "Honestly, Jim, that $300 doesn't matter," Mr. Breyer said. "I've been going over the books with Angela, and things aren't looking good." Jason looked over at his sister, who gave him a sad smile. His stomach dropped, dreading the next words from their trusted accountant. "You're in trouble, let me show you." 2 hours later, Jason walked out of the office with a raging headache. They'd lost money faster than either of them realized, and unless something changed drastically, they'd have to close the doors to Willow Run by the end of the year. Chapter 3. Sam pulled up to the old building at the end of Main Street on Palmer Island that had been the office of Marcus and Son Family Law for close to 7 decades. She walked into the front office. The light oak desk in front of her was covered in various houseplants and an old computer screen, but void of a secretary or receptionist or anyone else to greet her. That was aside from the tabby cat dozing on the wide window, so close to the entrance door. It lifted its head for a moment when Sam looked its way before resting it on crossed paws, eyes slowly closing. Sam coughed and continued to look around. She hadn't been in Walt Marcus Jr.'s office in years. The last time had been during the reading of her father's will 9 years ago. Her family had dealt with the Marcus Law Office for generations. Marcus Sr. had drawn up her grandparents' will and facilitated in the closing of the beach house that now belonged to Sam's oldest brother, Brad. The door to Walt Jr.'s office opened, and his elderly secretary stepped out. When she noticed Sam, she picked up the thick glasses that hung from a chain around her neck. The woman must be close to 80 years old. She'd been well past retirement age at their last meeting. What was her name? Bridget, Patience? Sam couldn't remember. You must be Mr. Marcus's 10 o'clock. The secretary turned around and yelled, "Your next client is here," into the office she'd just stepped out of. "I'm not deaf, woman." Walt Jr. stepped out, a thick file in his hand. "Hi, Sam, good to see you," he said as he shook her hand. "Here's the file. Make copies and send them to the Browns, please." He handed the thick envelope to his secretary. "Your father wouldn't have approved of this," the older woman said. Walt Jr. looked embarrassed. "Adoption case," he told Sam before motioning for her to enter his office. "Two men aren't supposed to raise a child," the older woman muttered under her breath. "Patricia." Sam blinked in surprise. She'd never heard Walt Jr. raise his voice. "Sorry about that," he said after closing the door behind them. "For Patricia, I'll always be the kid who can't live up to the high standards of Mr. Walt Marcus." He pulled a chair out for Sam before walking around his large solid oak desk. Sam looked up. A large oil-painted portrait of Walt Sr. hung behind the desk. Adorned next to it was a large, yellowed graduation document from Harvard Law, along with a certificate from the bar for the subject of the painting. Looking around the room, Walt Jr.'s diplomas had been stuck in a corner next to the obligatory shelf stuffed with law books. Sam shook her head. It seemed like Patricia wasn't the only one who thought Walt Jr. couldn't live up to his father. "Don't sell yourself short, Walt. You've always taken great care of my family. I don't know what we would have done without you after Dad passed away." She looked over to a framed cutout from a local newspaper and pointed at it. "And don't forget about everything you've done for the Palmer Island community. You are making a difference in people's lives." Walt Jr. nodded. "Thank you for saying that. Now, what can I do for you today, Sam? You had some questions about your trust fund?" He opened one of the drawers in his desk and pulled out a tan-colored folder. "I have the file right here." He opened it and looked up at her. "I'd like to know what I need to do to pull out about 10 million and how quickly I could have access to the funds." "Say again?" Walt looked like he'd misheard. "I'm getting ready to invest in a new green energy startup and need access to a part of my trust fund. I would like to know what I need to do to get the process started." Sam tried hard to stay patient. This shouldn't be a difficult matter. Her father had set up trust funds for each of his children, giving them access to the money once they turned 25. As far as she knew, both her brothers had full control over theirs. "I told Brad I wasn't comfortable handling contracts when they involved those kinds of sums," Walt Jr. mumbled, shaking his head. "That's what you get for doing a favor for an old family friend." Sam waited while he shuffled papers around before finally looking up at her. "You can't." "What? Why?" "I'm 26. I should have full control of the trust by now. I didn't need the money until now, but that shouldn't make a difference." Sam was confused and her patience was running out quickly. There had to be some mistake. The trust was hers to do with as she pleased, and she was ready to invest in Rick and Tom and their wave energy harvesting idea. Unless her hunch was wrong, and so far it had never let her down, it was an amazing opportunity that should quickly double or triple her investment. That would show Brad and Pete that there was more to her than cute social media campaigns. "I'm sorry, Sam. Per your father's instructions, you don't get access to the money until you are 25 and married. He emphasized the last word. It echoed through Sam's head. Married? She had to be married to access her trust money? This had to be a mistake. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. It was all she could do to draw in one breath after the other, trying to process what she'd just heard. Can I get you some water? Concern laced Walt Jr.'s voice. Sam nodded. Patricia, he called. His secretary stepped in. Would you mind getting Miss Sutton some water? She's had some unexpected news. Of course. Sam heard the woman walk away, returning a few moments later with a small tray she put down on the desk. In addition to a tall glass of water, it held an old-fashioned glass bottle of Coke and a candy bar. Honey, you've had a shock. Drink this, you'll feel better in a minute. The old woman opened the soda and handed it to her. Sam took sip after sip. She drank the Coke and ate the candy bar, tasting neither of them. Last but not least, she emptied the glass of water. Her stomach gurgled, protesting the addition of so much liquid, but Sam started to feel better. Thank you, she said, grateful to Patricia. My pleasure, hun. Your grandmother was a good friend of mine. Patricia patted her encouragingly on the shoulder before leaving the room, tray in hand. I remember the day Brad stopped by to change the trust, Walt Jr. said, pulling out what must be notes from their meeting scribbled on a sheet of yellow legal pad paper. It was a few months before his stroke, if I remember correctly. He looked up, hesitating before continuing. I think at the time, you were a little irresponsible with money, which is why he added the condition to your trust. Sam nodded. Memories of that time flooded in. She wouldn't be able to think clearly if she lost herself in them. And she needed to think in order to come up with a way to make this work. Sam sat up straight and squared her shoulders. What do we need to do to change the trust? There's nothing we can do, said Walt Jr. Your father is the only one with the power to change the trust. Since he hesitated for a moment and cleared his throat. Since he's no longer with us, you will get access to the funds of the trust when you marry. There had to be a loophole. There always was one, and she would find it, no matter what it took. What happens if I don't get married? Surely her father had made some provisions for that eventuality. Should you stay unmarried, the funds of the trust, in its entirety, will be donated to the Phoenix Home for Troubled Teens. Sam laughed. Beautiful. Her father set her trust to go to the place he'd always threatened her with when she'd missed curfew or snuck money from her parents' wallets. More memories of the time before her father's stroke flooded her mind again. She needed to get out of here and clear her head. Thanks for your time. I'll think of something, she said before rising to leave. I'm sure you will. Your mother speaks very highly of you. Sam looked up at the elderly lawyer in surprise. She knew Evelyn Sutton dealt frequently with the small law firm, but she was astonished her mother had anything good to say about her. She wasn't one to dole out compliments, quite the opposite. Sam nodded her thanks and left. It didn't take her long to drive across the narrow island to Brad's house. She walked in and dropped her bag in the living room. The house was empty. Brad, Kat, and Hannah spent much of their time in Phoenix and Charlotte since the wedding. Sam strolled through the old house that used to belong to her grandparents and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge before heading to the back deck. This had always been her happy place as a child. The wide open spaces of the beach and the Atlantic Ocean allowed her to feel free and let her imagination run wild. She hoped it would help her come up with a creative solution to her latest dilemma. One that wouldn't involve asking her brothers or her mother for help. Your destination is on the right, the friendly voice of the GPS chimed as Sam pulled into the dirt parking lot of the small boat landing in Miles Inlet. As she pulled into park, she wondered if she was dressed right for kayaking. It had been ages since she'd been on anything smaller than a yacht. Not since her childhood summers spent with her grandparents on Palmer Island. She hadn't planned on any outdoor activities aside from the golf tournament and a quick swim in the ocean. Thankfully, she was able to cobble an outfit together that consisted of her swimsuit, an old pair of shorts she'd left at the house years ago, and the smallest of her brother's t-shirts. Sure, she could have borrowed some of Kat's clothes, but that would have been weird. She'd only known her brother's new wife for a few months, and while they got along well, they weren't quite at the can I borrow your clothes stage yet. So, she'd worked with what she had and stopped at one of the beach stores along the way to grab a pair of flip-flops. Her hair was in a ponytail, and she'd worn sunscreen instead of makeup. Sam grimaced. She looked like she was 12. The panda purse sitting in the passenger seat didn't help, but it matched her outfit. Sam smiled. The purse belonged to Hannah, Kat's 4-year-old daughter, who was now officially her niece. She loved that little girl and was sure she wouldn't mind Sam borrowing the little purse. It was cute, inexpensive, and it had the added benefit of being completely made out of plastic. There was no way she was bringing her Godino bag out on that water. On her friend Philippe's superyacht maybe, but definitely not on a kayak. In anticipation of today's outing, Sam had put her phone in a strong Ziploc bag and tucked it in the panda bag along with chapstick and a small tube of sunscreen. She turned off the car, put on her sunglasses, and grabbed the purse and 2 coffees she'd picked up near the beach store. She waved at Jason as she made her way over to him. He stood between 2 sit-on-top kayaks by the small landing. I had to stop for some flip-flops, so I grabbed some coffee. Hope you like caramel lattes. You look cute. He shot her that half smile of his that did funny things to her stomach. And I don't know. Never had one. What's your drink then? She asked, more than a little surprised he'd never had one. I usually drink my coffee black with sugar. Nothing fancy. He smiled and took a first cautious sip from the cup she'd handed him. Not bad, he lied. She could tell from the expression he tried to hide that he was being polite. She made a mental note to get his coffee black from there on out. When was the last time you've been out on the water? Jason asked. It's been a while, Sam admitted. I don't think I've been out on a small boat since I was a little girl. She took a sip of her own coffee. Rich and sweet, just the way she liked it. Don't kill me, but I've never actually been kayaking. Okay, that's not a problem, said Jason. I'll go over the basics with you while we finish our coffee. We can't take them? Sam asked. Jason just looked at her and raised an eyebrow. She didn't get it. What was the problem with bringing a cup of coffee? She looked at the boat and it hit her. No cup holders, she said, feeling a little stupid. People didn't seem to bring coffee on their kayak trips. Lesson learned. Jason showed her how to sit on the kayak and how to move the paddle. He went over a few safety features and then walked to his car, dropping their empty coffee cups in the trash on the way. He came back a few minutes later with a small cooler and 2 life vests. He strapped the cooler to one of the kayaks with a few bungees that were already hooked to the boat. Put this on, he said, handing her one of the vests. He helped her adjust the straps. This isn't very comfortable, she said. Or stylish. She could only imagine how she looked in the bulky, bright red contraption. You'll get used to it, and it will keep you from drowning. There's a small waterproof light in this pocket. He pointed to a small zipper on one side. And there's a whistle tucked in this little sleeve. She pulled the orange plastic whistle out of the pouch on the other side and blew in it. The sound was loud and shrill. It will help you get someone's attention in case of an emergency. No kidding. It would wake the dead. Sam simply nodded and tucked it back inside the pouch. Let's get you in the water so you can get a feel for the boat and the paddle, he suggested. Jason pulled the kayak without the cooler into the water and held it still while she climbed on. It was a little shaky, but much easier than she'd expected. Here you go. Jason handed her the paddle and helped her adjust her grip. Hold on, he said before pushing her out into the small channel of water. Paddle around. I'll catch up in a minute, he suggested. Sam paddled and quickly discovered there was a bit of an art to steering the kayak. At first, she struggled to make any progress and then found herself doing circles. She remembered what Jason had told her earlier and started to figure out how it worked. By the time he'd caught up with her, she had the hang of it. Good job. We'll go down this way for about half a mile. Keep paddling straight. She did as she was told. A glance back told her he was hanging back, watching her work the paddle. She focused on moving it in smooth, even strokes. Her speed had gotten better, but she could already feel it in her arms and shoulders. Jason pulled up beside her. Try not to dig your paddles in quite so deep. You'll wear yourself out. All you need is light little strokes. Look. He started to demonstrate and pulled 2 kayak lengths ahead of her with little effort. Sam watched him closely for a few more seconds, then did her best to imitate his moves. It worked. It made kayaking much easier, and a lot more efficient. Thank you, she said over the noise of the water below them, the wind in the reeds, and the noise of the many birds who made the marsh their home. Follow me, Jason yelled over his shoulder as he led them through the maze of little streams and water channels that made up a good part of the marsh between the mainland and Palmer Island. After an hour and a half of steady paddling, taking only short breaks to loosen up their shoulders or look at a few birds fishing, they pulled up to a small beach on one of the tiny islands in the marsh. I figured you could use a little rest, Jason said as he pulled both of their boats higher up on the sand. He unhooked the cooler and carried it up to the spot where she'd flopped down. You're not wrong about that. This is a good workout, and a lot more fun than I thought it would be. He grinned at her and opened the cooler. Here you go. He handed her a bottle of cold water and a sandwich. She pulled it from the little plastic bag, looking at it suspiciously. It's nothing fancy. I just threw together some sandwiches with what I had in the fridge. Hope you like ham and cheese. Don't tell anyone, but my favorite food ever is a PB&J. Sam laughed when she saw the expression on Jason's face. He didn't believe her. I'm serious. My grandma used to make them for us when we were little. I only ever got to eat them when we were visiting for the summer. I'd still take a good peanut butter sandwich over a lobster tail any day of the week. Yeah, right. Jason grabbed a sandwich and a bottle of water for himself and sat down next to her in the warm sand. I'm serious. You don't know what it's like to live in a house with a personal chef and a mother who thinks oysters Rockefeller are a perfectly appropriate after-school snack. Jason laughed so hard he choked on a bite of his sandwich. Sam pounded his back, then handed him his water bottle. This is really good, Sam said a little while later. She'd eaten most of the sandwich and was down to the last bite. Being out on the water definitely increases the appetite. You don't happen to have more of those sandwiches in the cooler? Sadly, no, Jason shook his head. We can grab something when we get back. Sam nodded and lay back in the sand, closing her eyes and enjoying the cool breeze coming off the water. The sandwich had taken the edge off her hunger, and her upper body appreciated the break from paddling. How did your meeting go this morning? Jason asked a little while later. Not as well as expected, but I'm sure I'll figure something out. How about you? How was the meeting with your accountant? Worse than yours, I bet, he said. Sam waited for a moment to see if he would tell her more. When he didn't, she rose up to a sitting position and looked over at him. His shoulders were hunched and he stared at the sand in front of his feet. He looked sad and defeated. Her heart hurt for him. She didn't like seeing him like that. I'll be the judge of that, she said softly. Tell me about it. Maybe there's something I can do to help. I seriously doubt it. Unless you have a couple of million tucked in the back pocket of those shorts, he said. I don't, but tell me anyway. If nothing else, it might help to get it off your chest. You asked for it, he replied before filling her in on the financial trouble his family's golf course was in. In short, if we don't come up with a way to greatly improve cash flow by December, we're going to have to shut down. Jason looked tired. I'm sure I can find a different job, and my parents will be taken care of no matter what. I'm worried about my sister though. Angela is a stay-at-home mom with a 6-month-old. There aren't too many people out there who would hire her. And then there's everyone else that works for us, of course. Some of our employees have been with us for decades. I can't stand the thought of them losing their jobs because I can't do mine. This isn't your fault, Jason. Sam paused until he looked at her. I did a little research when you told me about your family's business. It's hard right now for any golf course to stay profitable. This isn't your fault. He nodded and turned to look out over the water. Sam had a feeling he'd been worrying about the financial future of the business for quite some time. His compassion for his family and employees tugged at her heartstrings. There had to be a solution, some way to modernize the course and bring in more golfers. What? He asked. Sam hadn't noticed that he was looking at her as she mulled over his problem. I have an idea, well, more like the beginning of an idea. A way for us to help each other. Let me think about it a little more and see if it has legs. Can we meet for coffee tomorrow morning and talk about it? Jason agreed, and she was lost in thought most of the paddle back to the landing. See you tomorrow morning, she said after helping him secure the kayaks in the back of his truck. Where do you want to meet? He asked. How could she forget? They hadn't set a time or place yet. Her mind had been too occupied with a possible solution to all their problems. Well, not all of them, but at least a few of the big ones. She thought for a moment. There's a bakery on Palmer Island. They have pretty good coffee. 9 a.m.? Any hint of what you are cooking up in that pretty head of yours? He asked. Sam was glad the gloomy expression was gone from his face. The fresh air and exercise had done him good. That didn't mean she was ready to take pity on him. Nope, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Chapter 4. Jason sat in the small coffee shop that was part of the Roasted Bean on Palmer Island. He wrapped his hands around the white coffee cup the girl at the counter had handed him when he'd stepped into the shop 15 minutes ago. The black coffee in the half-empty cup was starting to get cold. He took a long drink of the strong brew. Sam was late. Granted, he'd arrived a few minutes early, curious about what was on her mind. He glanced at his watch. 7 minutes past 9. Where was she? He'd chosen a spot where he could sit with his back to the wall and keep an eye on the door. It was an old habit. He liked being able to see who was entering a room. The small bell over the door to the coffee shop rang. Sam came walking in, a black 3-ring binder in her hand. She smiled when their eyes met and walked his way. He noticed the cute panda purse had been replaced by a large leather bag that was about to slip off her shoulder. He rose and held his hand out for the binder. Thanks. Sorry, I'm running late. Printer issues. Sam shrugged and slipped the bag off her shoulder. She set it down on the chair next to her and took the binder back. No problem. I just got here myself, he lied. I'll get some more coffee. What would you like? She glanced down at his almost empty cup. Black coffee with sugar works. Any particular blend? They have a few different ones available. The question had thrown him for a loop when he'd first ordered. Anything but decaf is good. The stronger, the better. Jason noticed dark rings under her eyes and wondered if she'd been up much of the night putting together whatever was in the binder. He wasn't sure if he should be curious or nervous about its contents. Would you like a pastry to go with it? He asked. Not right now. Maybe later. I want to discuss this first. She put the binder on the table in front of her and sat down. Jason ordered 2 coffees, getting even more curious about what she wanted to talk about. He was sure it was some sort of business proposal. He didn't know much about her family. She'd been vague, but he'd gotten the impression that Sam was a smart businesswoman. Who knew? Maybe she really could help him find a way out of the mess his family legacy had become. He returned, 2 cups of coffee in hand. He set one steaming mug in front of her and returned to his seat across from her, noting she didn't mind sitting with her back to the door. Sam opened the binder and cleared her throat. Here's the deal, she started. You need cash to keep the golf course afloat and start to modernize it. Plus, you have to create some new revenue streams quickly. I have some ideas for that, by the way. She looked at him expectantly. He nodded, motioning for her to continue. I need funds to invest into the green energy venture I told you about. He nodded again. We both need cash and a lot of it. What do you suggest we do? Rob a bank? He raised an eyebrow, more curious than ever to find out what plan that pretty little head of hers had concocted. Not quite. I propose we get married. She looked up at him, obviously judging his reaction. Jason did his best to keep his expression neutral. This wasn't the kind of proposal he'd been expecting. I don't think wedding gifts would amount to the kind of cash we need to pull this off, he said. Unless I'm way off, we're talking quite a few million here, and while my folks are generous, they won't be that generous. Sam laughed. I'm sure we'd make out like bandits, but that's not what this is about. In fact, I suggest we keep this marriage quiet. Jason had no idea where she was going with this. My father set up trust funds for me and my brothers. I met our family lawyer here on Palmer Island a couple of days ago. This was the meeting that didn't go as well as you'd hoped, he asked, trying to connect the dots. Yes. I needed to know what it would take to access my trust fund. She stopped and took a sip of her coffee. I was supposed to be able to access it any time I needed the funds after my 25th birthday. Which is when, he asked, guessing the problem was that it would be a little while before she would reach that all-important birthday. I'm 26, she said. What's the problem then? Sam sighed. Unlike my brother's trust funds, mine comes with a condition. I have to be married before I can take control of the money. Up until then, all I get is a monthly allowance. Without taking so much as a breath, she rambled on. It's never been an issue before. Between that and what I make at my job, I've been comfortable. More than comfortable. I've been able to save and invest quite a bit over the years. It's just that this is the biggest and most promising deal I've come across yet, and I counted on that money. She looked exasperated and a bit angry. Jason could understand that. What he couldn't understand was why her father had put the condition on the trust. Do you mind if I ask, he started to say. Why the marriage clause? He nodded. I hope you don't mind me asking. Because I was your typical rich, spoiled, and slightly irresponsible teenager. Okay, more than slightly irresponsible, she admitted. I spent too much money on clothes and makeup and skipped school here and there. When I started sneaking out at night, my dad put his foot down. She looked uncomfortable, and he ached to put her at ease. I get it. I had my wild days too. Looks like we've both grown out of it though, he said. True. She sent him a grateful smile and took another sip of coffee. After a deep breath, she continued, things changed after my dad's stroke. He was too weak to make it to the office, but that didn't stop the man. The admiration she held for her late father was evident as by the glimmer of pride in her eyes. He stayed quiet, waiting for her to continue. I worked by his side every day, helping him where I could, she said. I learned a lot about business and money. This may sound arrogant or pretentious, but there's a lot of power in money. He couldn't help smirking. You think? And I wanted to show my family that I'm just as capable as my brother Brad. Jason could understand that. Yet, he had a nagging feeling that there was something about her that he was missing. He didn't think it was business-related. It felt more personal, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what bothered him. What exactly are you proposing? He asked. Sam laughed. I'm proposing a marriage of convenience. A temporary one. Things started to click into place in Jason's mind. He was curious to see if this proposal of hers was going where he thought it was. Here's the plan, we get married as soon as possible, so I can get access to my trust fund. I took a look at the file last night, and it should be pretty straightforward once we have the marriage certificate. It shouldn't take more than a few days before the money will be available. Sam opened the binder, flipping to one of the tabs. She slid it his way. He glanced through the copy of the legal document in front of him. He was no lawyer, but the contract looked pretty straightforward. Then what? He asked. He couldn't wait to find out what she had planned. It was her money after all. We take a portion of the money, say, $2 million or so, to keep the golf course afloat and begin upgrades on the clubhouse. She flipped to a different tab in her binder. It held notes on his family's golf course and a few pictures of the clubhouse that she must have downloaded from the internet. A quick remodel would make it attractive as a wedding venue. She flipped the page and showed him pictures of a different place, set up and decorated for a reception or party. The idea was worth exploring. I've run a few numbers. I don't know how much more revenue you need to stay in the black, but this is a ballpark estimate of what you could expect to make if you booked an average of 5 events per month. She pointed to a spreadsheet. The girl had done her homework. The figures looked good, and while it wouldn't quite be enough to ensure the club's future, it would be plenty to keep them going. And it was something they could build on. This looks good. I love the idea. Jason flipped back to the page with the images, his mind churning with the possibilities of this plan. Great. Because here's the catch, there's only so much I can afford to pump into your side of things. Sam shot him an apologetic glance. The rest of my trust fund money, and pretty much every penny I own, would initially go towards buying into Wave Tech. The energy project, she added, as if he was slow to catch on. We could see profits from that after a year or two and could reinvest into modernizing more of the golf course. He held up a hand to stop her. Are you serious about all this? It sounded a bit too good to be true. Unless he'd misunderstood, this stunning young woman had just offered to marry him and save his family business. Of course I'm serious. I wouldn't have brought it up if I wasn't. I think this could work out well for both of us. He looked at her. Sam seemed serious enough, but he had to be sure. Don't you want to marry for love? Of course I do, she said. But not right now. I'm not ready for the whole white picket fence and a gaggle of kids thing. Not yet. She paused and looked at him with a gleam of excitement in her stunning brown eyes. I want to have some adventures first. I want to make a difference in the world. He could understand that. He'd had his share of adventures, but she was a few years younger. Plus, I wouldn't have suggested this if I was secretly in love with someone. Right. Jason was surprised how happy that simple statement made him. He wasn't sure why. He barely knew her, and aside from the part where her being involved with someone else would complicate this little plan of theirs, it didn't matter. It was probably just that he'd been thinking a lot lately about finding the one. Unlike her, he was ready to settle down and start a family. The only problem was that it couldn't happen until he got the family biz back in the black. Anything else would be irresponsible, and while he had plenty of faults, not being responsible in his actions wasn't one of them. Remember, this is just temporary, Sam said, pulling him out of his thoughts. We stay married for a year or two, and then part ways. This isn't a big deal. No one has to know, aside from Mr. Marcus, of course. Who's Mr. Marcus? He asked. My family's lawyer. He's the executor of the trust. Right. Honestly, we don't even have to see each other all that much, unless you want to. Just two new friends, helping each other out, he suggested. Exactly. That's what friends are for. Sam rose from her chair and held her slender hand out to him. Jason McKenna. Will you marry me? Chapter 5. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Sam walked up the steps to the courthouse without turning to see if Jason was following her. Of course I am. Aren't you? She turned around at the top of the stairs so she could see his face. Getting cold feet, she teased. I'm good if you are. He smiled and opened the door to the courthouse for her. Let's do this. Step 1, apply for the marriage license. They entered and followed the signs for the probate court down a long, tiled hallway. Sam's heels clicked with each step. Jason's shoes made a soft tapping noise, his steps slightly further apart than hers. She grabbed her purse more tightly to her side and kept walking. "It's a little weird, isn't it?" she said to cut the tension that had built as they strode down the long corridor. "Not quite what you imagined when you were a little girl?" he asked. "No, not quite." She let out a small breath. "But then again, what is? This is what's right for both of us right now. And it's not like we can't have big weddings later." Feeling better, she squared her shoulders and knocked on the door. "Come on in," a soft voice with a slight southern accent said. Sam opened the door and stepped into a small office. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair, heavy makeup, and large pearl earrings sat behind a simple oak desk. "What can I do for you?" "We're here about a marriage license," Sam said. "Take a seat, and I'll get y'all some forms to fill out." Jason pulled out one of the chairs for her. She nodded her thanks and took a seat. The nameplate on the desk told her that the clerk's name was Kathy Hopkins. Kathy dug through a folder in her desk before handing them each a small stack of paper. She pushed a cup filled with pens their way. "Here you go. I'll need to make copies of your IDs. If you each give me your driver's license, I'll take care of that while you fill out the forms." "When's the big day?" Kathy asked, a big smile on her face, while Sam and Jason dug their licenses out of their wallets. Sam got the feeling the woman loved weddings, the bigger the better. "As soon as possible." It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. Sam reached over and squeezed Jason's hand. She didn't want to give Kathy the wrong impression. "We can't wait. Tomorrow, if possible?" To her relief, Jason caught on right away. "Is tomorrow possible?" he asked before taking her hand and bringing it up to his lips. Sam was surprised how much the kiss on the back of her hand affected her. The warmth from his firm lips raced up her arm and straight to her heart, which picked up speed in response. She looked at Jason and their eyes locked. Unless she was very much mistaken, the gesture had affected him as well. "That shouldn't be a problem. You can pick up the license anytime after 10 a.m. tomorrow." Kathy's voice pulled them back to the here and now. "I'll be right back with these." She rose and left the room. Sam cleared her throat. "Let's get these filled out." She handed a pen to Jason, and by the time Kathy returned, they had just about finished. "Here you go." Jason handed Kathy his forms, and she got busy entering his information into the computer. Sam put her pen down and waited. Kathy looked up and put a hand out for the paperwork. "And you're all set," the woman declared a few minutes later. "Either one of you two lovebirds can come pick the license up tomorrow. We're open from 9 to 5. She smiled and handed both IDs to Jason. "Congratulations. The two of you make such a cute couple." "Thanks," Sam and Jason mumbled in unison. She looked over at her future husband. He was staring at her driver's license. "Everything okay?" Sam asked. Jason looked up, first at her and then at Kathy. "Of course." He handed her the small plastic card, and Sam returned it to her wallet. "Ready to get out of here?" Sam nodded and linked her arm with his. "Thanks again for all your help, Kathy. We'll see you tomorrow." As soon as the door to the clerk's office closed behind them, Sam turned to Jason. "What was that about?" "Not here," he replied. "Let's wait until we're outside." The suspense had just about killed her by the time they'd made the walk back down the long corridor and out of the courthouse. "Tell me," she demanded when they'd reached the bottom of the courthouse steps. "May isn't your real last name?" He glared at her. "It's my middle name." "Is that a problem?" "It's the name you gave at the hotel when we first met." "I didn't realize who you really were until a few minutes ago." Sam took a closer look at Jason. He looked upset. Upset and a little pale. What in the world was going on? "You're Samantha Sutton. Brad Sutton's sister." he said before leaning against his car and dropping his face in his hands. I've agreed to marry Brad's baby sister. He's going to kill me. You guys are still in touch? He nodded. We were college roommates. I played golf with him a couple of weeks ago. Is that a problem? She asked. Not if he doesn't find out about this, Jason replied with a wry smile. That's the plan. Sam walked over to Jason. He looked worried, and she wanted to put his mind at ease. He doesn't need to know about this. About us. She picked up his hand. The energy she felt at the simple touch stunned her. By the look in his eyes, it didn't leave him unaffected either. Maybe this could be more than a marriage of convenience. The thought came unbidden, surprising her. She shook her head and let go of his hand. It'll be fine, she said, as much to convince herself as him. How had they gone from two people helping each other out to awkward in the span of a few minutes? Want to get something to eat? Jason asked, pointing at an old-fashioned diner a block down the road from the courthouse. Why not? Food sounds like a good idea, and we should probably plan this wedding. He nodded and pushed off the car. He fell into step beside her as she stalked off toward the diner in search of food, or anything to help them regain their balance. Within minutes, they were seated with steaming cups of coffee in front of them. Sam added just enough cream to turn it the color of good milk chocolate. Enough cream to take off the bitter edge, but not so much that it made the brew taste milky. Too much creamer in her coffee was one of her biggest pet peeves. She watched Jason, curious to see how he'd drink his coffee. She guessed he would take his plain. Instead, he heaped 3 teaspoons of sugar and stirred. It had to taste more like syrup than coffee. What's that look about? He asked. He'd caught her staring, disapproval obvious on her face. She was usually better at guarding her expressions around people. What was it about this guy? Judging you for your sugar consumption, she said. That stuff will rot your teeth. Jason laughed. Like those caramel lattes are any better for you. He gave his cup another stir before setting the spoon on the napkin beside his cup. It is black coffee. Sweet black coffee. He took a large sip and sighed. That hits the spot. We better get some logistics figured out if we want to get hitched tomorrow. Sam dug in her purse, producing a notepad and pen. She spent a few minutes mumbling to herself and making a list. First things first, she finally said when she looked up at Jason. We need someone to officiate. I can help with that, he said. Sam was surprised. She'd figured she'd call around to find a preacher or justice of the peace in town. Don't look so surprised, Jason said. We do already host the occasional wedding at the country club. Mostly club members. I have some contacts down here. I'm sure I can find someone to do the honors. Where would you like to get married? On the beach? Sam asked. She hated how hesitant she sounded. Not that it mattered where they exchanged vows and signed paperwork, but she had this picture in her mind of the two of them, feet in the sand and the ocean at their side. It may be a marriage of convenience, but that didn't mean it couldn't be pretty. And who knew, maybe it would turn into something more. She stopped that train of thought in its tracks. They were getting married to save his family's golf course and her business deal. Nothing more, nothing less. Eye on the ball and don't let yourself get distracted by feelings. If there was one lesson her father had taught his daughter well, it was that personal feelings and business didn't mix. You needed to keep a clear head and stick to the plan. That's what she was going to do. Of course, a few small embellishments wouldn't hurt. I'll make some calls. I'm sure I can talk someone into coming down here. There's a spot on the south end of the island that might work. He picked up his phone to scroll through the contacts. Sandy might do it on short notice. She owes me for some golf lessons. Unless you'd rather not have a woman officiate. Sam shook her head. I don't mind at all. Call away. 10 minutes later, their wedding time and place were set. Sandy would meet them in the early evening at the south end of the island. A sunset wedding sounded nice. Sandy recommended a local photographer who could take pictures to make everything look legit and work as the required witness to their nuptials. I guess that means we'll have to dress the part as well. Sam made a few notes, then looked up at Jason. Do you want to get married in shorts or khakis? Something a little dressy, but nothing formal. With a white button-down maybe? Sounds good. And yes, I own all of those. I think I'll go with long pants. How about you? Sam thought for a moment. I don't have anything with me that screams beach wedding, and there's no time to get anything shipped from Phoenix. Shouldn't be that hard to find a pretty summer dress here on the island though. Are you up for some shopping? She mentally crossed her fingers that Jason wasn't one of those guys who would run at the first sight of a dressing room. I think there are a couple of shops on and around Main Street. We can pick up some flowers for you, too, or order them. He started to scoot back. Ready? That was a total bust, Sam said as they walked away from the first shop they'd tried. Despite the fact that their search for Sam's wedding dress had so far proved to be fruitless, shopping with his future wife had been surprisingly easy and fun. She was anything but high maintenance and had quickly scanned through the store's offerings before calling it a no-go. Jason hoped the second shop at the other end of the main shopping street on Palmer Island would have better choices. He did not feel like making a trip to one of the big malls in Myrtle Beach or worse, an actual bridal shop. This looks much better, Sam said as soon as they walked in the door of a funky little boutique full of antiques, knickknacks, and beachwear. Is there something in particular you're looking for? Asked a middle-aged woman with fair skin and red hair, likely the owner or manager of the store. We're getting married tomorrow, and I need a dress. Something casual for a private beach wedding. Nothing fancy, but light and airy, Sam told the woman. I have just the thing. She motioned for the two of them to follow her to one of the back corners of the store. There was a rack of summer dresses and beach cover-ups, and the redhead pulled a few dresses out after glancing at Sam, presumably to judge her size. Take a look at these. Sam quickly sorted through the options and picked 3 of them to try on. A few minutes later, she came out in the first dress, looking at him for an opinion. It was cute, but the length of the dress was weird. Not long and not short, it hit her awkwardly a little too far below the knees. I don't know. He hedged. I don't like it either. It makes my legs look short and stumpy, Sam said with a laugh. I'll be right back. The second dress looked much better. It was a sleeveless lacy thing that hugged her curves just right. Much better, he said, and she agreed. One more to try. This is the one. The words slipped out before he could second-guess his statement. The dress was as free-spirited as Sam. Unlike the other two, it was light yellow, the color of sunshine. It flowed over her body, much more relaxed than the other two. The color was perfect with her skin tone, and it brought out the subtle highlights in her hair. You're right. This is the one, Sam exclaimed. Jason's stomach did some funny things when he saw the huge smile on her face. She did a little twirl in front of the full-length mirror. Jason's phone rang while Sam walked back to the dressing room to change into her own clothes. Hello? Hi, Jason, it's Sandy. Slight problem with your shotgun wedding. He had just hung up when Sam came back, the wedding dress draped over her arm. Bad news, he said. There was no reason to sugarcoat things. Sandy won't be able to get everything lined up for tomorrow night, and her favorite photographer isn't available until Friday. We'll have to start from scratch, or postpone. Sam looked disappointed for a moment and then shrugged. It's not the end of the world. We have a little time before my next meeting with Wave Tech. We can get married Friday, and get started on the trust paperwork Monday. I don't think it will cause any issues on my end. She looked up at him. How about you? Thankfully, the club isn't that bad off. A few days won't make a difference one way or another. Sam smiled. And it will give us a little more time to prepare. I wouldn't mind taking a look at what you plan on wearing, she said with that look in her eye that told him his wardrobe was in trouble. Why don't we go pick out some flowers, Jason said to distract her. He was a grown man. He could pick out a decent outfit to get married in. Chapter 6. Where had the past few days gone? Sam pondered how quickly time had passed as she drove her electric rental down to the South End parking lot of Palmer Island. The butterflies in her stomach were doing somersaults. Maybe it had been a little rash to decide to get married to a man she barely knew. Sam was tempted to turn the car around and call the whole thing off. It was a solid plan. Her plan, she reminded herself. Saying "I do" wouldn't be that big a deal. Neither one of them meant the "till death do us part." In fact, they'd made it clear to the wedding official that none of that should be mentioned during the ceremony. It was a wedding and marriage of convenience, nothing more. Sam pulled into the first empty parking spot she found and pulled down the sun visor. She checked her hair and makeup in the little mirror, touching up her mascara and lipstick before slipping off her flip-flops and leaving the car. Jason waited for her at the small set of steps that led up and over the dunes to the beach. Sandy and John, the photographer, are setting up, he said before reaching an arm out and pulling her into a hug. You look beautiful, he whispered into her hair. Somehow, those 3 simple words settled her nerves. She could do this. She grabbed his hand and they walked down to the beach, ready to become husband and wife. The ceremony was brief, but beautiful in its simplicity. By the time they'd said their vows, the sun had begun to set behind them. Being on the East Coast, it wasn't a sunset over the ocean, but the small peninsula sticking out at the southern end of Palmer Island was bordered on one side by the Atlantic Ocean and by the Intracoastal Waterway on the other side. As the sun set, it bathed the entire beach in a golden glow. Sam couldn't wait to see what the pictures would look like. Thankfully, John looked like he knew what he was doing. He wasn't just some amateur with an expensive camera, he switched lenses, used filters suitable for the beach setting, and moved all around, before posing them for a few staged shots after the wedding. 20 minutes after they'd first set foot on the beach, it was all done. She was Samantha McKenna, should she choose to take Jason's last name. She wasn't sure how he felt about the last name issue either way. Despite spending most of the past 3 days together, and the weekend before that in Hilton Head, it wasn't something they'd discussed. It hadn't come up until Sandy filled out the last of their paperwork. Thankfully, she had until Monday morning to decide. The paperwork wouldn't be filed until then. Would you like to take a walk on the beach? Jason asked while Sandy and John packed up. She nodded. A walk sounded like a great idea. They strode in companionable silence down to the end of the island and back up along the waterway. The sun disappeared behind the dunes, trees, and houses that made up the other side of the river-like body of water. A few boats came in from the ocean, heading further inland, presumably to one of the smaller boat landings or the main marina. Her mother kept a small yacht in the marina to use when she was down near the island in her South Carolina beach house. Sam wondered if Jason would care to take it out sometime. This turned out nicer than I thought it would, Jason said after they'd strolled through the sand close to the surf for a few minutes. The nice thing about a barefoot beach wedding was you could dip your toes in the ocean when you were done. Sam nodded. It had been nice. Impulsively, she grabbed his hand. He didn't pull away, and for a little while, they simply walked. This probably wasn't how you pictured getting married, was it? Sam asked. Jason shook his head. Not quite. But then, things don't usually work out the way you expect them to. His tone was wistful, and Sam got the feeling there was more behind that simple statement than he let on. I hadn't thought to ask you sooner, but is there someone else you thought you'd marry? Sam held her breath, waiting for him to reply. There once was, but that's ancient history. We were both pretty young. In hindsight, it's probably a good thing we didn't go through with it. Jason shrugged and stared out over the ocean. Sounds like the two of you got pretty close. Not as close as this. Jason swung their intertwined hands up, and Sam caught a glimpse of the white gold wedding bands they'd exchanged earlier. Her ring finger also held an engagement ring. Knowing his finances were what they were, she'd insisted on buying it herself. Another girlhood dream down the drain. This is kind of crazy, isn't it? Reality dawned on Sam. She was married to Jason McKenna. If either of her brothers ever found out about this, she'd never hear the end of it. She didn't even want to think about what her mother would do to her if she found out the reason her only daughter got hitched. Oh well, too late now. We might as well see this through and save your family's business in the process. You really think we can pull it off? Jason asked, surprising Sam with how unsure he sounded. Of course, we can. That's the whole point of this. We have a solid plan. Monday morning, we'll start the process of getting access to my trust fund, and then we're off and running. We'll have Willow Run booked out with weddings and corporate events by the end of the quarter. I don't think it'll take much to get the building modernized. It's been a little while since I've been to the clubhouse, but from what I remember, and the pictures I've seen online, it's got good bones. You looked the clubhouse up? Of course. I did as much research as I could, short of asking to see your books. I never go into a deal negotiation blind. I can't promise you that we'll succeed, but I think the chances of turning this around and getting you into the black by the end of the year are excellent. She squeezed his hand for emphasis and Jason smiled at her. Seeing his eyes light up and the corners of his mouth twitch did funny things to those butterflies in her stomach. I wasn't really doubting you, I'm just surprised you actually care about the golf course. Jason shrugged. Part of me figured we'd get married, you'd hand me some cash, and that was that. Is that what you want? Sam couldn't keep the disappointment out of her voice, and she was sure it was written all over her face as well. She didn't know her new husband all that well, but she'd been looking forward to working together, spending time together, and maybe becoming friends. Just because you were married didn't mean you couldn't be friends, right? Jason stopped and turned to look at her. No, that's not what I want. His voice was husky. He used his free hand to tuck one of her long strands of hair behind her ear. She had decided to wear it loose for the wedding, with a small circlet of tiny white flowers sitting atop her head. She'd pinned the flower crown down with as many bobby pins as she could find at her brother's beach house. Which had been a surprising amount, come to think of it. It had stayed put while her long locks blew in the wind coming off the ocean. Maybe we'd better head back. It's getting dark, Sam said. Jason gave a wordless nod and turned around. Before long, they were back to the spot where they'd gotten married. Sandy and John were long gone. The only reminders of the event were the footprints and a few white flower petals. Sam swallowed hard. It was as if it never really happened. Everything okay? Jason asked, picking up on her somber mood. Yes, everything's fine. It just feels a little surreal, that's all. She made her way back to the small boardwalk and stairs that led over the dunes and to the parking lot. Jason walked beside her until they got to her car. This is me, Sam said. She dug around in the small panda purse she'd tucked under the front wheel for her keys. I guess this is it, until Monday? Jason's comment sounded like a question. He stood close enough for her to feel the heat radiating off his body and smell the clean linen scent of his crisp dress shirt, mixed with the salty tang of the air blowing in from the ocean. It was a heady mixture, and she took a deep breath, trying to memorize the scent and the feeling. Her heart beat faster when Jason took another step, closing the last bit of distance between them. His eyes were on her lips, and she fought the urge to wet them. She held her breath and waited for him to make the first move. Her eyes were about to drift close in anticipation of the kiss she was sure was coming, when he raised his hand and brushed the same unruly lock of hair out of her face. His hand lingered in her hair for just a moment before he dropped his arm and turned. I'll call you in the morning, was all he said as he walked to his truck. Jason's hands shook as he dug around for his own set of keys. He had to take a steadying breath before cranking the engine. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw Sam pull out of her parking spot in that ridiculous electric car of hers. He briefly contemplated following her back to Brad's house to make sure she got home safely. That's when it hit him. He'd almost kissed Bradley Sutton's little sister. Worse, he was married to her. Brad could never find out, and Jason needed to remember that this was nothing but a marriage of convenience, with no need for stolen kisses. Jason didn't check his phone until he arrived at the condo he'd rented a few miles from his family's golf course. He'd set it to silent before the wedding and hadn't thought to check his messages. He'd missed quite a few calls from his mother and his sister. Neither of them had left a voicemail, but as he scrolled through the call log, a text message from his sister came in. "Call me," was all it said. Concern crept up, and he did as asked. Angela picked up on the first ring. "Jason? Finally. You need to get down here right away. It's Dad." Angela sounded frantic, and he heard loudspeaker announcements and background chatter on the other end of the line. "What happened? Where are you?" Jason ran his hand through his hair. He needed to get his baby sister calmed down enough to figure out what was going on. Dad had a massive heart attack. They are doing what they can. I don't know what's going to happen. Mom and I are down here waiting, she sobbed. Jason's heart stopped. Thoughts spun in his head. They couldn't lose Dad. Not now when he'd gotten married to save the club. What was he supposed to do without the old man there to oversee the day-to-day business? What would his mother do without her husband? They'd been together forever. Jason took a deep breath. He couldn't lose his calm. "What hospital are you at?" he asked as calmly as possible. "Grand Strand General," his sister said, her voice shaking. "Please get here as soon as you can. I'm leaving right now." Jason battled traffic all the way to the hospital. The drive took twice as long as it should have, which didn't help his rattled nerves. He inquired about his father's condition at the front desk and was directed to the intensive care waiting room. Jason, his mother cried the moment he entered the small room. It smelled of disinfectant. The waiting room was simply furnished with cloth-covered chairs and a couple of tattered couches. Small side tables held various magazines and a few trade paperbacks. The television in the corner of the room was on with the sound muted. It looked like the local news, Jason noted absently. Jason hugged his mother while Angela smiled at him and stepped close enough to touch his shoulder. "I'm so glad you're here." "We're waiting to hear from the doctors," his mother said. "No one has been in yet." She sounded scared and tired. "That's a good sign." "No news is good news," he reassured her. "Sit down and tell me what happened. How long have you been here?" Jason led his mother to one of the couches and sat down with her. She held onto his hand and wouldn't let go. He put his free arm around her shoulders, hugging her to his side. Angela took one of the chairs across from them. "It happened this afternoon. Your father was outside cutting grass. I told him it was too hot, but you know how stubborn he can be when he's got something on his mind." His mother patted his arm. Jason pictured his father out there, in the garden of the family home. It was one of the oldest houses on the golf course and had belonged to his grandfather. They had moved in when Jason was in middle school to help care for his grandfather after a series of strokes. "I knew something was wrong when I heard the lawnmower cut off. I ran out, and there he was laying next to it in the grass, clutching his chest. I called 911 and we rode here in the ambulance." She looked at his sister. "I called Angela as soon as we got here. I tried calling you, too, but it kept going to voicemail." Because he'd set his phone to silent. Jason felt guilty about the missed calls. He should have been there for his mother, he should have gotten here much sooner. "Have they said anything?" he asked. "They suspect a massive heart attack. They are trying to stabilize him." Tears pooled in his mother's eyes. Jason rubbed her back, feeling helpless. He didn't know what to say or do. "I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. You're here now. That's what counts." The three of them spent the next agonizing hour sitting, waiting. They jumped each time someone walked by the waiting room's glass door. Finally, Jason couldn't take it any longer. I'm going to go see if there's someone we can talk to. Mrs. McKenna? A young man in light blue scrubs stepped into the waiting room as Jason rose from his seat. His mother stood, all color draining from her face. Jason was at her side, worried she may faint. Please, tell me he's going to be all right, she whispered, crushing Jason's hand. Angela stood by their mother's other side, supporting her. He's stable and resting. The doctor walked over to the three of them and held out his hand. I'm Dr. Flanagan. He shook hands with each of them. There is significant damage and he's not out of the woods yet. It will take surgery and time, but there's a good chance he'll make a full recovery. The doctor sat down in the chair Angela had occupied a few moments ago. Only now did Jason notice how tired the man looked. Do you have any questions for me? When can I see him? Jean McKenna asked. You can go see him now. His mother looked like she was ready to bolt out the door. But only for a few minutes. He's sedated and his heart and body need rest. If his vitals look good in the morning, we can talk about surgery options. Dr. Flanagan rose. Let's go find a nurse to take you back to see him. Jason swallowed hard when he saw his father looking pale and almost lifeless in the intensive care room. He was hooked up to all sorts of monitors. Cables and IVs went everywhere, and there was a faint hum and beeping from the machines that monitored his vitals and such. He and Angela stayed back while their mother walked to the bed and quietly spoke to her husband. She looked stronger and more confident than she had in the waiting room. Jason hoped it wasn't an act for his father's sake. Chapter 7. Thanks for taking my call on a Sunday, Sam said. My pleasure. Always happy to help the Sutton family. I owe much of my business to your father. Walt Jr. sounded genuinely happy to hear from her. What can I do to help? Quick question about my trust. Does my husband have to be there for the funds to be signed over to me, or will a marriage certificate suffice? Walt Jr. chuckled. So, you found a loophole. Who's the lucky guy? An old friend. Jason McKenna. Ah, that's Jim's son. They own the Willow Run Country Club up in Myrtle Beach. I've done a few contracts for them. Actually, come to think of it, I'm pretty sure I handled Jason and Angela's trust funds. Nowhere near as large as, he stopped himself. Forget I said anything. Client confidentiality and all. Sam nodded, then realized how silly that was considering this was a telephone conversation. I didn't hear anything. And yes, he's that Jason. We were married Friday night. What she didn't mention was that she'd heard nothing from her new husband since he'd walked her to her car after the ceremony. He wasn't answering his phone and hadn't responded to the handful of text messages she'd sent him over the course of the past 24 hours. Congratulations. No, he doesn't have to be there to sign over the trust. I do need a valid marriage certificate, and I believe you both have to be present to pick it up from the courthouse. At least that's how it was back in the day when the missus and I got married. That's what Sam had feared. She couldn't remember exactly what the clerk had told them when they'd applied for the license, but the plan had been for both of them to go back together first thing Monday morning. But then again, they'd also planned to spend some time this weekend fine-tuning their plan for the golf club and how to best present it to Jason's father. From what she'd gathered, the guy was a bit old-fashioned and set in his ways. That's what I thought. We'll both plan on being there, but I wanted to confirm. Thanks so much for your help, and I'm sorry to disturb your weekend. Sam hung up the phone and padded out to the back deck of her brother's house, a cup of coffee in hand. It was quiet out on the beach, especially for a summer morning. She guessed most people were either at church or sleeping in. Not so her next-door neighbor, Miss Doris, thought. The older woman waved before starting to make her way across the little strip of sand in front of their houses and up the stairs that led down to the beach. I didn't know you were coming down. Miss Doris hugged Sam and almost made her spill her lukewarm coffee. I was down in Hilton Head for work and thought I'd come up for a few days. How nice. Is your brother coming out as well? Miss Doris, a bit of a busybody, liked to know what everyone around her was up to. It was likely also the reason for her unexpected visit. Sam remembered her manners. "Would you like to come in? I have some coffee and a few bagels." She'd been to the local bakery first thing this morning, in hopes she'd hear from Jason. She'd planned on asking him to join her for breakfast. No need to let the food go to waste, because he was ghosting her. They sat in the kitchen, smearing cream cheese on their bagels. Sam topped hers with a few slices of smoked salmon. Miss Doris opted for the jam Sam had hunted for at her request. "I gave Kat a few jars of blackberry jam a few weeks ago. Made it myself," the older woman informed her. Sam found an open jar in the fridge next to a bottle of ketchup and behind a large jug of something called juicy juice. She was pretty sure those new additions to the Sutton fridge were courtesy of her new niece Hannah, Kat's 4-year-old daughter. Sam glanced at her phone throughout breakfast, while Miss Doris chatted away, updating her on the gossip of the island and the charitable efforts of the ladies at church. It's hard to believe how many kids come to school without any supplies. And you know how little those teachers make. We can't expect them to pick up the slack and make sure everyone has pencils, notebooks, and decent book bags. Miss Doris reported the ladies were putting on a talent show to raise money to fill at least 200 bags with anything a new student could need. "I've been talking to Mitch at the Roasted Bean. I almost have him convinced to come play the piano for us. That would really take it up to the next level. You'll come, won't you? It's next Friday." Sam nodded, only half listening to the last part. It was a worthy cause, and she'd be happy to make a donation. "Would you like to sign up as a talent? Maybe sing a song? You had such a lovely voice as a young girl." "I don't think so." Sam was torn from her thoughts about what could possibly keep Jason from getting in touch. There was no way she was getting back up on stage. The last time her mother had forced her to perform in a talent show, she'd lost her lunch on stage. Her nerves couldn't handle it. Thankfully, that had been the last time her mother had insisted on signing her up for a pageant or show. It had been worth the temporary embarrassment. "What's that look about?" Miss Doris asked, her beautiful steel-gray eyes bored into Sam's. She told her about the incident at one of the largest country clubs in Phoenix when she was 9 years old. Miss Doris grabbed her hand across the table. "You poor thing. That sounds awful. Say no more. I will never suggest such a thing again." She took back her hand and picked up her coffee. "You will come to the show though? Maybe make a little donation? Bring that special friend you've been spending time with? He's a nice-looking young man." Sam laughed. "Yes, I'll be there." She wasn't surprised that she and Jason had been seen around the island and that word had gotten to Miss Doris. "Where did you see us?" she asked once the woman's last comment trickled into her consciousness. "Oh, I was going for a walk down on the South End Friday evening." "Ah, you saw the wedding?" Sam said. "What?" "No, I saw the two of you strolling on the beach. I waved, but you didn't see me and you looked so cozy together I didn't want to disturb." "Who got married?" Sam thought about lying, but then thought better of it. Miss Doris had always been kind to her and deserved better. And she hoped the older woman wouldn't mention anything to her brothers. She knew she didn't have to worry about her mother. Miss Doris and Evelyn Sutton did not get along. "Jason and I." Sam held her breath and looked at Miss Doris, judging her reaction. "Oh." For the first time, her neighbor was completely speechless. Miss Doris brushed some imaginary crumbs off her pants, keeping her eyes downcast. "It's not what you think." Sam tried to come up with something to say to explain their unique arrangement. "We're not in love or anything." "Oh, my." By the look of Miss Doris's raised eyebrows and slightly parted lips, this didn't help the matter. "There's this amazing investment opportunity in a green energy company, but I can't access my trust fund until I'm married. Jason needed some funds to help his family with the golf club, to modernize it and attract new members and find new sources of revenue. Sam realized she was rambling and took a deep breath to force herself to slow down. It made sense for us to get married for a year or so and help each other out. Please don't tell my brothers. No one knows? Sam shook her head. Walt Marcus does. He's the one who told me about the marriage clause in my trust fund. What exactly does that mean? Miss Doris asked, getting up to pour herself more coffee. My father set up trust funds for all three of us, accessible on our 25th birthdays. Well, for my brothers. For me, my father stipulated an additional requirement that I be married. My husband needs to sign off on it, then the funds become shared property. That doesn't sound like your father. He was a forward thinker and always spoke of what a bright child you were. I can't imagine Bradley doing something like that. Miss Doris returned with her cup and the coffee carafe, adding more of the dark liquid to Sam's cup. He amended it a year before he passed away. I was in my rebellious teenager phase, blowing through money like it grew on trees. Sam's cheeks warmed at the memory of the brat she'd been. But your family has more than enough. How much could a single teenage girl spend? Miss Doris returned the carafe to the coffee maker and sat back down. You'd be surprised. I was buying designer clothes, handbags, shoes, and jewelry. You name it. And not just for me, for all my friends too. We'd go out to eat, ordering everything on the menu. Trust me, I could spend like the best of them. Sam took a cautious sip of her coffee. I borrowed some of my parents' credit cards to pay for it all and ran up huge bills that my father was expected to pay back. I don't blame him for adding the clause, but... Miss Doris looked at her with those kind gray eyes. But I wish he'd realized I'd outgrown that and had become a responsible person when we worked together every day after his stroke. I guess he never completely trusted me, and all that talk about my good business sense was nothing but hot air. Sam realized that was what really bothered her about the whole affair. Her father hadn't respected and loved her as much as she'd thought he had. Or it slipped his mind. He did have a few other things to worry about at the time, I'm sure. Maybe, Sam admitted. There had been a lot going on between the worries about his health, the recovery efforts, and making plans to see Sutton and Sutton into the future under her mother and brother's leadership. It was definitely a nicer thought than imagining her father still saw her as a spoiled brat when he passed away instead of the financially savvy young woman she had become under his tutelage. I'm sure of it, Miss Doris said without a hint of doubt in her voice. Thank you. She nodded. So you've married Jason McKenna out of the blue? Sort of. We spent some time together at a charity golf tournament in Hilton Head and then up here. We had dinner and went kayaking together. That sounds to me like the two of you are dating. Maybe you two just rushed the marriage part a bit. Miss Doris's eyes sparkled, a small, knowing smile played around her lips. We're friends. Sam heard the insincerity in her own voice. Okay, maybe a little more than friends. I thought there was something more. He's been flirting. Then what's the problem? You don't look like a young woman about to fall in love. There's no problem. Sam looked down at her plate that held nothing but a knife and a few bagel crumbs. Oh, please. I've been around long enough to know when there's a problem. Tell me about it. Maybe I can help. Miss Doris leaned back in her chair, keeping her eyes on Sam. I haven't heard from him since the wedding. We were supposed to meet this weekend and make plans. Have you tried calling him? Of course. I've texted and called. Nothing. Radio silence. Miss Doris put a finger to her lips. That is unusual. From what I know of Jason McKenna, he's a kind and reliable person. He wouldn't ignore you on purpose. That's what I thought. Don't give up on it yet. It's only been a little over a day. Maybe something has happened. Maybe he dropped his phone. Miss Doris's face changed from concern to hopeful. I'm sure that's it. I've done that. Don't tell anyone, but I dropped it in the toilet and there was no saving the poor thing. It took days to get a new cell phone. That's true. It didn't seem very likely, but at least it was a glimmer of hope. Give it a little time, Miss Doris advised as she rose from her chair. I'd better get back and get ready for church. Sam assured her friend that she would support their efforts and walked her out. She was about to head back inside when her phone buzzed in her back pocket. It was Jason finally returning her call. I'm so sorry. My father had a heart attack, and I'm just now coming up for air. Jason quickly filled her in on what happened and how his father was faring. That sounds scary. And here I thought you were ignoring me and had changed your mind about our plan. Sam hoped her lighter tone would help cut through his worry. He barked out a dry laugh. Trust me, I'd much rather be spending time with you. I know. Sam ran her fingers through her hair as she paced the back deck. I remember when I got the call about my dad. I'd just gotten out of a chemistry test. They called you at school? Sam heard the surprise in Jason's voice. My mother did. She doesn't believe in sugarcoating things. I had to get a ride from a friend to the hospital. Speaking of which, what hospital are you at? I'll come up and keep you company. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Sam's heart dropped and a knot formed in her stomach. Okay. I thought you could use a friend, but if it would make things harder. That's not it. I would love to see you. I just don't want to get into the whole marriage thing. Then don't. We don't have to tell them anything. That was the plan anyway. We can tell them I'm just a friend who happens to be in town. Sam knew the story sounded thin, but she could come up with something better on the drive up to Myrtle Beach. I'll figure something out. You won't have to explain anything. Grand Strand General. Sam smiled, her heart doing a little involuntary jump. He wanted to see her. Is there anything you need? Something I can bring you or your family? She was already making a mental list of supplies that would make the dreaded hospital stay a little more bearable. We're fine. I can run out and grab anything we need later. Text me if you change your mind. I'll see you in a little over an hour. Sam was in the house, locking the back door and grabbing her purse and keys before Jason hung up. She walked into the hospital with a tote bag of toiletries, magazines, and books along with takeout from a local deli. She hoped they liked potato salad, soup, and club sandwiches. Anything would be better than hospital cafeteria food. She'd seen a few fast food restaurants close to the hospital, but nothing decent. Sam made a mental note to arrange for daily lunch and dinner deliveries from local restaurants. Sam. Jason's face lit up when she opened the door to the waiting room, immediately moving toward her. The only other people in the room were two women. One older and one younger. Both had the same eyes as Jason. His mother and a sister, Sam guessed. She tried to recall the sister's name. She'd come up in conversation, but Sam struggled to remember names until she had a face to put them with. It was a handicap she'd shared with her father. Who's Sam? The older woman asked. Jason stopped mid-stride and turned around. Sam is a friend of mine. I was supposed to see her today, and when I mentioned why I had to cancel our plans, she insisted on coming up here. You don't mind, do you? I think you'll like her. You haven't mentioned her before. Mrs. McKenna's eyebrows knitted together in concern. She turned to the younger women. Angela, did you know anything about this? Angela shook her head. Unlike her mother, she looked curious and gave Sam a tentative smile. Jason walked over and gave Sam a hug. Thanks for coming, he whispered into her ear before turning around and introducing her to his mother and sister. Any news about your dad? Sam asked. He's still in surgery. They said it could take several hours. Jason looked down at the bag she was carrying. What's all this? I remember how horrible hospital food is and how boring it can get to sit and wait with nothing to do. I picked up a couple of things on the way in. I hope you don't mind. Sam looked over at Jean McKenna, her mother-in-law. Do you like deli food? Definitely. Anything would be great right now. Jason took the bags from her hand and pulled out the containers, lining them up on one of the smaller side tables. Why don't you come eat something, Mom? You need to keep your strength up. It took a little coaxing, but eventually Jean took a few bites of one of the sandwiches. Thank you. I didn't think I could eat, but I was a little hungry. It was very thoughtful of you to bring all this. Not many people would have thought of it. You're welcome. I know how hard this is. Anything to make it a little easier. If there's anything else you need, please let me know. Sam smiled. The simple gesture seemed to break the ice. Over food, and while flipping through women's magazine articles, they chatted about the golf tournament, Angela's daughter, and Jason's inability to eat a club sandwich without wearing half of it on his slacks. Thankfully, the stains barely showed after he cleaned it off in the restroom down the hall. You don't mind that I didn't introduce you as my wife, do you? Sam and Jason walked down to the hospital cafeteria in hopes of finding semi-decent coffee for everyone. Of course not. The last thing your mother needs right now is more excitement. Sam opened the door and was hit by the smell of reheated soup and stale toast with a hint of sweetness. Brownies, maybe? And we agreed. As far as our families are concerned, we're just friends. I'm glad you don't mind. Jason walked up to the counter to order the coffees. Introducing you as a friend will wind them up enough as it is. I'm sure they are talking about us now. He turned to speak to the young man at the register. For large coffees, please. He handed them 4 to-go cups with lids and pointed them to the coffee station at the end of the counter. Regular and decaf were their only choices. How do your mom and sister take theirs? Sam asked while Jason filled each of the cups. She took a cautious sniff of the contents of her own cup. This doesn't smell half bad, she said before adding some half and half and 2 packets of sugar. My mom takes hers black. My sister likes skim milk and one of those yellow sweeteners, I think. Jason reached over to grab one of the low-calorie sweetener packets at the same moment she did. With a touch of their hands, a warm tingle spread all the way up her arm and into her chest. Instead of pulling away, Jason wrapped his hand around hers and squeezed it. She looked up, right into his beautiful brown eyes. Thank you for being here, he said in a husky voice, before letting go to put a lid on 2 of the coffee cups. No problem. It's what friends are for. And wives, apparently. Sam finished fixing Angela's coffee, trying not to think too hard about how nice that simple touch had felt and how much she already missed having him hold her hand. As much as she'd like to be alone with him right now to talk and see where they stood, this wasn't the time or the place. Ready to head back up? Jason asked and she nodded, picking up the remaining 2 cups. By the time they made it back, his mother had news. One of the nurses stopped by. From the sound of it, everything is going well and they are about to close him up, Mrs. McKenna said when they returned to the waiting room. The doctor will come in after they get him to the recovery room. Jason walked over and hugged his mother, holding the coffee cups out to the side. Jean rested her head for a moment on her son's shoulder, and when she looked back up, tears ran down the woman's face. That's wonderful news, she said, handing Angela her coffee before sitting down with a magazine in the far corner of the waiting room. She felt a little like an intruder on a private family moment. Jason, Angela, and their mother stayed close to each other, sipping their coffees and talking in voices almost too soft to hear. Sam tried to keep her attention on the article about the latest fall fashion. When she caught her name, she couldn't help but listen up while her eyes stayed glued to the magazine. I'm glad you're finally seeing someone, Angela said in a soft voice. It's been a while since that whole thing with Lisa. It's good to see you happy. Sam wondered who Lisa was and made a mental note to find a way to bring it up to Jason without letting on that she'd been listening. When she glanced up from her magazine, Angela was looking down at her phone. I'd better leave and check on Taylor. She's been with the sitter all day. I'm sure Susan is ready for a break, Angela said. Jean nodded. I'll call you the moment we hear something. Try to get some rest and hug that little girl for me." She smiled at her daughter and Angela said her goodbyes and left. "Thank you for coming too," Jean said, turning to Sam. "The food made a big difference. More than I realized." "You're very welcome. I'm happy to go get more whenever you're ready. Or if there's anything else you need. Whatever I can do to make your life a little easier. Consider me your personal errand boy." Sam meant every word of it. "My family had support when my father was hospitalized, and it made all the difference in the world." The fact that most of the help was people they employed didn't make it any less important. She knew how uplifting it could be to have someone bring in a hot lunch, a change of clothes, or insist that you go home for a shower and a nap. "Can I ask what happened with your father?" "His heart?" Jean walked over and took Sam's hand. "A stroke. Several actually. He recovered for a time from the first two." Sam swallowed hard. He never gained consciousness after the last one. It still hurt to talk about. Jean squeezed her hand. "I'm sorry. That couldn't have been easy. You spent a lot of time in the hospital?" Sam nodded. "That explains your compassion and knowing just what we need. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you and Jason found each other." She let go, walked over to the couch, and flipped through some of the magazines before picking up one of the romance novels Sam had picked up from the drugstore. Sam felt for the family. Her father had the benefit of the best possible medical care in Phoenix. With Jason's dad, she wasn't so sure. "Will you excuse me for a minute?" she asked Jason and his mom before stepping out into the hallway to make a phone call. "Pete." Sam was glad her brother picked up on the first thing. "I have a favor to ask. Can you pull some medical strings for me?" "What happened? Are you okay?" Pete sounded concerned. "I'm fine. It's for a friend of mine. Actually, you may know him. Jason McKenna. He went to school with Brad. We spent some time at the Hilton Head golf tournament together. His father had a massive heart attack." "That's horrible. Does Brad know?" "I have no idea." "Are they still close?" Jason hadn't mentioned her big brother in the time they'd spent together, aside from a casual mention that they'd gone to school together. "I'm pretty sure they are. They were roommates, and last I heard, they play golf any chance they get when Brad's down on the island." A car door closed and an engine turned over. Pete must have gotten into his car. "What can I do to help? Could you call up to the hospital and pull some strings? I'd like to make sure he gets the best care possible." "Of course." "What hospital?" "Grand Strand General. I know the administrator there. She owes me a favor. I'll take care of it." Sam felt better after talking to her brother. She'd been so wrapped up in her conversation with Pete, she hadn't noticed Jason in the hallway until she turned to head back to the waiting room. "Pete?" he asked, and Sam nodded. She didn't realize he knew the younger of her two brothers also. "That was kind of you. I appreciate it." "Of course. That's what friends are for." Sam smiled at him and her heart leaped when he returned a small grin of his own. "Bit risky, though, if you want to keep this," his hand waved back and forth, between the two of them, "from your family. Won't they get suspicious about helping one of your brother's college buddies that you've never met before?" He was right, but what could she do? She had to do something. Sitting helplessly by and doing nothing but bringing coffee and ordering lunch wasn't an option. "It'll be fine. I told him we met at the golf tournament." Which was the truth. They don't need to know anything else. "I'm sure you'll get a call from Brad about this." Jason looked concerned. "I know. I'll handle it." Sam gave him her most confident smile. "You're not allowed to worry about anything other than your father's recovery. Deal?" She held out her hand. He took it. "Deal. And thank you." They walked hand in hand back into the waiting room. Jean looked up from her magazine and quirked an eyebrow. She didn't say anything, but Sam had a feeling she'd have all sorts of questions for her son later. Finally, the doctor walked in. All three of them stood to meet him in the middle of the small waiting area. He's out of surgery and in recovery. The surgery went well. You can see him as soon as we get him moved to a private room. The doctor glanced at Sam and nodded. Pete worked fast, and from the looks of it, the hospital administrator had jumped into action as well. I will check on him throughout the day and make sure the recovery is going as planned. All in all, I'm confident he'll be back to his old self in no time. The doctor smiled encouragingly at Jean. As long as you make sure he sticks to his physical therapy, he should regain most of his mobility and mental agility. I'll make sure he does everything he's supposed to, Jean replied with determination. Thank you. Jean and Jason both shook the surgeon's hand before he left to return to his patients. I'll check on him in a few hours, he promised on his way out the door. He stopped and turned back around. I almost forgot. Administration asked me to have you check by the billing department. There are some questions about your insurance. I'll take care of it, Jason said. He picked up his phone, heading out the door himself. Wait up, Sam said. I'll come with you. She had a bad feeling about this. Your insurance has declined any coverage, the billing assistant said apologetically. I called them to correct it, but according to your files, your father's insurance has lapsed. Sam glanced up at Jason, whose face had gone white. That can't be, he said. We have a good company policy for everyone working for us, including my family. I'm sorry. Is there someone at your company you could talk to? The young woman asked. Jason nodded his head. My sister. I'll call her right now. Samantha stayed in the room while Jason stepped out to make his call. What happens if the insurance company won't come around? Sam asked. We'll move him to a less expensive room and try to get him released as quickly as possible to minimize cost. Then, we arrange for payment with the family. Come up with a payment plan. In other words, financial ruin for a family who was barely hanging in there. The operation, hospital stay, and everything involved in Mr. McKenna's recovery would cost a fortune. And there's no way she would let them rush the old man out of the hospital or move him from the private suite to a shared room. Sam reached into her purse and pulled out one of her credit cards. Use this, she said as she handed the billing assistant the card. Are you sure? The young woman asked, her eyes wide. Sam nodded. Jason walked back into the room, his shoulders drooping and his head hanging low. The billing assistant returned the card to Sam. You're all set. Great. Let's go check on your mom, Sam suggested. And then I'm taking you home. You need some sleep. Everything will look better after a few hours rest. Chapter 8. Sandy? It's Jason. He switched the phone to speaker and pulled out of the parking spot of his condo. Thanks again for officiating the wedding this weekend on such short notice. You're welcome. I dropped off your paperwork Friday night on my way home. They should have your official marriage certificate ready to go this morning. Sandy shuffled paperwork in the background. Did you have any questions? Everything's fine. I wanted to thank you and ask you, he paused for a moment and swallowed hard. And ask you for a favor. Shoot. I'm trying to get the word out about Willow Run as a wedding venue and was wondering if you'd put in a good word with your clients. We're making some improvements to the meeting rooms, and if you or John have some suggestions to help create better spots to take wedding pictures around the property, I'm all ears. He and Sandy chatted for a while as he headed down Highway 17 towards Palmer Island. By the end of the conversation, she sounded excited to recommend the club to her clients and promised to come up with John later in the week to scout potential photo spots. Jason had spent much of the night laying awake, thinking of ways to dig out of their financial hole, and so far, this was the best he'd come up with. He had to do better. Angela? He was happy his sister answered on the first ring. She was his second important call of the morning. No, everything is fine with Dad as far as I know. I want to talk business. Okay, what do you have in mind? Angela asked, his niece crying in the background. Is this a good time? As good a time as any, his sister laughed. Hit me. I'd been thinking about ways to bring us into the black. It was time to come clean about his plan and about Sam's role in it. Actually, Sam and I have a plan, and I want to get your thoughts on fast-tracking some of this. Jason quickly explained the plan to modernize the club with his baby sister. It's a solid plan, but there's a problem. From the sound of it, Angela had settled in to feed the baby. All that would take a nice chunk of change to get started. And that's the one thing we don't have. We could get people working on stuff, but how do you expect to pay for new landscaping or redecorating the meeting rooms? We could maybe scrape enough together to paint the rooms. I have the cash covered, he said. How? Sam and I made a deal. He told his sister about the marriage to get access to Sam's trust fund and their deal to help each other out. She didn't say anything for a while. Angela? I'm here. That's a lot to take in. You're married. She sounded stunned. Not that Jason was surprised. Is it going to be enough to make a difference? She finally asked. I sure hope so. Did you hear back from the insurance? I did. Angela went quiet on the other end of the line. And? Sounds like our checks for the health insurance bounced. And not just once. How is that possible? He asked. Don't you send them in each month? I do, and I haven't heard anything about them bouncing. The rep I talked to yesterday said there was a note on the account to only call or speak to Dad about our policy. He must have grabbed the late notices out of the mail. And now they refuse to pay Dad's hospital bill. That about sums it up. I'm calling back today to speak to someone higher up. I'll see if there's anything we can do to get this reinstated retroactively, Angela said before hanging up. He had a feeling she wasn't going to like the answers she would get. But who knew? Maybe this had been a mistake and he wouldn't be quite as indebted to Sam as he felt right now. Jason was deep in thought the rest of the way down to the island to pick her up. He'd insisted on getting her for their meeting at the courthouse and with the lawyer back on the island. It was the least he could do. He noticed a park a little way south of the causeway and a plan formed in his mind. Maybe there was something he could do to start paying Sam back for her kindness of taking care of his father's hospital bills. It may not be much, but it was a start. By the time he pulled up to her brother's beach house, Jason was in a much better mood, and he had a little spring in his step as he strolled up the walkway to the front door. Ready to go? He asked when she answered the door on the first knock. Yes. But for the record, I could have met you at the courthouse. There was no need for you to come all the way down here. I know. I wanted to. Getting their marriage certificate was a piece of cake. In the end, either one of them could have picked up the official notarized copies needed for the trust fund paperwork. At least the weather is good. It's been a nice drive, Sam commented as they made their way back to the island to meet her lawyer. We're early for the meeting with Walt Jr. Do you want to grab a cup of coffee? I could use another cup. Where did you have in mind? The roasted bean again? Sam asked. Mitch, the owner, seemed pleased when Jason admitted he wasn't into fancy coffee drinks, preferring his black and strong with plenty of sugar. He made a discreet phone call while Sam ordered her cinnamon mochaccino something or another. It came topped with plenty of whipped cream, drizzled with chocolate syrup and sprinkled with cinnamon. It looked more like a dessert than a drink, but to each their own. Do you want a taste? Sam asked. No, thank you, Jason said, taking a sip of his black coffee. It was strong and sweet. Just the way he liked it. Mitch brewed a pretty mean cup o' joe. He tapped his fingers to his head in appreciation and Mitch nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Oh, come on. Who knows, you might like it. She held her cup out to him. I'm good. I see. You're too insecure to be seen drinking a girly drink in public, she teased, before setting her cup down right in front of him. I promise I don't have cooties. She turned her cup so the lipstick-stained side was pointing away from him. Sure you don't, he teased back before raising the cup to his lips and taking a small sip. It actually wasn't bad. He could do without all that whipped cream and chocolate sauce, but the coffee itself infused with dark chocolate and cinnamon wasn't half bad. Huh, you like it and don't even try denying it. I can see it in your eyes. It's drinkable. He handed her the cup back and took a sip of his own. I still prefer my coffee black though. They stopped their teasing and friendly banter as they walked down to Mr. Marcus's office. You actually went through with it, the old gentleman said after asking them both to take a seat. He looked over at Sam. You know this will get back to your mother. She'll be notified of the transfer of funds. As will your brother. I'm not going to be able to keep this quiet as she calls. Nor do I expect you to. It's a done deal, and my mother will just have to deal with it. Jason detected a small tremble in Sam's voice. That was strange. He'd only known her as a competent woman who always seemed completely sure of herself. Maybe there was more to this secret marriage than she'd let on. He started to get a bad feeling about all this. No, that wasn't entirely true, he admitted to himself. There had been a nagging feeling of doubt in the back of his mind the entire time. But what choice did he have? What choice did either of them have? At least they got along, and when the time came, the divorce would be amicable. Not that he wanted that day to come too soon. For now, he liked having an excuse to see her and a chance to get to know the real Samantha Sutton. Would you mind waiting here for a few minutes? He asked after they'd wrapped up the paperwork and exited the lawyer's office. Why? It's a surprise. He winked at her and left before she could ask any other questions. It didn't take him long to pick up the takeout order he'd placed at Mary's diner from the coffee shop. Everything was ready when he arrived. The food was piping hot and delicious. Hop in, he said when he pulled back up to the office, where Sam waited for him on the sidewalk. So, what's the surprise? Something smells good. Did you get food? Where are we going? Sam blabbered away, obviously excited. She hadn't stopped firing off question after question long enough for him to answer. Jason smiled, surprising her with a picnic lunch by the waterway was the right move and the perfect way to thank her for everything she'd done for his family already. At least it was a start. And that smile on her face and the excitement in her voice did something to him. He liked how it made him feel and decided right then and there to make it happen more often. Here we are, Jason said as he pulled into the small four-spot parking lot. He grabbed the takeout bag and walked around to open the door for her. This is starting to feel like a date, Sam said with a twinkle in her eye and another dazzling smile. It is. A lunch date. A picnic really. Which reminds me. Could you hold this for a moment? He handed her the takeout food before climbing in the back of the truck to retrieve an old blanket. This has seen better days, but it's clean. They walked out to the little park, as close to the water as they could be while staying on dry ground. It was low tide, but the water would start coming up soon. Jason spread the blanket on the ground. Have a seat, he invited while kicking off his shoes. He flopped down on one side of the blanket, pulling containers of food out of the bag. We have a Reuben sandwich and a turkey club. There's chips, macaroni and potato salad, and a large order of fries. He paused for a moment. And of course. He used his index fingers to drum on one of the sandwich boxes. Pickles. You must really like pickles, Sam snickered, before taking a couple of fries from the bag. Any ketchup? Yes. Drats. I forgot the drinks. I'll be right back. Don't eat it all while I'm gone. Jason jogged back to the parking lot and pulled a small cooler out of the bed of the truck. The owner of the diner had been kind enough to fill it with ice to keep their sodas ice cold. He looked forward to it. The brief run back to the car had made him break out in a sweat. It was turning out to be another scorching day here on Palmer Island. At least the humidity was fairly low. Here you go. He set the cooler down and popped the lid open. What will it be? Pepsi, Sprite, or my personal favorite, cheerwine. I haven't had one of those since I was little. Any water in there? I'm not sure I can take anything that sweet. Sam sat cross-legged on the blanket, the sun lighting up her face and her brown locks. The bright light softened the color of her hair into tones of warm brown and caramel. Seriously? This from the girl who drinks the most sugary coffee drink known to mankind. Hey, I have to draw the line somewhere. But if you don't have any water, I guess I'll make do with cheerwine. He held a bottle of water out to her. Instead, she reached into the cooler and grabbed one of the bright red sodas. Her eyes blazed, challenging him to say something. Jason bit back each snarky comment that came to mind. If his girl wanted a soda, who was he to judge? Plus, he kind of liked how it stained her lips a darker shade of red. He was tempted to bend down and kiss the hint of soda right off her. Did they have cheerwine out in Arizona when you were growing up? He asked to distract himself. No. But when we came down here, we'd go to this old little bait and tackle shop. My dad would buy a small tub of mudworms and we'd each get a soda. Cheerwine was always my favorite. That and a pack of peanut butter crackers. Sam glanced out over the waterway, looking lost in memories. Sounds like you enjoyed your summers down here, he said softly. I did. Especially the last few when it was just me, Grandma, and Grandpa. She took a sip of her soda. My brothers were in school or working summer jobs, so I'd come out here. Grandpa would take me fishing in the creek, and Grandma taught me to cook and to sew on buttons. All the stuff my mom didn't approve of. They showed me an entirely different way of life. She paused for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Grandma tried to teach me how to make biscuits, but no matter how hard I tried, they always turned out hard and either burned or undercooked. She shook her head. So don't get any illusions of me as a homemaker. Trust me, that's the furthest thing from my mind, he said, his voice thick at the thought of her in the kitchen, cooking dinner for him. He liked the picture of her in an apron, flour on her cheek, the smell of roasting chicken in the air. The way he'd always pictured his life at this point. Owning a house, married, kids on the way. He'd been so close once. He shook his head to clear it. No use worrying over spilled milk. Enough about me. How about you? What was it like growing up down here? And on a golf course? She looked up at him, curiosity shone in her eyes. Jason leaned back and stretched his legs out on the blanket. Let's see. I've been playing golf pretty much since I started walking. I can't remember a time when we didn't have golf balls and clubs laying around the house. My sister and I would take turns trying to putt into an old coffee cup. Seriously? You guys would putt in the house? For a while. Then I had the brilliant idea to practice chipping. After a couple of dents in the drywall and one broken china cabinet, my mom banned the clubs and balls from the house. He tried to laugh it off, but still felt bad anytime he saw that particular cabinet. It still sat in their dining room, the broken glass replaced and the heirloom china rearranged. He continued to look for replacement pieces on eBay. Every once in a while, a plate or a cup and saucer came up for sale and he'd surprise his mother with them. No matter how often she told him to forget about the incident, he knew deep down he wouldn't be happy until he'd replaced every single broken piece. It had taken a while, but he was getting close. What's that look about? Sam asked. I was just thinking about some of the stuff I pulled growing up. It's a wonder my mom still talks to me, let alone loves me. We all make mistakes at that age, Sam said. Things we regret. He kept quiet to see if she wanted to elaborate on that thought. She didn't. So, you got to practice and play a lot of golf, she asked instead. Jason nodded. I played pretty much every single day. Made captain of the golf team in high school, and earned my gas money by caddying all weekend. There had been good money in it back then. Hardly anyone other than the pros bothered with a caddy anymore these days. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen one on their own course. I can't believe how hot it is today. Sam pulled her hair up into a messy bun and grabbed a piece of ice from the cooler to rub on her arms and neck. Maybe we should have had our picnic in the shade, he said, trying hard to keep his eyes off the trail the ice cube made. Or inside. Some air conditioning would be amazing right about now. We can head back, he suggested. Or we can go for a dip in the water to cool off. He tried not to look too hopeful. She gazed longingly out to the waterway. Going swimming sounds perfect. Too bad I don't have a swimsuit with me. She sounded disappointed. Jason looked at her outfit. Take that blouse thing off and jump in your top and shorts. I have a towel in the truck and we can head straight to your house when we're done here. He hadn't finished speaking before she'd pulled the light pink top she'd worn over a white tank top off, kicked off her sandals, and was on her way to the water. What are you waiting for? She called over her shoulder as she ran to the water. Careful about shells and fishhooks, he yelled, yanking off his own shirt. I know. This isn't my first swim in the waterway, she called back before dipping all the way into the water. Race you to the other side. She was a great swimmer, and despite his strong strokes, he didn't catch up to her until she'd reached the small island on the other side of the waterway. You're good, he said when he flopped down in the wet sand beside her, trying to catch his breath. That current is a lot stronger than I remembered. We drifted pretty close to the causeway, Sam said, looking up at the large concrete structure. Do you want to walk up before we swim back? He nodded and jumped up, holding his hand out to help her. The fact that she accepted his help did something funny to his heart. He smiled. What are you grinning about? Turns out I like playing the southern gentleman around you. My grandma would be proud. Turns out I like being treated like a lady, she said, linking her arm with his. Let's head back. I'm ready for another soda, she looked down at her legs and feet. And a shower. They took their time swimming back, playing in the water before stretching out on the blanket to dry in the sun. Sam let her wet hair down and combed through it with her fingers as they walked to the car after packing up the leftovers of their picnic. Did you have fun? Jason asked after handing her a towel to sit on for the ride home. They were both mostly dry, and his truck had some age on it, but there was no need to get the seats wet with creek water. I did. It was totally worth ruining this outfit. Sam beamed up at him and tossed her blouse in the back of the truck. Oh boy. Why didn't you tell me how bad my shirt looked? I didn't notice, he lied. The shirt was stained from the murky water they'd swam in. He also hadn't mentioned that it had clearly shown her bra when wet. Her hair dripped now that she'd taken it out, re-wetting her white tank top in the process. It was all fine and good when it was just the two of them, but he was about to drive her back through town. Jason pulled back his seat and rummaged around the back of the truck. He came up with an old flannel shirt he'd worn on a cold morning last week. Here, try this. She slipped into his shirt, rolled up the sleeves, and knotted it in the front. This will work. Thank you. She sent him another one of her dazzling smiles. It looks good on you, he said before putting his seat back and hopping in the truck. It was hard to keep his eyes on the road on the drive back to her brother's house. He kept glancing at her and caught her snuggling into his shirt. He was tempted to take the long road back. Chapter 9. Why don't you let me out here? Sam suggested after noticing her older brother's car in the driveway. You don't want me to come in? Or at least walk you to the door? It's the gentlemanly thing to do, Jason said with that smirk that gave him a dimple on his right cheek. It wasn't easy to see through his beard unless you got pretty close. Her own private dimple. That's Brad's car. Looks like he, Kat, and Hannah came back early. Last I heard, they were supposed to stay out in Arizona through the end of the month. Sam sighed. Word must have gotten to her big brother about this whole thing, and she had some explaining to do. I think it's best if I talk to him by myself. Figure out what he knows and what he doesn't need to know. She looked up at Jason, hoping he would understand. Okay. He didn't look happy about letting her walk into the lion's den by herself, and it made her like him even more. If that was possible. Call me later and let me know how it went. Sam nodded and hopped out of the truck. She squared her shoulders and walked into the house, fighting the temptation to watch Jason drive off. Her big brother walked out of the front room with the big window overlooking the street. "Hi, Brad. What brings you back early?" she asked. Pete called. "Do you want to explain why you jumped out of Jason McKenna's truck? And why are you wearing his shirt?" Brad looked her up and down. "Aunt Sam," Hannah screamed as she came bouncing into the room. Her new niece launched herself into her arms. "I missed you so much." Sam couldn't help but laugh and welcomed the distraction, no matter how temporary it may be. "I missed you too, Squirt. How did you like Phoenix?" "It was fun." Hannah squirmed until Sam put her back down. "We got to fly on Brad's airplane." The little girl grabbed Sam's hand. "Grandma Evelyn took me to a big store and bought me toys. I have lots of horses and dollies. Wanna see?" She dragged Sam out the door and into her bedroom. Sam went along willingly. Anything to postpone the talk she knew she would have to have with her older brother. They played with the toy horses, and Hannah told Sam all about the adventures she had out in Arizona. They'd gone on a few outings around town, including not one but 2 trips to the zoo. "And Uncle Brad told me he would buy me a pony. We were gonna go look for one tomorrow, but then we had to come back here because you were in trouble." Hannah looked up at her with her big green eyes, so much like her mother's. "I am?" "What else did Uncle Brad say?" Sam wondered how much they knew. And how they'd found out. "Aunt Sam isn't in trouble. I told you that. We're just here to make sure everything is okay." Kat walked into the room. "Why don't we give Aunt Sam a break?" "But I don't want to. I want to play with her. I haven't seen her in forever." Hannah threw herself across Samantha's lap, wrapping her arms around her waist, holding on tight. "It's okay," Sam said soothingly. "I'm not going anywhere. And I promise I'm not in trouble." She stroked the little girl's hair. "But you might be if you don't listen to your mom." "You don't want that, do you?" Hannah raised up and shook her head. Sam used the sleeve of Jason's shirt to wipe the tears off her niece's face. Kat sat down beside them. "How about this? You and I go down to the beach to play so Sam and Brad can talk. They haven't seen each other in a while either, and she is his little sister." Hannah smiled and the tears stopped. "Sam isn't little," she said indignantly. "She's a grown-up." "That's right. I am. Have I told you lately how much I love you?" Sam hugged her niece. "I am his sister though, and I should probably talk to him. I don't want Brad to think I'm in trouble. Because I really am not." She looked at Kat, who smiled and nodded encouragingly at her. "Tell you what," Brad's voice came from the door. "When we're done, we'll come down and we can all go for a swim together, deal?" Hannah jumped up and shook her stepfather's hand. "Deal." "Why did you come back early?" Sam asked when she and Brad had sat down at the worn kitchen table, each with an iced tea in front of them. They watched Kat and Hannah playing down by the edge of the water. "Pete called me and told me about Jason's father." "How is he?" Brad looked concerned. "He's doing better. It was a little touch and go there for a while, but the surgery went well." Sam took a deep breath. "They lost their insurance. I'm not sure what happened, but the business is in trouble." Brad nodded. He didn't seem terribly surprised the golf course wasn't doing well. "Jason told me they had cash flow issues. I didn't think it had gotten that bad yet. I'll call the hospital and take care of the bill." Sam smiled. "Already taken care of." She stopped and thought for a moment. I'm surprised you'd offer though. I didn't realize you were that close to Jason's family. He's been my best friend since college. I spent a lot of time with them during break, and Mr. McKenna helped me quite a bit after. Brad stopped and ran his fingers through his hair. After Dad passed away. He helped me out of a couple of tight spots when I first took over. Her older brother looked serious, before cracking a smile. Plus, he showed me a couple of things to improve my golf game. He almost went pro, did you know that? Who? Jason or his dad? Sam knew Jason had played in college and he'd mentioned dreams of going pro. His dad. Jason is good, but with his father, it was a whole different ballgame. He had a shot at the PGA Tour. Do you know what happened? Sam was curious about the older man she'd only briefly met in the hospital room the other day. Brad nodded. He tore his knee. He was still good, but it was never quite the same. And he started working at the golf course instead. It made sense now. Mr. McKenna had taken over the family business, but running it had never been his dream, his passion. No wonder the club looked like it was still stuck in the 80s. Sam hoped it wasn't too late to turn things around. Maybe something more radical than modernizing the clubhouse and the course would be needed to turn a profit in the long run. An idea formed in her head, and she couldn't wait to talk about it with Jason. Ready to head out to the beach, she asked her big brother. Not quite. I got an interesting call from the bank right before we left this morning. He looked at her with that serious look that told her she was in trouble. You took control of your trust fund? All of it. Is everything okay? The hospital bill couldn't have been that big. It wasn't. I had plenty in my personal account to cover that. There's an investment opportunity one didn't want to miss out on. She crossed her arms and returned the look. Yeah, what kind of investment? You know you could have come to me with it. I'm happy to take a look. I didn't want you to take a look. Sam pushed back and stood. I'm perfectly capable of assessing an opportunity and managing my own trust fund. With or without a husband. Say what? Her brother looked more than a little confused. Oh, please. Don't tell me you didn't know about the special little clause Dad added to my trust fund. The one that requires me to be married to gain control over the money. What? He looked genuinely confused. You didn't know? Dad adjusted my trust fund before he died. I get access to my money once I'm 25 and married. Sam took a calming breath and sat back down. How did you get around it? Brad asked, one side of his mouth twitching up in a half-smile. I married Jason. What? The half-smile vanished. If you can get fake engaged, I can get fake married. I actually got the idea from your deal with Kat. And who knows? Things worked out for you and Kat. Maybe they'll work out for Jason and me too. You got married to Jason McKenna? When? Friday night. On the beach. It was really pretty. I have some pictures. She trailed off when she saw the expression on her big brother's face. What's wrong? Jason is a good guy and we don't have to stay married forever. Besides, it's a mutually beneficial deal. I'm helping him save his family business and have enough to invest in wave tech. I'm not worried about you. You always land on your feet. I'm worried about Jason. It was Sam's turn to be confused. Why? How well do you know him? Brad asked, a knowing look on his face. We've been spending some time together since we met at the golf tournament. She really didn't know very much about her new husband. There's something you should know about Jason. Has he told you about Lisa? Brad looked right at her, compassion in his eyes. Sam shook her head. After we graduated, Jason spent some time in Colorado. He and Lisa met and fell in love. They were engaged and I'd flown out for the wedding. She left him at the altar, and it just about broke him. I had no idea. Sam was shocked. There hadn't been time for a talk about their past love lives. She hadn't expected that he'd lived like a monk, but this sounded serious. He doesn't talk about it much. I'm not sure it's something he's over. As far as I know, that was the last serious relationship he's had. And this was how long ago? Sam asked. You've been out of college for quite some time. Brad nodded. It was a while ago, but this isn't really for me to tell you. You and Jason should talk about this. When he's ready. He got up and walked over to her. I can't believe you married him. What were you thinking? I was thinking about getting access to my trust fund. Sam stood to face her brother. You could have come to me for the money. Sam shook her head. No, I couldn't have. You would have insisted on checking it all out before handing over $10 million to invest. $10 million. You bet I would have. What were you thinking, Sam? Please tell me you haven't signed any paperwork. See? This is exactly why I didn't want you involved. Sam's temper rose. You and Pete can't let me do anything for myself. Is that what this is all about? You feel like you need to prove yourself to us? Brad stepped away. Of course I do. I've been in my big brother's shadows from the moment I was born. That's not true. You earned your degree and you have your own department in the company. Brad looked at her indignantly. Oh please, Sam huffed. You invented that department and gave me an office and 2 interns so I'd have something to do. It got me out of your hair. That's not true. Have you seen the income reports? Your department has grown our client base and boosted our bottom line by 10%. With almost no overhead. Sam was stunned. She'd had no idea. She knew they'd created some serious buzz and fresh interest in Sutton, but this was the first time her brother had shared anything about financial gains. You guys have been the talk of the boardroom. We have plans to expand your department. Brad sounded excited. Sam's shoulders slumped. I guess that means you want me to step down. Who are you bringing in to head it up? Brad walked back toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. With those kinds of results? Are you kidding me? You've proved you're perfect for the job. I want to set some meetings and see what we can do to help you expand. I can't tell you what that means to me. Sam had to blink back the tears that formed in the corners of her eyes. You deserve it, little sister. But enough about work. What do you say? Ready to join Kat and Hannah on the beach? He hugged her before walking to the back door. Sure, give me a minute to change into an actual bathing suit. I don't think I want to go swimming in this again. Sam laughed at her brother's astonished look. Long story. Can I ask you a favor? Sam asked as they walked down to the water a few minutes later. Sure. What is it? Brad asked. Could you not tell Mom about me and Jason? Sam held her breath as she stepped into the hot sand and quickly walked closer to the water. I can promise you I won't bring it up to her. But you know you'll have to tell her about it eventually. This isn't going to stay a secret very long, and I'm sure she'll be notified about the trust. Brad looked concerned before his young stepdaughter came running up to them. You're here. Mommy said we had to wait for you before we could get in the water. Can we go now? Hannah grabbed both their hands and pulled them closer to the water. Give me a chance to set the towels down, and then we can go. Brad smiled at the little girl proudly. You too, Aunt Sam? How could she say no to those pretty eyes? Yes, I'm coming too. It's about time we taught you how to swim. Can I ask you something? Kat asked Sam while they worked on the spaghetti for dinner in the kitchen. Why were you so insistent that Hannah learn to swim? Don't get me wrong, it's a great idea and you're a good teacher. I just got the feeling that there was more to this. Kat trailed off and busied herself, browning the ground beef. Sam looked over to the living room where Brad and Hannah were bent over the coffee table, playing Candyland, one of Hannah's favorite board games. I was about Hannah's age when my dad took us down here for the summer. Dad had to rush back to Phoenix for business for a few days. We stayed with our grandparents. Grandpa took us down to the waterway to get us out of Grandma's hair for a bit. He loved to fish down here. Sam paused to take the pasta off the stove and drain it. Brad told me about you guys staying down here in the summer. That must have been nice. Kat added tomato sauce to the ground beef. This is almost done. The sauce just needs to heat through. It was the best. And most of the time we had a blast. But that particular day, things almost went very wrong. Sam stopped, suddenly unsure how much she should say. Tell her, Brad encouraged from the living room. Sam noticed Hannah looking up, interested. This was one story she didn't want her niece to hear. Why don't you turn off the sauce and join me on the back deck for a minute, she told her sister-in-law. She poured each of them a glass of red wine. This sounds ominous, Kat said, accepting the glass as she sat down next to Sam on the steps that led to the beach. Grandpa was fishing, and we were playing in the water. Pete challenged Brad to a race to the other side of the waterway. There was a stretch of empty beach out there with an old dead tree sitting just past the high tide line. Sam took a sip of the wine. It's still there, actually. Kat put an arm around her shoulders in silent support. The two of them were great swimmers, and they'd made it there and back with my dad a dozen times that summer. I begged them to let me go. Brad didn't want to at first, but I wore him and Pete down. Finally, they agreed to swim over with me sitting on a small float instead of racing. Sam barked out a laugh. I'd been so excited to see that dead tree up close. They'd been telling me tales about it at night all summer long. Then what happened? Kat probed gently when Sam stopped talking for a few minutes, lost in bad memories. We almost made it when I slipped off the raft. The current was stronger than usual because of the rain that we had the day before, and my brothers were both worn out from swimming against it. I remember trying to get a hold of the raft, but it was gone. She paused for a long moment. If my grandfather hadn't seen what happened and heard my brother scream, I would have drowned. I still don't know how he swam out there so quickly and how he found me. Neither do I, Brad said. Sam hadn't heard him come out. She quickly looked behind him and breathed a sigh of relief when Hannah wasn't there. She's inside, putting away the board game. I told her I'd ask if dinner was ready. Brad held a hand out to Sam and helped her up. Kat followed close behind her. Thank you for telling me. I understand now why you both were so eager to teach Hannah to swim. And I understand Evelyn's talk to Hannah at Pete's wedding reception. She squeezed Sam's hand before looking up at Brad. And this explains the security system on the beach house. You can never be too careful, Brad said, and Sam nodded. When it came to water, it could all go wrong in an instant. When her father had learned of the incident the following day, he'd insisted on practicing swimming. Once she'd started school, he'd insisted she join the swim team. With his help and insistence, she'd learned to overcome her fear of water and embraced a love of it. It was a gift she'd always be thankful for. Thank you, Daddy, she whispered up to the sky before joining Kat, Brad, and Hannah in the kitchen for their spaghetti dinner. All this happened just down the road at that little park you can see from the causeway? Kat asked after dinner. The three adults lingered at the table after dinner. Hannah had gone off to play in her room. Yes. And it still looks pretty much the same. I was there earlier this afternoon before I found you guys here at the house. And Jason dropped you off, Brad added. I'm surprised you took him there. I didn't think you liked that place all that much. He took me there. And I'm glad he did. It was good to make new memories. She couldn't hold in the small smile that played around her lips. We even swam over to the other side. And the current is still pretty strong. Brad looked up at her with interest. I think there's more to this marriage than you're letting on, sis. Chapter 10. I'm sorry I didn't call you yesterday. Things got a little crazy with work. Jason stopped and moved his phone from one ear to the other. And I thought you and Brad could use some time to catch up. I hope everything went okay and you're not in any trouble. It's fine. Brad knows about the marriage. Sam sounded surprisingly calm. He took it better than I expected. He had no idea my trust had a condition on it. He said he wished I'd come to him if I needed money, but I think he understood why I couldn't. And he offered to help with your father's medical bills, but I assured him that's all taken care of. How is your dad? Doing better. Getting stronger by the hour. The bypass is making a big difference already. It will take some time and some physical therapy, but they expect him to make a full recovery. Thank you. It had been the one bit of good news he'd gotten all day. His attempts to negotiate with the insurance company had been unsuccessful so far, and he'd asked his sister to find them coverage alternatives. It wasn't going to be cheap, but there was no way he'd risk his employees' and family's health any longer than absolutely necessary. It had also shown him the need to become more involved in the day-to-day operations of running the business. If he'd been paying attention, this never would have happened. You're welcome. Any big plans for today? Or are you heading back to the hospital to see your dad? Sam asked. He heard her walk outside and close the door behind her. The waves crashed in the background while the seagulls squawked noisily. I already stopped by on my way to work this morning. He's doing well, and my mom is staying with him. He'd offered to relieve her this afternoon, but she'd declined. I talked to Angela. She'll go over after lunch and make Mom go home at least take a shower. Good. I'm glad you guys are working it out. Is there anything I can do? Actually, Jason stopped, suddenly not sure this was such a good idea anymore. Yes. I'm heading down to Mull's Inlet this afternoon to meet with a nursery owner about some new plants for the golf course. I was wondering if you'd like to join me. We could grab some lunch down on the marsh walk if you're free. He hoped he didn't sound too, well, hopeful. That sounds like fun. Brad and Kat already have plans for the day. I'm all yours. Sam sounded excited to see him and it made him smile. Is that Jason? He heard Brad say in the background. Invite him over for dinner tonight. I'll grill us some steaks. Sam passed on the invitation. You don't have to join us if you think it would be weird, she said. I'll be there. He had a feeling this wasn't going to be the most pleasant dinner of his life, but it was better to face Brad now than later. If you dated your best friend's little sister, it was best to fess up. Except, he had married her. Jason suppressed a groan and tried to focus on his lunch date with Sam instead. Do you want to meet me at the nursery, or should I come pick you up? I'll meet you, Sam said. Just tell me when and where. You have got to get these white oleander bushes. Sam grabbed his arm, dragging him over to a row of dark green leafy bushes with fragrant white blossoms. They were a little scrawny. These will look perfect around the new arbor you told me about. You think so? They seem a little thin. He walked around one of the small plants. These plants grow quickly and do really well in sandy soil, the nursery salesperson assured him. He pulled up a picture of mature oleander bushes, and Jason could see the appeal. Bringing Sam along had been a good idea. Not only did it make the plant shopping more fun, she had a great eye for landscape design and brought several types of plants and flowers to his attention that he'd otherwise would have overlooked. To his surprise, most of what she picked was pretty affordable. As far as plant shopping for a golf course could be called affordable. Thankfully, today's purchase was already part of their annual budget and they wouldn't have to dip into the renovation funds coming out of Sam's trust. It will make for beautiful pictures and they smell lovely. It will make for a beautiful memory. And anytime they come by another oleander bush, the scent will bring up that memory. People are not going to be able to help themselves. They'll recommend your club to friends getting married. Sam beamed her beautiful smile up at him. It's viral marketing at its best. You can't buy that kind of advertising. I'll take 10 of them. Can you deliver everything? Jason kept a mental tally of everything they'd chosen so far. Of course. Would you like us to plant them as well? We have a team of horticulturists we can send out. The young salesperson looked eager to make the sale. This was without a doubt one of the larger purchases the small local nursery would see all month. No, thank you. My gardeners can take care of it. He could send them down with a truck to pick up the plants, but it would save time and effort if he had the nursery deliver. Jason hoped the order would be large enough to get the plants delivered free of charge, and the salesperson was happy to oblige, especially when he added several French hydrangea bushes to the order. They would look nice next to the entry to the main office. I love the color of these. I can't wait to see them planted, Sam said, reaching for his hand. I'm starving. Are we almost done here? Jason laughed. Sam wasn't shy about food, and he liked that about her. Almost. What are you in the mood to eat for lunch? Down here? Definitely seafood. Sam looked up and over toward the waterway and the restaurants down that way. How about the Claw House? It's pretty new, and the food is supposed to be great. The Claw House it is. That's the place with the big fish tank, right? Sam looked excited and pulled the menu up on her phone. Patio or a table inside? The hostess asked when they walked into the Claw House an hour later. Jason looked over at Sam. Outside would be great. The view should be amazing. Sam smiled before asking, if that sounds good to you. He nodded, and they followed the teenage hostess out to the patio and were seated at a table in the corner, overlooking the pier and the marsh. Off in the distance, they could see Garden City, the peninsula that sat between them and the Atlantic Ocean. Are those goats? Sam jumped up and stepped over to the rail to get a better look. Jason nodded. That's Goat Island. The goats spend most of the year out there. They get them before a big storm and once it gets too cold. During the winter, they stay on a farm a little further inland. We can walk down the marsh walk after lunch. You'd get a better look at them further down. Sam nodded excitedly and took her seat as the waiter arrived to take their order. He was a young, college-aged guy with dark hair and a 3-day beard. Jason kept a close eye on her face to see how she would react. What? She asked, when the waiter left. You thought I was going to flirt with him? Get his number? I'm a married woman now. She held her hand out, wriggling her fingers to make the simple gold band he'd slipped on her finger shine in the afternoon sunlight. We never really talked about that. Jason looked down and brushed some invisible crumbs off his pants. Is that what you want? For us to see other people? Sam asked in a soft voice. He could be wrong, but he thought he heard pain and insecurity in that voice. He looked up, right into her beautiful eyes, looking back at him with a caution he didn't remember seeing before. No, not particularly. But I didn't want to assume. Good, that's settled then. As if a switch had flipped, his happy, smiley Sam was back. I think we should try to spend more time together then. Do stuff like this. She waved her hands around the patio, the restaurant, the view. Date? He asked, unable to suppress the quirking eyebrow. Yes. Don't married couples do date nights? Go out, spend time together? She was teasing him and he wouldn't want it any other way. Absolutely. I guess this must be one of those rare daytime dates then. We should make some plans for the rest of the week. By the time their food arrived, Sam had come up with something for them to do every single day this week. You have got to taste this lobster macaroni and cheese. It's amazing. She held her fork out to him, a small bite of the gooey noodles and a bit of the seafood sat there, waiting for him. He leaned over and let her feed him the bite of food. She was right. It was delicious. The intimate gesture of her feeding him was a bit unnerving though. The last person who'd done that for him had been Lisa, in a small Mexican restaurant in Ouray, Colorado. It felt like a lifetime ago. "How's the shrimp po' boy?" Sam asked, her face all innocence. He handed her the sandwich. "You could have asked if you wanted to taste it," he said, trying to keep a straight face. "I did, didn't I?" she said before taking a huge bite of the sandwich. "This is good too," she said. At least that's what he thought she'd said. It was hard to tell with all that shrimp and buttered roll in her mouth. She handed his sandwich back to him and went back to devoting herself to her pasta dish. "Would you like to take that walk down the boardwalk?" "Go see the goats?" he asked after taking care of the check. Sam had tried to grab it from him, but the least he could do was buy her a meal. "That sounds like a great idea. I need to move around after all that food." Sam was out of her seat and ready to go, making him laugh. "The goats aren't that impressive. You don't even get all that close." "That's okay. I went to goat yoga once with a friend. I got more up close and personal with them than I wanted to. Looking at them from a distance sounds perfect." She grabbed his hand as they walked down the boardwalk. "And the view is stunning. I had no idea there were this many restaurants out here." It was busy, but not super crowded yet. They dodged a few fellow diners on their way down toward the stretch of boardwalk that would get them closest to the island and the herd of goats happily grazing on it. "I'm surprised you haven't been down here," he said. Sam turned around and looked at the various restaurants all lined up in a row along the water. "I probably have when I was little. Nowadays." She paused and turned back around to look at him. "This isn't exactly my mother's type of place. She drags me to Chez Paul's or one of the fancy restaurants in Charleston." "What about when you're down here with Brad? Or by yourself?" he asked. He was curious to learn more about her. Her life down here and out in Phoenix. Which was something else they would have to talk about if they were going to date. "Honestly, we cook at home or order pizza from down the road. I haven't spent all that much time on Palmer Island since my dad passed away." That couldn't be easy. To come back with all those memories. Sam shrugged. "It was at first. But the place is growing on me again." She took his hand and they strolled back toward the restaurant and the parking lot where both their cars were parked. "Where do you spend most of your time now?" "Phoenix?" "Yes. My office is there. But I end up traveling a good bit. All across the US and a few trips to Europe and Australia. Sutton & Sutton is becoming a pretty global company. And I can do a lot of our social media marketing from anywhere. Any thoughts on where you want to spend your time going forward?" Jason held his breath as they continued to walk hand in hand. He was sure his hands were sweating. He hoped she didn't notice. "Yep. It's been on my mind quite a bit." She let go of his hand and stopped, leaning on the railing. "How about you?" Jason wiped his hands on his pants. "I have to stay here. My business and my family are in Myrtle Beach." "That's not what I meant, and you know it." She flipped her head over her shoulder. The breeze picked up some of her auburn locks and blew them around her face and shoulders. "Where do you want me to spend my time while we're married?" "Here? In Arizona?" She looked right at him, raw vulnerability in her eyes. He took her hand, keeping his eyes locked with hers. This was important, and they both knew it. "I would like you to stay here." Chapter 11. Are you sure you want to do this? Sam looked at Jason. They were both standing by his car in front of her brother's house. "Of course I am. What's the worst he could do? I married his little sister. I'm going to have to face him sooner or later." Jason sounded confident, but little worry lines formed around his eyes, and he looked a little pale. "Let's get this over with then." She didn't feel much better about confronting her older brother. Telling him about her marriage to Jason was one thing. Bringing him home was another thing altogether. She took his hand, walking up to the old beach house that her grandfather had built, and opened the door. "Aunt Sam, you're back." Hannah came running down the hallway and jumped into her arms. "Who's this?" she asked. "Hannah, I would like you to meet Jason. He's a good friend of mine." Hannah hid her head in the crook of her neck, and Sam could sense her carefully peeking up at her husband. "It's nice to meet you, Hannah," Jason said with a big smile on his face. He didn't try to get closer to the little girl or hug her. Instead, he kept his distance, giving Hannah time to size him up. She waved at him shyly and Jason waved back, not saying another word. Sam was impressed. "Why don't we go find your mom and Brad?" Sam suggested, still holding her niece. "We're in here," Brad called from the living room. "I hope you two are staying for dinner. I'm firing up the grill." "And he bought enough steaks to feed a small army," Kat said. She sat on the couch, snuggled up next to Brad. Both of them rose when Sam and Jason walked into the room. Brad walked over, grabbing Jason into a big hug. "Good to see you." Sam thought she heard him whisper, "We've got to talk," into Jason's ear during the hug. That wasn't good. She'd have to run interference with her brother and keep him from spending any time alone with Jason. Not that her brother would do anything to defend her honor, but she didn't want him to make Jason uncomfortable. He was doing her a huge favor after all. And he was her husband. Brad should respect that. "Jason, this is my wife, Kat." He turned and smiled at her as she walked up to shake Jason's hand. Sam put Hannah down and looked at Brad. "Do you have a minute? I have some business to discuss." She walked out through the sunroom and onto the back deck, waiting for her older brother to follow her. "Some news on your big investment?" "I checked out WaveTech. It looks like a pretty solid startup." Brad stepped up next to her, both of them looking out at the waves and the sunrays sparkling on the water. It looked like the end to another perfect summer beach day. "No, that's not what I wanted to talk about." She took a deep breath and gripped the railing a little tighter. "It's about Jason. I want you to promise me not to give him a hard time about marrying me. I talked him into it and he was kind enough to help me out. And save his company in return," Brad replied. "Which is only fair. He should get something out of it." "I agree." "Glad you two agree," Jason said. Sam spun around. He had followed them out and stood in the doorway to the back deck. "I appreciate you coming to my defense, but I don't need you to fight my battles. Brad and I need to talk about this." He walked up to Brad. "I'm sorry I married your sister without talking to you about it first." "He only did it because he had no idea who I was," Sam added. Jason turned to her. "Seriously? I don't need you to defend me. Go inside and play with Hannah. Talk with Kat. And let me talk to Brad." He gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek and pushed her in the direction of the door. "Go." Sam nodded before shooting a warning glance at her brother. She hoped it was enough. "I'll be right inside if you need me." She walked to the screened-in porch and closed the door most of the way. She stepped out of sight and strained her ears to listen in on the conversation, ready to jump to her husband's rescue if needed. "What did you want to talk about?" Jason asked. "You have to ask?" "The wedding. What exactly is going on between you and my little sister?" Brad stepped over to the rail, creating some distance between him and Jason. "And by the way, how did you two meet? I don't think you ever ran into each other the few times you came out to Arizona." "We met at the hotel in Hilton Head." She introduced herself as Samantha May. "I swear I had no idea she was your sister." "Ah, the charity golf tournament. I should have guessed you were down there for that." Brad shook his head. "I can't believe she used a fake name. She was there on company business. I didn't realize who she was until I saw her ID at the courthouse when we got our marriage license." "And you didn't think to bring it up, call it off, or at least give me a call?" Brad asked. "I thought about it. I almost called it all off, but she needed me to access her trust. And to be honest, I need the help to save our company. I didn't feel good about going behind your back, but I was too deep in it. Jason looked up at Brad. And we've gotten close. I like Sam. A lot. There was raw vulnerability in his voice and a pleading look in his eyes. I had a feeling. Hearing her talk about you and seeing the two of you together just now. This isn't just a marriage of convenience, is it? It was. I'm not so sure now. Jason shrugged. But I would like to find out. Are you sure that's a good idea? Brad walked over to one of the deck chairs and sat down. He pointed to the seat next to him and Jason took it. Listen. I know where you're coming from and I get why you're feeling protective of her. Jason didn't get a chance to finish. Brad waved him off. Sam can take care of herself. It's you I'm worried about. What? Why? Jason looked confused. Because of Lisa. Are you sure you're ready for this? No matter how it ends. Jason was quiet. He sat staring out at the ocean and the setting sun. I know it wasn't easy when she left. Brad got up and walked over to the grill. He dumped the old charcoal out into a metal bucket tucked into a corner of the deck. Are you sure you're ready for this? Sam can be a handful. I'm sure. Are we going to be okay? Jason asked. What are you doing out here? Kat asked softly. Sam jumped. She'd been so focused on the conversation outside, she'd missed her sister-in-law's approach. Heat crept into her cheeks. Listening in on my brother and my husband talking about me. There was no reason to deny it. Hear anything interesting? Kat asked. Actually, it's been pretty revealing. And it looks like Brad's starting the grill. We'd better get to work on the baked potatoes and salad. Kat walked back into the house, and Sam followed her into the kitchen. How is it that guys will grill dinner, but we end up doing at least half the work to make it happen without getting any credit? Sam shrugged. Because we love them, and we want them to feel like they contribute. Kat laughed. Says the daughter and sister of two of the most important real estate and development CEOs in the US. They're still men. And trust me, this isn't the first time I'm doing half the work and Brad's taking full credit. She grabbed a bag of russet potatoes from the pantry and scrubbed them with a small brush in the sink. That's what I like about Jason. Less ego and happy to share. What else do you like about him? Kat asked, pulling lettuce, cucumbers, and peppers out of the fridge. Sam looked up at Kat. The woman who was now her sister-in-law smiled and grabbed a cutting board from the drawer, setting it next to the other half of the old farmhouse kitchen sink, ready to prep the salad. There's a lot I like about Jason. He's kind and loyal, totally the opposite of me. He challenges me. Gets me out there, looking at the world in a different light. She couldn't help but smile at the memory of their kayaking trip. He'd even suggested they go camping up in the North Carolina mountains this fall. So this is more than a business relationship? Kat asked cautiously while cutting the head of iceberg lettuce into thick wedges. It could be. Sam still wasn't sure what was going on between her and Jason, but it was definitely more than a fake marriage to get access to her trust fund money at this point. And you're worried Brad will pull the big brother card and run him off, Kat said. It wasn't a question, and she shook her head before grabbing a large knife to slice the cucumbers. Maybe slicing was too kind of a word. Want me to talk to him? No. They are fine. From what I heard, Brad seems more worried about Jason getting hurt in this than me. That's right, her brother said from the hallway. And you two better stop gossiping before Jason walks back in here. He doesn't need to hear this. I just promised not to give him a hard time about dating you, so play nice. Sam looked at her brother but didn't get a chance to ask what that was all about. Got those steaks? The grill is ready, Jason said. He strolled into the kitchen, walked straight over to her, and brushed a kiss on her cheek. When Sam looked up, Brad and Kat exchanged a look. What was that about? Brad walked over to the fridge and pulled the steaks out of the meat drawer. There were 5 big steaks in the pack. You bought one for Hannah? Kat asked, sounding incredulous. Of course I did. She likes having her own steak and baked potato. Just like Uncle Brad, and she'll eat 1 or 2 bites and decide she doesn't want the baked potato. Kat smiled and looked at Brad with love in her eyes. I assume you want me to fix her a wedge salad as well. Of course. He walked over and pulled Kat in for a hug and a quick kiss. Trust me, it'll do wonders for her self-confidence. The last thing that girl needs is more confidence. What's confidence? Hannah asked, poking her head in the kitchen. Sam put the last clean potato down and wiped her hands on the kitchen towel that hung on the oven handle. She put her arm around the girl. Let's go and I'll explain all about self-confidence to you and why it is something very important. I have too much. No, there's no such thing as too much confidence for us girls. Chapter 12. Thank you for coming and celebrating with us. Jason looked across the room at the family and friends gathered there. Word about their marriage had gotten out. To avoid hard feelings about their elopement, that was the story they told most people. They threw a big reception at the club. Sam had convinced him it would be a great way to show off the renovations and get a few more event bookings. Jason grabbed Sam's hand. Before we start dinner, I want to thank my beautiful wife for finding me and convincing me to share a life with her. Mine hasn't been the same and I wouldn't want it any other way. He clinked his glass with hers and took a sip of champagne. Theirs was the first wedding reception since the renovation of the main room at the Willow Run Country Club. They had 3 more on the books for this month, 2 more for the next, and several pending requests. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to have each weekend booked out through the end of the year. It wasn't enough to save the company, but it was a big step in the right direction. Even Mr. Breyer, the accountant, had sounded optimistic about their financial future during their last meeting. If today's party brought more business, all the better. We have a lot to celebrate, Sam said, squeezing his hand. She was right. More important than the recovery of the golf course was the recovery of his father, who sat across from them with his mom and sister. He looked better, and while he would have to make some big changes to his lifestyle, his father's long-term prognosis looked good. He couldn't wait to hold her in his arms on the dance floor. I still can't believe the 2 of you got married and didn't tell anyone for weeks. His mother looked at him half happy, half accusatory. You know, we would have loved to have been there. Which is why we put this together. And I appreciate it, but it's not the same. Mom. She's right, Sam said. And I'm sorry. It was my idea to have a small ceremony on the beach. No family, just the 2 of us. It was perfect, and I wouldn't have wanted it any other way. But I am sorry we disappointed you. I'll get over it. What matters is that you make my son happy. She took a bite of the filet mignon on her plate. This is really good. Did you hire a new chef? I did, but this is a collaboration with a small catering outfit on Palmer Island. Friend of Sam's. We don't need anything this fancy, except for special events. Didn't make sense to hire a high-end chef and team full-time when we only need them for special events a few times per month. Ouch, what was that for? Sharp pain ran up Jason's leg where Sam had kicked him under the table. You promised. We're not talking about business tonight. This is a celebration. Relax and stop worrying about the country club's bottom line. Jason rubbed the sore spot on his leg and nodded. You're right. But next time, try tapping me on the leg. Or talk to me. I figured this would be more memorable, Sam said before leaning in and bushing a soft kiss on his cheek. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you, she whispered in his ear, sending shivers down his back. I hope you're not too hurt to dance. I can't wait to hold you in my arms, he murmured back. And I guess for now, the dance floor will do. Good thing I asked them to hold off on bringing out the dessert then. Sam looked around the tables. Most people were finished or about to finish dinner. She waved one of the waiters over and asked the young college guy to tell the band to set up. "Who's ready for some live music and dancing?" she asked loud enough for everyone in the room to hear her. Jason stood and held his hand out to Sam. "Ready to dance?" She nodded, beaming up at him, before taking his hand and as he led her out to the dance floor. He'd never get used to the rush of pure joy he felt whenever she looked at him, like she was right then, her eyes wide and excited, her smile taking his breath away. He walked her out to the middle of the room and put his hand on the small of her back, lifting the other as they waltzed to a cover version of Tim McGraw's "It's Your Love." "You're a great dancer," Sam said, her smile even brighter and her eyebrows raised as he switched from a waltz to a foxtrot when the band transitioned into the next song. "I had no idea. Where did you learn to waltz and foxtrot like this?" He looked down at their feet and missed a step. She took her hand off his shoulder and lifted his head up. "It's a little embarrassing," he said, before getting a grip and matching his steps with the beat of the music. "Oh, now you have to tell me," Sam exclaimed softly. She ran her fingers through his hair before returning her hand to his shoulder while they continued to move across the dance floor. Quite a few couples, including his parents and Brad and Kat, had joined them after the first waltz. Jason had to pay attention to keep from crashing into one of the other couples during the fast-paced song. Angela used to do beauty pageants and stuff. He turned them around and moved in the direction of the bar. "Would you like something to drink?" Sam nodded. "I do, as long as I get to hear the rest of the story." She followed his lead and they walked hand in hand to the bar. "Champagne and a glass of water," she requested from the bartender. "I'll take a beer," Jason said, leaning up against the counter. Sam downed about half of the water before setting it back on the bar and switching to the champagne flute. "I needed that," she said. "Now, stop changing the subject and finish telling me how you learned to dance like that." She raised her glass and took a sip of the bubbly wine. Her talent was dancing, and for some of the pageants, she'd ballroom dance, which requires a partner. Jason smiled sheepishly. "Guess who her partner was?" "That's pretty impressive." "Did you two practice at home?" she asked, genuinely interested. "We started at home with a videotape. But that only took us so far." He thought back on those days when they'd push the kitchen table up against the wall and set the chairs on top to make room to practice. They'd watch the tape in the living room and then try to repeat the moves under the direction of their mother. At one point, she'd cut footprints out of 2 colors of construction paper. "That sounds interesting. What was that about?" Sam hung on his every word, smiling encouragingly. "She'd stick them to the floor with double-sided tape, and we'd follow the footprints to learn the steps." "That's smart. I wish my mother had gone through all that trouble." "How did you learn to dance?" he asked. Sam was just as good as he was, if not better. He hadn't thought to question where she'd learned to dance. "My mother signed me up for classes when I was about 10. I went every week for a couple of years before I finally put my foot down." She rolled her eyes. "Don't get me wrong. I'm glad I learned to dance, but the basics would have been fine. I didn't need to become an expert ballroom dancer. Especially not at 12 and not when my partners were guys in their 20s and 30s wanting to learn to dance to surprise their wives." She laughed. "It was awkward, but I survived, and the dancing has come in handy every now and again. Like tonight." She gently kissed him on the lips, and it made him want to hold her closer and kiss her deeper than was appropriate. He looked around at their guests. Maybe they could sneak off for a quick walk on the grounds and a proper kiss. "Ready for a break?" he asked. When Sam nodded, he took her hand, and they walked back to the main table. "I can't believe you got hitched." His vision blurred with bouncy, blonde curls and bright blue eyes before he was engulfed in a big hug. "Therese, I'm so glad you could make it." "When did you get back?" he asked. He'd sent his friend an invitation to the party on a whim, but didn't think she'd actually show. "Sam, this is my friend Therese. She works for the Peace Corps." I wasn't sure if she'd make it back in time for the party. Therese, this is Sam. My wife. He couldn't keep the pride out of his voice. While they weren't living together as husband and wife, they'd spent a lot of time with each other and were deeply in love. By sharing it with family and friends, tonight's event was their way of making it official. At the rate they were going, he was confident he'd talk her into moving in with him before the end of the summer. I almost didn't make it. My plane out of Gambia was delayed. I didn't get in until this morning. She looked Sam up and down. I was a little surprised when I got the email. Glad I made it. Nice to meet you. She smiled at Sam. Nice to meet you too. Sam held out her hand. How did the two of you know each other? Therese worked for us during high school. She grew up just around the corner. Her dad has been the head gardener here at the club for years. He smiled at Therese. I've known her since she was a little girl with pigtails. Therese punched Jason in the upper arm. Cut it out. I'm not that much younger than you. I didn't say that. Jason turned to Sam. Therese joined the Peace Corps after she graduated. She spent a year in Gambia building clean water wells and just got back. That's impressive. How did you like the experience? Sam asked. It was amazing. It's hard to believe how far a little money and some volunteer work will go down there. Once you see those kids pumping and drinking clean water that won't make them sick, it's worth all the hard work and sleepless nights. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. It was easy to see the passion in Therese's eyes. Is that the plan? Sam asked, looking curious. In the long run, yes. For now though, I need to find some work and start paying off those student loans. What do you do? Sam asked. Besides digging wells. I'm an RN specializing in physical therapy and pain management, Therese said. Shouldn't be hard to find a job as a nurse. From what I hear, most hospitals are hiring. I'm happy to get you in touch with my younger brother. He has connections to a few different hospitals down here. I appreciate that, I really do. Therese had a haunted look in her eye. But I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. I might wait some tables or look for some sort of nanny job for a while. It was a strange answer, and it had Jason worried for his friend. For as long as he'd known Therese, she'd wanted to work in a hospital or a rehabilitation center. She'd been one of the few people he'd met who knew exactly what they wanted to do for a living by the time they'd graduated high school. He figured she'd been applying for nursing jobs from Africa. Jason made a mental note to have a conversation with her and figure out what was going on. Had something happened during her time in the Peace Corps? I get it, Sam said, an understanding smile on her face. She grabbed the young woman's hand and squeezed it. Sometimes it's nice to have something low pressure that pays the bills and you don't have to think about when you clock out. Therese nodded and returned the smile. It was nice to meet you, and good to see you, too, Jason. It's a beautiful party, and I wish I could stay longer, but don't worry about it. You've got to be exhausted. Call me in a couple of days, and we'll get together for lunch. Jason gave his friend another warm hug before watching her walk out, stopping briefly to talk with a few of the employees who had joined them at this belated wedding reception. Like everyone else, the news of Jason's nuptials had come as a big surprise to their staff. She seems nice, Sam said. We should help her find some work. It can't be easy after being gone for a year. You have a heart of gold, Sam. He pulled his wife in his arms. I'll offer her a job at the club, but I have a feeling she'll turn it down. Therese isn't good about accepting help. Then we'll have to make her an offer she can't resist. Sam sat down and kicked off her shoes. She went to nursing school? I'll talk to Pete and see what we can come up with. Jason pulled out a chair and sat down as well. I forgot how exhausting these types of events are. He took a sip of his beer. Especially when you're the people being celebrated. No wonder people go on their honeymoon after the wedding. You need time off to recover from the reception. Now, there's an idea. We should get away for a few days, Jason said. I'm glad you think so. I'd love to head out to Costa Rica for a few days. Sam attempted to be discreet about rubbing her feet together and stretching her toes. Have you been? Jason shook his head. Do you want to leave? He asked, trying to think of a way to get out of here without causing a scene. Unfortunately, their close family knew they had married out of convenience and were dating. Not living together yet. For Costa Rica, she asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I could call for the company jet, but it will take at least a day to make travel arrangements. He shook his head. You know I can't leave this week. Do you want to leave the party? I could take you back to Brad's house. Or you're welcome to come back with me. She raised her eyebrows. It was his turn to laugh. Nothing like that. I'll take the couch. I've seen your couch. I like you too much to do that to you. She leaned over and brushed a kiss on his cheek. I'll be fine. My feet just need a little break. I'll be ready to boogie by the time you finish your beer. He sat back, admiring his beautiful bride. Have I told you how stunning you look today? He asked, unable to keep the pride out of his voice. She was his. On paper and in his heart. It was only a matter of time before they would really start their life together. Only about 10 times, she said. Today. His gaze drifted away from her and across the dance floor where their family and friends were dancing the night away. Any news from WaveTech? He asked. The project had taken a lot of Sam's attention over the past few weeks. But today was about just the two of them. Everything seems on track. The next test will be in Costa Rica. She smiled unabashedly. I was wondering where that honeymoon idea came from. Let's go. I'll make some calls and clear my schedule. He loved the way her eyes lit up. It would be worth missing a few meetings with contractors to make her happy. A phone rang close by. That's me, Sam said before reaching under the table to retrieve her small patent leather purse to pull out her phone. No business today, he reminded her gently. I'm sorry, but I have to take this, Sam said, looking back down on her phone. Do I get bonus points for not giving you a hard time about bringing up work? Jason asked, a big grin on his face. You definitely do. I promise I'll make it up to you. Sam walked out of the glass doors and into the much quieter patio area just outside. It was lit up by the new light fixtures his team had installed last week. Sam had been right. It made the space feel bigger and more magical when you could see the beautiful garden features outside, even after dark. It was also why he could see his wife pacing back and forth. From the looks of it, she'd grown more and more agitated by the minute. I like what you've done with the place. Brad walked up next to him, slinging an arm around Jason's shoulder. It feels like an entirely different building. Modern, bright, and perfect for special events. Thank you, but I can't take the credit. This was all Sam. He looked around the space, it had turned out well on a surprisingly small budget. Brad looked surprised. I didn't realize she had that kind of skill. Or the interest. That's why you have her doing your company's Facebook ads? She's too smart for that little department with 2 interns. She told you about that? I'm not surprised. She's been complaining about her position at Sutton & Sutton since the day I hired her. Brad picked a champagne flute off the tray of a waiter walking around. She needed the experience to work her way up from the bottom, but yes, you're both right. She's been underutilized, and I talked to her about expanding her department and increasing her scope and responsibilities. She didn't mention any of that. Jason's face fell when he realized why Sam hadn't brought it up. I guess that means she's going back to Phoenix. Who do you think I am? Of course not. Yes, she'll have to come out from time to time, but most of her job will be done remotely, the way she's always done it. I don't think anyone can keep Sam tied to one place for long. Brad clapped him on the shoulder and walked off. Jason stared out the window and thought of his crumbling dream of rebuilding the family golf course and raising a family with Sam on the South Carolina coast. Chapter 13. Sam woke up and could tell by the light streaming through her bedroom window and the noises coming from the rest of the house that it was late. One glance at the phone on her nightstand confirmed the feeling. Usually up by 6 every morning, she'd slept until 10:30. She was surprised Hannah hadn't barged into her room yet. The little girl was like the cat Sam had in college. Up and ready to be fed and entertained at the same time every single morning. It still surprised her how well her big brother dealt with the responsibilities of stepfatherhood, but he had done what he needed to do. He'd stepped up, doing everything in his power to make sure Kat and Hannah were well taken care of. She sighed and rolled over, contemplating giving in to the urge to fall back asleep when she heard a soft knock on her door. "Sam? Come in," she replied just as softly, and threw back the covers. The door opened part-way and Kat slid in before softly closing it behind her. "Did I wake you?" she asked. Sam shook her head and pulled on a sweater and a pair of shorts. "Good. Brad told me to let you sleep, but I thought you'd want to know. Your mother is on her way over here." That woke Sam up better than a double shot of espresso. She sat up. "What? When? Why?" "I don't know why. All I know is that Brad got a call a few minutes ago," and she sounded angry. "She wanted to know if he knew where you were and if he knew about the marriage." Sam swallowed hard. "What did he tell her?" Kat smiled and sat down on the bed next to her. "You know Brad. He's a good negotiator." He changed the subject and went into this long rant about how excited Hannah is to see her. She finally cut him off and told him she was on her way. Her mother owned a house in a gated community just south of Palmer Island. It wouldn't take her more than 20 minutes to get here. If Evelyn Sutton hadn't left the house the moment she'd gotten off the phone, Sam had a chance. She could get out of there before her mother arrived. "Don't. You can't run away from this." Sam sat back down on the bed. "You're right. Might as well get it over with. At least Jason isn't here." She grabbed her phone off the nightstand and groaned. "Scratch that. He's on his way over with bagels. I'd better go warn Brad and get Hannah dressed. I'll get her all excited about Grandma Evelyn. That'll take some of the pressure off you and hopefully improve her mood." Kat walked out the door. "Thank you." Sam called behind her sister-in-law, who raised a hand as Kat walked down the hall to wake her adorable daughter. Sam picked up her phone. "Jason, we have to talk." "Brad, why don't you and Kat take Hannah down to the beach for a bit?" Evelyn suggested after breakfast. "I would like to talk to Sam and Jason." Brad nodded and Kat took her daughter to change into bathing suits. "I'll make us more coffee," Sam suggested, motioning for Jason to follow her from the screened-in porch where they'd been sitting to the kitchen. "Why do I feel like we're in trouble?" Jason asked. He put his arms around Sam, resting his chin on the top of her head. It made her feel small and cherished. With the heels she usually wore, she wasn't much shorter than him. But in bare feet, and him in his usual hiking boots, he was quite a bit taller than her. "We are. Here's what you need to know about my mother." Sam kept her voice low. "Her bark is worse than her bite. The big thing is not to let her intimidate you. Let me do most of the talking and back me up when needed." She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "We'll get through this." "That took you long enough," Evelyn said when they walked back to the screened-in porch, fresh pot of coffee in hand. Sam refilled each of their cups before setting it down and taking a seat across from her mother. Jason sat next to her, arm around her shoulders. "You two look awfully cozy for a fake couple. You can drop the act." Evelyn's tone was harsh and she stared at both of them over the rim of her coffee cup. "It's not an act." Sam snuggled closer to Jason. "Oh, please. Don't tell me this was a love marriage. You two met less than a week before you tied the knot." Sam was surprised just how well informed her mother was. It wasn't, but things change. Turns out we actually like each other. A lot. We're not rushing into anything, Jason added. Evelyn snorted and rolled her eyes. Please. There was a reason for the marriage, Sam said. One that didn't have anything to do with our relationship. We're taking our time with that. We didn't plan on falling in love when we got married. Now, we'd like to see where it goes. A little backwards, don't you think? Evelyn said. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean it won't work out. Lots of couples marry and then start to love each other later. I can only imagine the grief you would have given me if I'd suggested an arranged marriage. Not that there weren't opportunities. But your father insisted on love marriages for his children. Evelyn shook her head. And here you go jumping into a marriage with someone you barely know, who is drowning in debt. Please tell me the two of you at least have some sort of prenup. Interesting. Her mother hadn't wheedled that bit of information out of Walt Jr. You don't have a copy of our contract already? Sam asked, unable to hold back the snarky remark. She knew it wasn't a good idea, but the words flew out of her mouth before she could stop them. One look at her mother's face confirmed it had been the wrong thing to say. As a matter of fact, I don't. I can only imagine what you two concocted. She turned to face her daughter. What I don't understand is why you didn't come to me if you needed money. To marry to access your trust fund. She shook her head. Because I wanted to make it on my own, without help. I don't expect you to understand. And that trust fund wasn't a huge leg up. Evelyn laughed. Your father built something from nothing. He worked himself to death so you kids wouldn't have to. It's disrespectful to his memory to deny that. Sam took a breath to calm herself down before she replied. And it's disrespectful to me, his only daughter, to have a husband clause in the trust. Brad and Pete didn't have to be married to get theirs. Jason took her hand and squeezed it in silent support. You're right, Evelyn said to Sam's surprise. I told your father it was a bad idea. I knew it was going to backfire. But he insisted. To the very end. Even after I worked with him all summer? Sam asked, unable to keep her voice from shaking. Evelyn nodded. He adored you, and he would be proud of the smart businesswoman you'd become. I like to think he would have eventually come to his senses. Evelyn took another sip of her black coffee and stared out over the ocean. I'm not sure though. He wouldn't let me have anything to do with Sutton and Sutton after I had Brad. I had to learn fast to keep things going for you kids after he passed. Sam always assumed her mother wanted nothing to do with the family business. Now, it seemed that assumption had been wrong. Dad didn't want you to work with him? Only when it came to socializing and making the right connections. To be honest, I was stunned when he opened up to you that last summer. You knew more about the day-to-day operations than I did. Why did you send me off to school then? I could have helped. Evelyn turned back to look at her. You deserved to go to college. I didn't want you to miss out. I learned fast and your brother took over a lot of responsibilities. Between the two of us, we figured it out. Evelyn looked down towards the beach, where Brad was busy building a sandcastle with Kat. Brad got you a good job at the company, running your own department. And as far as I can tell, you're doing an amazing job. I have to be honest. I don't understand this whole social media thing, but it's bringing in new business. I can't tell you how many requests I've gotten from other firms to hire you away from us. This was news to Sam. She had no idea her mother knew what she did, let alone valued it. She knew she added to Sutton and Sutton's bottom line thanks to Brad, but didn't think anyone else had been aware of it, including her mother. Which is why I don't understand this need to get to your trust fund and prove yourself, Evelyn continued. She set her cup down and looked at Sam. And to go ahead and get married. With who knows what kind of contract. Please tell me there is a contract in place. There is. I would never take advantage of your daughter, Jason replied. Our marriage may not have started out traditionally, but I have come to care a great deal for Sam. He squeezed her hand. I hope you can see that. I'm not sure I do. How would I? I barely know you. You married my daughter and are profiting greatly from it financially. From what I hear, your family's golf course would be doomed without my daughter's help. Or more accurately, without the funds that are keeping you afloat. Money my husband and I set aside for her. I'll walk you out, Sam said, tucking her arm inside the crook of Jason's. They strode down the hall and toward the front door. Don't let her get to you. Like I told you earlier, she's more bark than bite. I'm not, but she has a point. It's hard for others to see where we stand. Heck, I'm not always sure. He rubbed his chin and shook his head side to side. We haven't had much time to talk. And a lot has changed since we got married on the beach. For me, at least. She looked at him, her heart suddenly racing. Why don't we take a stroll down the road before you leave? There's a little park at one of the beach accesses. It's not far. Jason nodded, and they walked in step and in silence. Sam wasn't sure how to start the conversation, and neither was Jason from the looks of it. It didn't take them long to get to the small park with a set of swings and a few benches. Sam sat down at one of them, and Jason took a seat beside her and grabbed her hand. She cleared her throat. So, I'm not sure how to do this, she finally admitted. I'll start. Jason turned around to look at her. I like you, Sam. A lot. I thought this marriage was a temporary thing. Something to help both of us out of a bind. But the more time I spend with you, the more I'm starting to think maybe it's the real thing. He looked off towards the beach and took a deep breath. I can see us having a future together. A real marriage. Maybe even kids. He continued to look out over the Atlantic and waited. Their hands remained intertwined. Sam could feel the warmth of his hand wrapped around hers. She thought back on the time they'd spent over the past few weeks. The dates they'd been on, the conversations they'd had. And of course, the big party they'd thrown for family and friends. They'd gotten pretty serious, and while making this an actual marriage hadn't crossed her mind until this very moment, it made sense. They had become so much more than friends and were quickly crossing the threshold from boyfriend/girlfriend to partners, ready to build a life together. I feel the same way, Sam said. When Jason turned around to look at her, his intense gaze took her breath away. He pulled her closer and caressed her cheek with his other hand before lowering his head and brushing his lips across hers. She let out a small sigh at the feel of his firm lips against hers. It was all the encouragement Jason needed. His lips pressed more firmly to hers, and she melted in his arms as the gentle ocean breeze flowed all around them and the sun warmed her skin. Chapter 14. Boss, can I talk to you for a minute? Greg, one of the club's maintenance guys, and a whiz mechanic, stood in the doorframe to Jason's office, cleaning his hands with a shop rag. Of course. Come on in, Jason said, motioning for Greg to take the chair across from him. What's on your mind? Greg took the offered chair. Well, it's the carts. I know money is tight, and I've been doing what I can. He trailed off, and Jason gave him an encouraging nod. When the older, gray-haired man still didn't continue, Jason leaned back in his chair and looked at him. I know they are in bad shape, and I appreciate everything you're doing to keep them rolling. I really do. All your hard work rebuilding the motors and switching out the batteries isn't going unnoticed. More than once, Jason had seen the man working away long past quitting time, unwilling to leave until a particular cart was ready for a new pair of golfers the next day. Without Greg, they never would have made it this past year. Jason knew that kind of loyalty was rare and hard to come by these days. He wished he could give the guy a raise, or at least a bonus, for always going the extra mile. Thank you, Jason. I know it isn't. What I came here to tell you is that we're getting to a point where there is no more fixing on about half the carts. They're too old, and they've seen too much wear and tear. Greg didn't have to spell out what that meant. They'd have to replace half their fleet. With each new golf cart costing several $1,000s, the numbers would tally up quickly without adding any real value to the club to draw on new players. At the same time, he knew they'd lose the few loyal players they had if there weren't enough carts available during their busy times. We knew it was coming. We were just putting off the inevitable. I just wish the timing was better. Jason leaned forward and grabbed a pen from his desk. How many new carts do we need at minimum to get by? He held his breath and hoped for the best. Assuming we're not picking up extra business, I think we could make do with replacing 6 of them for now. We can go with the basic club car model. They'll match what we have nicely and are easy to work on. The guys over at Beach Golf Carts should be able to get them to us quickly. They always gave your dad a good price too. Jason quickly did the math in his head. Replacing 6 golf carts would cost a nice chunk of change, but it wasn't nearly as bad as he had feared. It wouldn't take much out of the budget Sam set aside from her trust to renovate and modernize the club. He didn't think she'd mind if he used the funds this way. That doesn't sound too bad. I think we can swing 6 new carts. The older man's face lit up at the prospect of rejuvenating their fleet. Don't you worry, I'll take good care of them and make them last. I have no doubt. I'll call over to the shop and get them ordered this afternoon. I'll let you know when they will be delivered. Greg rose and stepped to the side of Jason's desk. He stretched his hand out. Thank you. Jason shook it and watched him leave his office. At least this was one issue he'd be able to resolve. He picked up the phone and called the golf cart distributor. 20 minutes later, it was done. 6 brand new club cars were headed their way and the bill would be manageable. If only everything that was wrong with their family business was so easily resolved. Jason's biggest problem at the moment was health insurance. He'd spent most of his morning talking to agents and customer service reps about getting their corporate policy reinstated. He finally got a hold of someone willing to get them back up and running right away, but it involved paying a hefty late fee on their outstanding premiums. He swallowed hard and gave the agent the go-ahead. He hung up the phone and logged into their corporate bank account. Thankfully, there was enough to cover the expenses. Just barely, but at least it was there. Mr. Breyer wouldn't be happy, and he should call his sister and give her a heads up, but it would keep them in business. Not for the first time this week, Jason thanked his lucky star or fate or God for sending Sam his way. Without her, Willow Run would have gone under after his father's heart attack. Jason stood up and rubbed his lower back. He wasn't used to spending this much time tied to a desk. He much preferred being outside, playing a round of golf with one of their most important members or sneaking out for a quick paddle down in the marsh over lunch. He longingly stared out the window of his office toward the lake that was part of their property. The beginning of an idea took form in his mind. He couldn't wait to tell Sam about it over dinner and hear her thoughts. The shrill ring of the old-fashioned landline phone on his desk jostled him out of his daydream. He walked back to his desk. Jason McKenna. What can I do for you? Mr. McKenna, this is Jessica from Bardwell Construction. Kirk asked me to call you with an update on the renovations we'll be doing in your meeting rooms. Yes. He sat back down, pulling a notepad and pen closer. We are going to need to push back on the project until late fall. We're looking at a mid-October start date. I hope that won't be a problem. Jason made a note of the change. He wasn't happy about it because it would take even longer before they could book more high-profit events like weddings, anniversaries, and possibly corporate retreats, but he couldn't say he was surprised. I'm not loving it, but we can work around that. Anything else? The young woman on the other end of the line cleared her throat. One more thing. She hesitated, and Jason got the feeling she was uncomfortable with what was coming next. Kirk reran the numbers and made a few tweaks based on the latest measurements he took. The quote went up by 15%. I'll email you as soon as we're done here. I'll keep an eye out for it, Jason said before ending the call. He let his head drop to the desk and allowed himself to wallow in self-pity for a few minutes. This was not his day. Costs were rising right and left and the company was bleeding money. He'd been so optimistic this morning, but now, he wondered if it was even possible to save the McKenna family business. And if so, could it survive as a golf course? He walked over to his sister's office down the hall. "Angela, do you have time to go over some numbers with me?" he asked. Better to face reality now than go into debt further trying to save a sinking boat. He hoped Sam was having a better day than he was. This was not her day. Sam took a deep breath to keep from screaming. She'd researched wave tech for months and now this. All she had done was be helpful. "Sam, we appreciate all the research you've done and you're right," Rick said. "You have a lot more experience in social media marketing and marketing in general. We're two nerds who met at Stanford who barely know what Instagram is. It's just that this is our baby and the logo is something we created together. It represents our core values and our motivation for creating WaveTech in the first place." What Rick is trying to say is that we need to have a conversation about boundaries. "You're becoming an investor, Sam, not a business partner." Tom sounded tired and just as uncomfortable as Rick with this conversation. "To be honest, we're starting to rethink your involvement in this. We don't want to turn this into some sort of Instagram moment." Sam stood up from the couch at the beach house to pace around the living room. She needed to get some of the excess energy out of her system and clear her head. "Guys, I'm not trying to take over, and I certainly don't want to change your message or your mission. I love your product and what you stand for. If I didn't, I wouldn't have moved heaven and earth to become an investor. Trust me, I'm as invested in this as you are, and yes, Tom, I'm well aware that I'm not a business partner. That doesn't mean I'm not invested in this all the way. I want you guys to succeed and become even bigger than you can imagine. Just think about what that would do to the renewable energy space and the planet." She made laps through the room, growing more animated. "And let's not forget about your passion project. You'll be able to bring clean water and power to more third-world countries when you grow your bottom line. Sam, we love your passion for this, for us. We really do. It's just a bit much. Maybe we should meet before we sign the paperwork and talk about all this face to face. Hammer out some details," Tom said. "And some boundaries about what you can and can't do as an investor. Why don't you fly out to Costa Rica for the demo? Bring your husband. We can show you the working prototype and talk more. If all works out, we'll sign the paperwork on the spot." There wasn't much Sam could do other than agree. She hoped Jason would be up for a quick trip down to Central America. She'd made the mistake of telling Rick and Tom about the wedding, and flying out by herself would make them even more skittish about the whole deal. She fixed herself a cup of Earl Grey tea, Kat's favorite, before heading out to the porch to call Jason. "Hey you, how's your day going?" she asked, doing her best to sound upbeat. "Don't ask. You? From the sound of it, I'd say about as good as yours," Sam sighed. "Are we still on for dinner? There's something I want to talk to you about." "That sounds ominous. Please tell me it's not bad news. I can't take any more today." Jason sounded more tired and defeated than she'd ever heard him. "Nothing bad, I promise. It could actually be pretty fun." She crossed her fingers that an all-expenses-paid trip to a tropical island was something he'd enjoy. She may even be able to talk Brad into letting her use the corporate jet. Her big brother owed her after she'd given him her full support when he'd started dating a young widow with a preschool-aged daughter. "How about Mary's?" Jason asked. "It's not too busy on a Tuesday night. We can grab a booth and drown our sorrows in beer." Sam laughed. "It's a date. And just so you know, there will be comfort eating tonight. That means fries and peanut butter pie. Good thing I love Mary's peanut butter pie. I'll pick you up at 7. He sounded much better, and Sam couldn't wait to see that handsome husband of hers. Chapter 15. Jason grabbed the leftover peanut butter pie from the fridge. It wasn't your traditional breakfast, but hey, sometimes you had to go for the junk food. He smiled at the thought of dinner with Sam last night. They'd ordered an insane amount of food right from the start, including 2 large slices of peanut butter pie. In the end, they'd shared one of them, and Sam had insisted he take the second one home. Something about not wanting the temptation at her brother's place. "I'll get up in the middle of the night and eat the whole thing," she'd said. He'd relented and took the pie home. He was in the middle of pouring himself a second cup of coffee when the doorbell rang. He had no idea who that could be. "Lisa?" Jason was stunned. He hadn't heard from his former fiancée in years. Not since she'd left him at the altar. "What are you doing here?" "I was in the area, and thought I'd stop by to see you." She stepped forward and hugged him. "It's been a long time. You look good." Jason returned the hug, and then motioned for her to walk into his condo. "I have to leave for work in a little bit, but I have time for a quick cup of coffee if you'd like." "Coffee sounds great," Lisa beamed up at him, and followed him into a small kitchen. Jason pulled down a second cup and poured her some coffee. "Cream or sugar?" he asked. She used to take her coffee with milk, but things could have changed over the course of the past few years. "Milk, if you have it." He turned and pulled open the fridge, handing her the milk. He sat down at the small bistro table his mother had bought for the kitchen when he'd moved in here last year. Lisa fixed her coffee and sat down across from him. "How have you been?" she asked before taking a sip and sighing. "Good. We've had some hiccups here lately, but overall, life has been good." Jason sat back in his chair, trying to decide how much to tell her. "I'm glad." She played with the simple silver tennis bracelet on her right wrist. She seemed nervous and insecure, which was very unlike her. "What brings you out here?" Jason asked. "You always talked about Myrtle Beach back in Colorado. I was curious about the place. How come you never brought me here when we were engaged?" "I had a job, with little vacation time," Jason reminded her. "And we'd planned to come down for our honeymoon and have a second wedding reception at my parents' club." His mother had spent 6 months planning the event. The invitations had gone out. His dad had hired a band. Everyone had been excited to celebrate the beginning of Jason and Lisa's marriage. Then, she'd changed her mind the morning of their wedding. "That's right. I'm sure it would have been lovely." She took another sip of her coffee. "I've been thinking a lot about us. Not marrying you was the biggest mistake I've ever made." She sounded sincere. Jason remembered dreaming of this moment. Of Lisa returning and asking him back. There was a time when that was all he'd wanted. Then, he met Sam. "How's everything in Colorado?" he asked to distract himself from the intense feelings that were breaking through. "You're still living in Breckenridge, working in marketing?" Jason asked. Lisa had been the head of marketing at one of Colorado's most popular ski resorts. "Everything's good. There's been so much growth at the village above town and of course the resort. You wouldn't recognize the place." She smiled and Jason couldn't help but return it. "How about you? Did you move out of that tiny condo? Seeing anyone?" He thought for a moment. "Engaged? Married? Kids?" He was genuinely curious now that she sat in his kitchen. He hoped she was happy. Lisa laughed. "I did move out. And no, and no to the rest of your questions." She kept smiling and shook her head. "Which is why I'm here. I thought we owed it to ourselves to give this another try. What do you think?" Lisa, he didn't know how to tell her that he no longer felt that way for her. "Never mind. It was a silly thought. Forget I said that. You mentioned some hiccups in your life. Everything okay?" Jason was relieved that she changed the subject. "Dad had a heart attack a few weeks ago." He hadn't meant to tell her, but it slipped out. Old habits and all. They used to tell each other everything. Oh, no. Lisa set her cup down and reached over to grab his free hand across the table. Hers was still warm from holding the cup. He used to love her compassionate gestures. Lisa had always been a very touchy person. She would hug, hold hands, or run her fingers through his hair, no matter what they'd been doing or where they'd been. He'd loved that when they were together. He'd missed it for years after she'd left him. Now, he wasn't sure how to feel about it. Jason pulled his hand away to look at his watch. He's doing much better. They did a bypass, and he isn't too happy about the physical therapy, but he's getting back to his old self. Jason finished his coffee and rose. I'm sorry to cut this short. As much as I'd like to continue to catch up, I have to get to the office. With Dad out of commission, my workload has doubled. That wasn't quite true, but not out of the ballpark. Of course. I understand. Sorry to barge in on you like this after all this time. Her voice sounded a little shaky, but she stood up and took her coffee cup to the sink, rinsing it out before setting it down. I'd love to talk more though. Maybe I could meet you for lunch. At your parents' club? Jason turned to look at her. Listen, it's been good to see you again, but I don't want you to get the wrong impression here. I'm not interested in picking back up where we left off. I'm seeing someone, and it's pretty serious. Lisa looked surprised, but quickly recovered and the smile returned to her face. I wasn't expecting you to welcome me with open arms after what I did to you. I could use your help though. I'm in trouble. I'll explain over lunch. Thanks for meeting me. The club is lovely, by the way. And that lake out there is stunning. Lisa joined him at the corner table of the club's restaurant and picked up one of the menus. What's good? I usually get the turkey club sandwich, but I hear the grilled shrimp salad is getting rave reviews. He didn't mention that those rave reviews came from Sam, his wife. He smiled, thinking about sitting across from her at this very table, watching her enjoy her meal. That's when it hit him. He was completely over Lisa. He hadn't thought about her for weeks. For years, just thinking of her had hurt. The silliest things would remind him of their relationship, and the sharp pain he'd felt when he'd stood in the little mountain church had returned. At first, the pain had been so bad he could hardly breathe. Over time it had dulled, but he'd wondered if he'd ever trust another woman. If he'd ever fall in love again. Then, Sam waltzed into the lobby of a hotel in Hilton Head and all thoughts of Lisa were gone. The realization that he was finally over it felt like a huge weight had lifted off his shoulders. Ready to order? Megan, the young waitress Jason had hired in the spring, asked. The usual, Jason said, and Megan scribbled a quick note on her pad. How about you? She turned and smiled at Lisa. I'll take the grilled shrimp salad. No croutons, dressing on the side please. Anything to drink? Iced tea would be great. Thank you. Lisa handed the menu to Megan. Unsweetened, Jason added, and Megan nodded, making another quick note before leaving their table to take the next order. You're in the South. Tea comes sweet if you don't ask for unsweetened. I'm glad you saved me from the sugar rush. You're welcome. Tell me about this trouble you're in. Nothing too serious, I hope. Let's just say it's been a rough year. Lisa sighed, adjusting in her chair. I met this guy 2 years ago. He was a VIP client at the resort. We met in the bar and hit it off. Harry is a financial advisor. A pretty successful one. We had a little fling during his stay. Nothing serious. We went on a few dates, kissed. That type of thing. When he left, I thought that was the end of it. I take it wasn't? No. He came back the next month and things got serious. He lives in New York and works at one of the big firms in Manhattan. Jason found it curious that she was vague on the details. She didn't mention a last name or where exactly this guy worked. Not that it was any of his business. He nodded for her to keep going. We dated for a year, him flying out to Colorado whenever he could get away, me going out for weekend visits. Then, he proposed and asked me to move to New York City. Did you? He was curious, part of him rooting for her, even though he had a feeling this particular story didn't end as well as he hoped it would. I did. I turned in my notice and put my condo on the market. By the time I was leaving for New York, I'd sold it and nearly everything I owned. And you moved to New York. That must have been something else. Jason had visited the Big Apple, but couldn't imagine living there. It was. At first, it was fun and exciting. We went to shows, had lunch in Central Park. It was bliss. A small, sad smile played across Lisa's lips. But after a while, I got bored. The job market is incredibly tough, especially in marketing. Even with my experience, I couldn't get a foot in the door. I could have interned. You're kidding me. That's for kids fresh out of college who need a little experience. Jason was shocked. Lisa was good at what she did. She'd turned that resort around and made it into one of the most popular ski resorts in the state. That's what I thought. I kept applying everywhere I could. I can't even tell you how many resumes I sent out. Other than that, I sat around in Harry's condo, waiting for him to come home from work. Lisa paused when Megan arrived with their drinks. When the blonde waitress was gone, she continued. He kept coming back later and later. He said he was out for drinks with clients, but how many clients can you have, you know? Jason nodded and took a sip of the soda Megan had set in front of him. So, I waited outside his office one night and followed him. Lisa took a drink of her tea and cleared her throat. He met some pretty blonde Barbie for dinner, and let me tell you, it didn't look like she was a client. He cheated on you, Jason said. It wasn't a question. Lisa nodded. When did this happen? He asked in a gentle tone. Last week. I confronted him when he came home, and we had a huge fight. I left that night with nothing but my purse and the clothes on my back. I'm sorry. I know that's brutal, but I promise you, it will get better. Lisa shrugged. It will. Not at first, but you'll get past it. I promise. The worst part is I let him invest the money from the sale of the condo and everything else I'd saved up. I'm so stupid. The accounts are in his name. I basically gave him my life savings. I'm left with no job, no home, and less than $3,000 in my checking account. Lisa was about to break down in tears. She pulled herself together when Megan returned with their food, and for a few minutes, they both sat there quietly eating their lunch. What can I do to help? Jason asked when Lisa set her fork down. For starters, I could use a place to stay. She looked at him hopefully. Just until I get on my feet. I have feelers out for jobs across the US. I don't mind relocating, but I'm almost out of money. In fact, she looked around, I could use some work if there are any openings. I'll do anything. Even a couple of hours per week flipping burgers would help. I think we can do better than finding you a job in the kitchen. Cooking wasn't really your forte anyway. He smiled at her. Let me ask around. I don't have much of a marketing budget right now, but I'm sure I can find you something. He thought for a second. Maybe Beckheim could use some help with his resorts. Let me make a call. He rose and dug his keys out of his pocket. Removing the house key from the ring, he handed it to her. For now, stay at my condo. I'll be by after work to pick up some clothes. Make yourself at home. There's food in the fridge. She took the key from him. Thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. You don't have to leave though. We used to get along just fine in my condo. I'll stay with my parents until you're ready to leave. The two of us together wouldn't be appropriate. He kept his voice even. I told you, I'm seeing someone. Lisa nodded. She must be pretty special. I hope I get to meet her sometime. This is a lot more fun than I remembered, Sam beamed while sitting in the stands, shelling peanuts. When is the last time you went to a baseball game? Jason asked, glad he had taken the guy from beach golf carts up on the offer of tickets when they were negotiating the latest order. It's been a while, she laughed. I think I was 7 or 8 when my dad took all 3 of us to watch the Phoenix Suns. Pete got lost, and it took half the stadium security team to find him. He'd managed to sneak into the team locker room. During the game? Jason forgot about the game going on down on the field, enthralled by her story. Right in the middle of it. There were announcements and everything. I don't remember all the details, but hearing my dad talk about it later, they'd come close to stopping the game to find him. She shrugged like it was no big deal to stop a major league game. I guess they were worried he'd been kidnapped or something. With her family's wealth and high profile, that probably had been a serious concern. Anyway, a maintenance guy found him in the locker room, snooping around. We never went to another game after that. She popped another peanut in her mouth and washed it down with some Coke. Can't blame your dad for that, Jason said. Glad I could talk you into coming with me though. He grinned at her. Having her here with him definitely made it a lot more fun. Did you play baseball as a kid? Sam asked. Brad didn't, but Pete was pretty good. We thought he'd go on and play in college, but he never even tried out for the team. He spent too much time hanging out with his friends and chasing girls. She giggled, kicking her feet up on the vacant seat in front of her. I did. I pitched through high school and earned a baseball scholarship. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure Brad and I would have met without it. Before Duke offered me a full ride, I'd planned on going to Coastal Carolina. They have a pretty good baseball team, too, don't they? Sam asked. Made it to the finals a few years back? Jason nodded. The team wasn't nearly as good when I graduated though. Did you play all through college? Sam asked, looking genuinely interested. Jason shook his head. I tore my shoulder junior year. Haven't played since. Do you miss it? She asked. Days like this I do, he said, looking longingly down on the field. There's no feeling like it when you throw a perfect pitch. You know at the moment the ball leaves your hand. You'll be great at tossing the ball with the kids down the road. Maybe even coach Little League? You'd make a great coach. Kids? Jason wasn't sure if she was talking about children in general or their children. They were married and as far as he was concerned, they'd stay that way and start their lives as husband and wife together as soon as possible. But kids. That wasn't something he'd thought about other than in the most abstract of ways. Something he'd wanted down the road. Yes, kids. Children. Offspring. You want them, don't you? She looked at him curiously. I guess we never talked about it. Yes, I think I want kids. Eventually. He sat musing about the topic. Right in the middle of a heated baseball game. It was a close one, and they both should be at the edge of their seats. Instead, they were discussing family planning. He smiled. Sam was always good for a surprise. She had a way of turning his life upside down that he enjoyed. Good. Me too. How many? He still wasn't sure if she was talking about all this in general, or if they were discussing their children. An image flashed in his mind of a little girl with her mother's eyes and hair. She stood in front of him, reaching her little arms up to him. 2. A boy and a girl would be nice. Sam laughed. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. Unless you want to get into genetic testing and selective IVF. She looked right at him again. I think I'd rather leave it up to chance. The boy or girl thing, Sam clarified. Me too. Jason racked his brain, trying to come up with a way to ask her if she was talking about their kids without being obvious about it. In the end, he decided to be direct. Whose kids exactly are we talking about here? That depends. She gave him another one of her confident grins. Depends on what? If you want to have babies with me or not. She threw a peanut his way. He had his answer. Jason rubbed his chin. You've gone a little pale there, Sam said. Relax. I'm not suggesting we try to get pregnant right now. He coughed. Getting pregnant applied a level of intimacy they hadn't reached yet. He took another sip of Coke. Good. And you realize making babies takes more than kissing, right? He said, adopting her light, teasing tone. I do. She stared right at him, a smoldering look in her eyes. Are you ready for that? I'm getting there. We are married after all. Okay then, he took her hand and kissed it. The crowd around them cheered. He looked down to the field to see who'd scored. His confusion grew when he saw they were between innings, players running back to the dugout or taking their places on the field. Look, Sam said, pointing up at the jumbotron on one side of the stadium. Their faces were up on the display, surrounded by flashing hearts. Let's give them a show, she said before grabbing his head with both hands and pulling him close. Her lips latched onto his. There was nothing sweet about this kiss. It was passionate and demanding, and he was right there with her. He'd forgotten all about the cameras and the crowd until she broke away, gasping for air. That may have been a little more of a show than I intended to give them, she said, her lips swollen and her cheeks pink. Her hair was disheveled, and his own probably didn't look much better. Clearing his throat, he turned back to look down to the field where the game had resumed. They were down to the 9th inning and both teams were tied. He reached over and pulled Sam close to his side. He briefly considered asking her if she was ready to leave and take her to his place. Then, he remembered that he was living with his parents for the foreseeable future. Instead, they watched the rest of the baseball game. Myrtle Beach lost, but it didn't matter. They had a great time and stayed to watch the fireworks show over the stadium after the game. Want some more? Sam asked, holding the bag of peanuts out to him. He shook his head and she shelled a few more, throwing them in her mouth as they watched the brilliant flashes of colorful lights up in the early summer sky. Jason felt her tense in his arms before attempting to cough. Sam's hands flew to her throat, and he realized she was choking on the nuts, unable to draw in air. His heart stopped, fear crashing over him. He couldn't lose her. Not now. Fighting through the panic that threatened to paralyze him, he pushed her forward and pounded her back. He desperately tried to remember how to do the Heimlich maneuver when she coughed and the offending nut flew out of her mouth and into the seat in front of them. Sam drew in a huge gasp of air. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and it took an eternity before her breathing calmed and she was able to look at him. Thank you, she said in a raspy voice. In that moment, with the finale of the fireworks lighting up the sky above them, he knew he loved her. He wasn't just in love with Samantha Sutton. He loved his wife so much that a life without her was no longer an option. Chapter 16. It's too early, Jason told Sam at the airfield at 8 in the morning. You'll be fine. I thought golfers got up early. She walked up the stairs to enter the Sutton & Sutton corporate jet, motioning for Jason to follow her. I'm not a golfer, I run a golf course, he muttered. Explain to me again why we had to leave this early. It's a 4-hour flight to Golfito, and we're supposed to have dinner with Rick and Tom tonight. Tomorrow is the demonstration of their generators and cocktail party. I want to get there by lunch so we have time to explore the city and the bay. Jason nodded and perked right up when they stepped into the cabin of the private plane. The surprise in his eyes made her look at the plane and the others she'd traveled in for as long as she could remember, with fresh eyes. Sam had flown on enough commercial flights, some of them tiny propeller planes where the person next to her held a caged chicken, to know this wasn't how most of the world traveled. It was easy to forget, and she took a moment to appreciate the comfortable leather interior and the fact that they didn't have to go through a long TSA line or sit around in an uncomfortable and crowded waiting area at the gate. Coffee before we take off? Marge, their flight attendant, asked. Sam and Jason both nodded. By the time they'd taken their seats at the dark mahogany table toward the middle of the plane, Marge returned with their drinks. No paper cups, Jason said as he took a cautious sip from the white porcelain cup. This is good coffee. He sounded surprised. Freshly ground beans and filtered water, Marge said. Would you like breakfast? She asked. Sam nodded. Something simple. Whatever you can throw together would be nice. Of course. We are ready for takeoff. She took their luggage and stored it in one of the cabinets before returning to the front of the plane. By the time they'd reached cruising altitude, she was back with a basket of warm and flaky pastries and 2 bowls of fresh fruit. She refilled their coffee. Anything else for breakfast this morning? Marge asked. She looked at Jason. Can I interest you in steak and eggs or a breakfast burrito? He shook his head. This is fine. Thank you. Call me if there's anything you need, Marge said before leaving the two of them alone in the main cabin. Sam unbuckled her seatbelt and grabbed a croissant from the basket. You travel like this all the time? Jason asked, taking a bite of a Danish and washing it down with more coffee. He kept looking around the cabin while they ate. No, of course not. It's the company jet. Brad and my mom use it to get around and impress clients most of the time. I usually fly commercial, but it was almost impossible to get to Costa Rica from Myrtle Beach. The jet was already in Myrtle Beach, and Brad didn't mind. She shrugged. Sam tried to avoid taking the jet, or planes in general, but there was no way she was riding a bus all the way through Central America. And you're trying to impress Rick and Tom, he guessed. Couldn't hurt, she admitted. You look like you're dying to see the rest of the plane. Want a tour? She asked after they'd finished breakfast. She rose before he could answer and grabbed his hand. She showed him the bedroom, with attached bath, in the back of the plane before taking him up to meet the pilot. This is something else, Jason said, shaking his head as they returned to their seats. I can't believe you took the train to Hilton Head. I can't either, Sam said. Want to watch a movie to pass the time? They curled up on the couch that stretched out on one side of the plane and Sam pushed a button that made the screen lower from an overhead space. They scrolled through the list of entertainment options, finally settling on Casablanca. By the time Humphrey Bogart uttered his famous last line, they were ready to land. How are we getting to the hotel? Jason asked as they prepared to deplane. Are we renting a car? Sam realized she hadn't shared much about the trip with her husband. Rick and Tom are sending a car to take us to the lodge. I rented us a cute 2-bedroom villa, a little ways off from the main buildings. She was surprised to see Rick and Tom waiting next to the Range Rover, parked on the airfield. She waved and introduced Jason to her future business partners. We thought we'd come get you ourselves, Tom said, grinning. Where are you staying? The Esquinas Rainforest Lodge, Sam said. You'll love the place. The views are amazing. Rick sounded excited. And it's not far from Tom's grandfather's villa at the coast. Rick was right. The lodge was nestled in the rainforest 30 minutes outside of town. There were beautiful landscaped gardens that complemented the wild landscape around them and a large, inviting pool to cool off in. Before Rick and Tom left them to get settled in the rustic 2-bedroom villa complete with large veranda and colorful hammock, they made plans to meet for dinner. Sam walked around the building that was to be their home for the next 2 nights after dropping her large rolling suitcase in the room. It was simply furnished with sparse decorations and large picture windows and wide sliding glass doors. The simple design took full advantage of the light and beautiful surroundings, making them the focus of the building and each room in the villa. She made a mental note to take plenty of pictures for social media. They could create some pretty cool buzz for Wave Tech during this trip. Jason walked up behind her, his spicy aftershave a scent as familiar as her mother's perfume or the stale scent of cigarettes that had always surrounded her father. She smelled him just a moment before his arms wrapped around her shoulders and his firm chest pressed against her back. The buttons of his white dress shirt pushed against the bare skin between her shoulder blades, exposed by her dress. It was one of her favorites, a well-cut cotton dress, high in the front, low in the back, with a flirty flare to the skirt. Most importantly, it didn't wrinkle and was comfortable even in the humid heat of the early Costa Rican summer. "This will be our first time staying under the same roof," he murmured into her ear. Her breath caught in her throat. He was right. They were spending the night in the same house, their beds only separated by a thin wall and 2 doors connected to the main living area. There was no one else there with them. And they were married. Everyone at the resort would expect them to share the same bed as a newlywed couple. The thought was thrilling and a little overwhelming at the same time. It was a big step, and in Sam's mind, it would remove all sentiments of it being a fake union. "Why don't we head out to explore the city?" she said, taking a step forward and out of his embrace. She turned and ran her hand through his hair, giving him a quick kiss on the lips when she saw the disappointment in his eyes. "If we get distracted, it will be too late to head out before dinner." They would be back in their cozy villa after dinner. The prospect hung heavy in the air between them. "Give me 5 minutes," Jason requested and walked into his bedroom. He was back in less than that, his hair wet and slicked back, donning a fresh shirt and sunglasses. He held his hand out to her. "Ready?" Sam grabbed her purse and they walked hand in hand to the main lodge to find their rental car. It was a little open-top Jeep, and after a small argument about who got to drive, which she won, they were off. Golfito was not much to look at first glance. The streets were narrow, and most of the buildings were only separated from the road by the narrowest of sidewalks and looked run down. Once you looked past this first impression though, the port town's undeniable charm started to appear in the courtyards, lush tropical plants found holes in the smallest of spaces, and the stunning views out to the water, the Golfo Dulce. The sweet Gulf not only looked stunning and sent a warm breeze to welcome them, it was also home to a variety of wildlife, both in the water and on the land surrounding the tropical inlet. Sam remembered a diving trip with her brother Pete a few years ago on the other side of the Gulf and hoped they'd be able to sneak away for a dive of their own. She made a mental note to ask the concierge at the lodge to arrange it on their way back. "Do you dive?" she asked. Jason shook his head. "How about snorkeling?" she continued hopefully. They didn't have time for the lengthy dive course he would have to go through before someone would take them out to the more interesting spots on a boat. "It's been a while," he said. "This would be an amazing place to give it a try though. And the rainforest looks amazing. Do you think we have time for a hike?" Sam pulled over in the dirt parking lot of a small restaurant right at the harbor. "Absolutely. Let's grab some lunch and head back. There are some fun trails that leave right from the lodge and lead deep into the rainforest." "This place is something else," Jason said when they'd reached the waterfall. Their hike through the rainforest was amazing. The wildlife, the surroundings. It made him feel alive. He'd needed it after the shock of realizing just how rich and privileged Sam was. The ride on the private jet had been an eye-opening experience, and it made him wonder what he had to offer his wife. She had everything she could ever want or need. Why would she even consider staying married to him or building a life with him? He was painfully aware that they had not yet taken the last step in living a married life, and part of him had hoped that's what this trip was about. For the first time, they'd be spending the night alone in the same place. But when he'd hinted at the subject, she'd withdrawn and dragged him out of the villa. "It is beautiful." Sam walked up beside him, slightly out of breath, and wrapped her arm around his waist. "Look, there's another monkey." She pointed off to the side of the falls, where a small primate cupped the cool water to drink it. Sam crouched down and mirrored the monkey's behavior. "Don't drink it," Jason warned, all too aware of the dangers of giardia and other waterborne diseases. He'd spent a few very uncomfortable days out on a trail after drinking water without treating it first. "I won't." Sam took the water in her hand and used it to cool her neck. "I need to cool down before we head back." She sat down on a flat rock to take her sneakers off before dipping her feet in the cool water of the stream. He sat down beside her and did the same. The water wasn't as cold as the streams of the North Carolina mountains he hiked any chance he got to get away from the club. It still felt nice though. If they weren't so pressed for time to get back to meet the WaveTech guys for dinner, he'd suggest a swim. Sam looked at her watch a few minutes later. We'd better head back. I'm going to need a shower before dinner. Jason nodded. He wasn't looking forward to the business dinner, but this was what they'd come for. Wishing for a romantic meal in their villa wouldn't do any good. Looking at the monkey who still hung out across the creek, he had an idea. When are we meeting for dinner? He asked. At 6. Rick and Tom suggested an early dinner. They'll be up early to set up for the demonstration tomorrow. Sam wiggled her toes around in an effort to dry them faster. Here. He handed her the bandana he'd tucked into his back pocket before they left. We should be done pretty early then. How about a walk in the gardens after dinner? Jason asked. Just you and me. Sam finished drying her feet and handed the cotton cloth to him. I'd like that. This was a good idea, Sam whispered as they slowly walked down the main path of the gardens toward a small sheltered seating area. I think it's even more beautiful at night. Jason agreed. The scent of tropical flowers was thick in the air, and the full moon bathed everything in silvery light, which made it easy to see the path and the wide bench he'd scoped out during their early daylight visit to the lush gardens surrounding the lodge. They went quiet as they settled on the bench and got comfortable. He put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. It was a nice feeling when Sam rested her head on his shoulder. As they sat quietly, the area around them quickly became alive. At first, all they could see and hear were the various insects. Not long after, the bats flew all around them and they spotted several green tree frogs by the time their eyes adjusted to the moonlight. Look, Sam whispered, sounding excited. He followed her pointed index finger and spotted the cotimundis poking his long snout out of the underbrush. He'd heard about the curious creatures that reminded him a little of the raccoons that had taken up residence by the dumpster behind the kitchen of the clubhouse. This was the first time they'd caught sight of one. They sat and watched the garden come alive around them until a small rustling noise close to the bench made them both look down. A large snake slithered not 2 feet away from them. Sam shrieked and jumped up on the bench. Everything around them went quiet. I'm sorry. I'm not usually such a scaredy cat. Sam took the offered hand and stepped down. Trust me, it startled me just as much, he admitted. I don't have the vertical leap. That was impressive. Sam laughed and shook her head, her long locks bouncing around her shoulders. She pulled the simple gray cardigan she wore over the linen dress he remembered from Hilton Head closer around herself. Ready to head back? He asked. It's been a long day. She nodded, looking like she was trying to suppress a yawn. Jason put his hand on the small of her back and guided her down the path, more than ready to head to their villa and curious to see how the rest of the night would unfold. Chapter 17. Sam awoke to the sound of birds, the first rays of sunlight tickling her nose. She raised her head, feeling more than a little disoriented. Why was she half slumped on the couch, snuggled up to Jason, with a thick blanket covering them both? Slowly, the memories of their day before, traveling and hiking through the rainforest, came back to her. Their dinner with Rick and Tom had been uneventful. The guys had been charming, made small talk, but Sam couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe they were still upset about her earlier suggestions. She had hoped they could clear the air last night, but every time she'd broached the subject, they'd quickly turn to conversation to something different. She'd have to find a way to get past this today at the demonstration if she wanted to close the deal before leaving the country the following day. Good morning, Jason said in a rough voice that sent shivers down her back. After the romantic walk they'd taken through the moonlit gardens last night, Sam had wondered if they'd pick up their conversation about the bedrooms and what this trip may mean to their marriage. In the end, they'd snuggled on the couch together. She remembered sweet kisses and had hoped it would lead to more. Then, they must have both fallen asleep. She wasn't surprised. After the hike to the waterfall, they'd been ravenous, eating a large dinner. She was surprised they'd stayed awake as long as they had. Coffee, she asked before lifting the blanket and heading to the kitchen area. Coffee would be great. It didn't take long to brew a pot, and the rich aroma filled the small villa. She poured them each a cup and carried them back to the couch where Jason sat, rubbing the stubble on his face. "I think I forgot to pack my razor," he said before taking one of the cups. "This is good coffee," he said, sounding surprised. "We are in Costa Rica," she reminded him. "And I'm sure we can find you a razor." He cleaned up nice, she decided, when he emerged from the shower several hours later. They'd had the morning to themselves and had checked out the pool before heading back to the restaurant for a quick breakfast and more coffee. He was dressed in slacks, a crisp white dress shirt and leather shoes. A light sports jacket was draped over his arm. "Ready to go?" he asked, before looking up. His eyes widened as they traveled up and down her body. "You look good," he finally said, sounding a little breathless. "Thank you," Sam smiled. She'd hoped he would like her form-fitting red dress and heels. She'd kept her makeup and jewelry to a minimum. Aside from a silver bracelet and small studs in her ears, she let the dress and the hair she'd worked into soft curls speak for itself. The latter hadn't been an easy feat in the humidity, and she hoped she'd added enough product to keep it from going out of control before they returned tonight. Tom's grandfather sent a car to bring them to his estate located 20 miles down the road, directly on the Gulf. The villa had strong Spanish architectural influences with its earth tones and rounded archways. A wide courtyard welcomed them before they stepped through a large living area out back into sprawling gardens that rivaled those of the lodge. A stone path led down to an expansive boardwalk and dock by the water. Several standing height tables were set up across the area, and Sam noticed a champagne bar off to the side. "I'll grab us a drink," Jason said, striding off to the bar. Sam nodded and looked around, confused by the elaborate setup. "You're early," Rick called as he emerged from the yacht moored up against the dock. He disembarked and jogged up to Sam. "We're almost ready. Why don't you guys enjoy a glass of champagne and the view," he said, before running up the hill toward the house. "What was that about?" Jason asked. Sam shook her head. She had no idea. She took a sip of the offered drink and set it down on one of the tall tables. There was nothing to do but wait and see. 30 minutes later, the gardens and the boardwalk were swarming with people. "You didn't tell me this was going to be a big party," Sam said to Tom, smiling. "It's a beautiful spot to host. We figured we'd do a demonstration for all potential investors at the same time," Tom said before heading to the yacht. The plan, according to him, was to head out into the Gulf with a small group of potential investors, and take them out to a temporary setup of their wave generators floating in the water just a short boat ride away. There, they would connect various measuring devices before taking everyone back to the dock, where one of the generators was on display. An older gentleman in a white linen suit approached Sam and Jason. "You must be Samantha Sutton," he said. "I'm Thomas Watson, Tom's grandfather. I knew your father. Tough negotiator, but always fair." Sam shook hands with the man and introduced him to Jason. "Watson as in Watson Steel?" she asked. He nodded. "Bought a piece of land from your father in the 70s in Michigan. Back before Sutton and Sutton was as big as it is today. If the investors would follow me to the yacht, we'll get started with the excursion out to the generator bank," Rick announced after clinking a pen on his champagne flute. "That's my cue," Sam said. She kissed Jason on the cheek and took off. "Looks like we'll have to entertain ourselves for a while," Thomas Watson said to Jason as Sam walked off. "Would you like to join me in the library for a real drink?" "How was the boat ride?" Jason asked Sam an hour later. She shrugged. "The product is top-notch, as expected. They'll make a fortune with this unless they mess up royally." "What's the problem?" He gripped the back of the garden bench to steady himself. Maybe that third scotch in the library had been a mistake. Thomas had poured them each generous drinks, and Jason's empty stomach didn't help matters. "I didn't expect them to bring in other potential investors and turn this into a bidding war. I thought they had more integrity than that." The money from my trust is finally available, and now I find out I have to prove myself in front of the likes of Jackson Smith. She sounded disgusted. Not what I was expecting out of this trip. She looked in the direction of the middle-aged guy wearing a Hawaiian shirt that looked about 2 sizes too small. The slicked back hair didn't help improve the look. More used car salesman on vacation than serious investor passionate about green energy. Are you okay? Her hand jutted out to steady him. I'm fine. I had a couple of drinks with Thomas Watson. I'll go splash some water on my face. He turned and concentrated on walking in the direction of the house. Find some food. Or coffee, Sam suggested quietly. He nodded and grabbed a few canapes off the tray of a waiter walking down the path toward the dock. The cold water and the bit of food helped clear his head. Thomas offered him another drink as they crossed paths, but Jason declined politely. He headed deeper into the house in search of a kitchen. Maybe he could talk one of the staff into fixing him a sandwich or making him a little plate of whatever appetizers they were serving at the dock. When he passed what looked like a small living room, he heard voices. At the mention of Sam's name, he stopped to listen. Don't get me wrong, I like Sam and her passion for the project. But I think we can do better. Get more money and someone with some real experience under their belt. Jackson Smith has built his company from the ground up, and from everything I see, it's hugely successful. Rick sat in one of the leather chairs, legs crossed, looking relaxed. Then why isn't he investing in his own company, or a new project of his own? He has no interest in clean energy. Have you talked to him? He thinks global warming is a hoax. Tom paced the small room. Doesn't mean his money is bad. It's not about the money. It's never been about that. For either of us. Rick put his feet flat on the floor and leaned forward. Think about how much faster we can grow with the extra funds. And Jackson there to advise us. He has connections. Big players. He can open doors for us. Tom stopped. Maybe you're right. I'm just not sure it's the path we should take. Sam was about to lose the deal, Jason realized. Sorry to interrupt, boys. Couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Not taking Sam up on her offer is a huge mistake. He shook his head trying to clear it. He wished he wasn't still a little drunk. He had to make them see how amazing his Sam was. Jason woke up with the worst hangover since college. Trying to open his eyes hurt. He tried to roll over and go back to sleep. Big mistake. The room spun and hot pain shot through his head. He took slow, steadying breaths, trying to decide if he needed to risk a mad dash to the bathroom. About time you're awake. Sam plopped down on his bed. He groaned. The movement didn't help his bed. Gentle, he begged, hoping she'd soften her voice and move more carefully around the room. No time for that. Get up and get dressed. Wheels up in 45 minutes. She rose and stomped out of the room. What's wrong? He called after her, fighting through dizziness as he sat up in bed. He was surprised to see the sun high in the sky. What's wrong? Sam was back in his bedroom in a flash. She pulled his bag out of the closet and randomly threw clothes into it. What's wrong is that you got drunk and ruined my shot at showing my family what I'm made of. What? He reached out and grabbed her arm, trying to get her to slow down. Care to explain what that was about last night? You derailed my negotiations with that little rant of yours. Rick and Tom backed out. I was this close to signing the deal and making a fortune with WaveTech, she huffed, jerking her arm away. Pack your own stuff. I'll be in the lobby. Don't take too long or I'm leaving. She walked out of the room, picked up her own bags, and left their villa. Jason had never seen her so angry. He got up and walked into the main living area. A half-finished cup of coffee sat on the kitchen counter. He drowned it in one gulp, barely noticing it was cold. Between the coffee and the quick shower he forced himself to take, his mind slowly started to clear, and he began to remember the events from the night before. He'd barged in on a private conversation between Rick and Tom and insisted they'd be stupid not to take Sam up on her very generous offer to invest in their little startup. Okay, his language had been even less polite than that. In either case, the end result had been a confrontation with his wife that pretty much had those two telling her they were done. He remembered seeing Tom's grandfather standing in the background, shaking his head at the spectacle. Unsurprisingly, Sam had insisted they leave right away. Thomas Watson had insisted they let his driver return them to the lodge. Jason didn't remember the drive back or arriving at the lodge. Somehow, he'd made it to his bed and slept through the night and half the day. He tossed his remaining possessions in the duffel bag and took one last look around the villa. His time with Sam here hadn't turned out like he'd hoped. Shaking his head, he pulled the door closed behind him and headed for the lobby. Chapter 18. I take it your meeting didn't go so well? Brad asked, leaning against the doorframe of Sam's bedroom. Sam had finally made it back to the house on Palmer Island. The flight home had been bumpy and overall unpleasant. She'd barely spoken to Jason, who spent a good bit of the flight locked in the bathroom. You can say that again. She tossed her suitcase on the bed and opened it, throwing the lid back with more force than necessary. What happened? He walked into the room and pulled Sam's desk chair around before sitting down, straddling it the way he'd done when he was in high school. She unpacked her bags, while she quickly told him what had happened in Costa Rica, including the incident with an imbibed Jason trying to come to her defense. I had them. We were so close to signing a deal, and then he barges in and ruins it. Who wants to do business with someone whose husband is all up in their business? Sounds to me like those two tried to play you, and Jason called them out on it. He shouldn't have been drinking with Thomas Watson. That guy used to drink Dad under the table. The steel mill owner had a bit of a reputation as a heavy drinker. Sam tossed shirts and shorts into the dirty clothes hamper in the corner of her room like she was practicing free throws. He did, but are you sure that's what caused all this? Brad said calmly, looking at her. Of course. Sure, there were some bumps, there always are, but I had it under control. Even if they brought a bunch of other investors down there. Sam trailed off, her anger started to burn off. You expect me to believe that a couple of words by Jason derailed this deal? He raised his eyebrows. Sam grabbed her toiletry bag and walked into the adjacent bathroom. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself for a moment before returning to the bedroom. No, she admitted. I knew something was off for days. Jason just caused them to come out and say it. Good. What's the plan then? The plan for what? My fake marriage? She pulled her hiking boots out of one of the bags and tossed them into the corner of her closet with more force than necessary. That's over. Don't be ridiculous. And I'm not talking about your marriage to Jason. Don't get me wrong. We are going to talk about that, and depending on that conversation, I'll decide what I'm going to do to Jason McKenna. But not until after you get that deal back on track. You're a Sutton. We don't throw in the towel. There isn't much I can do at this point. I got an email from Tom while we were flying back home. They've decided to go with Jackson Smith. He's investing an extra $5 million, which I don't have. The man has connections. He has those two convinced he'll introduce him to all his buddies. We both know that's not going to happen. He's in deep with the coal and oil guys. The last thing they want to see is a legit source of green energy that's scalable. He's investing to shut the project down. Brad rose and pushed the chair back. You need to talk to the wave tech guys. If they are as smart as you think they are, it shouldn't take much to convince them you're the better bet. Sam nodded. Her big brother had a point. Thank you. No problem. You've got this, sis, he said before leaving the room. It was all the encouragement she'd needed. She could do this, but first, there was something else she needed to take care of. Sam knocked on the door of Jason's condo. She'd been there once, briefly, when they'd stopped by so Jason could change before dinner. She'd walked around the open concept living area and kitchen while he changed. Standing here at his door, she realized how weird it was that they were married but had yet to live together. Maybe it was time to change that. If he'd forgive her for the way she'd acted in Costa Rica. She mentally prepared herself for his reaction. What she hadn't expected was to see another woman open the door. "Can I help you?" the pretty blonde asked. Sam glanced up at the door number, wondering if she'd gone to the wrong apartment. The number painted next to the door was correct. "I'm looking for Jason. Jason McKenna. He's not here right now. I'm Lisa, by the way." The woman held her hand out and Sam shook it. "He's probably at the office." "Okay, I'll catch him there," Sam said, stunned. She had a feeling this was the Lisa who had broken his heart and left him at the altar. Sam looked at the young woman one more time before turning around and leaving. She sat in her car for a while, not sure what to do now. She knew she should talk to Jason. Call him or head straight over to the club and ask him to explain. 2 days ago, that would have been exactly what she'd done. After their fight in Costa Rica, and the way she'd shut him out on the way home, she wasn't so sure anymore. She pulled out of the parking spot and headed back to the beach house. "What's wrong?" Kat asked when she walked into the living room. "Nothing. I'm fine." Sam needed to clear her head before she made a rash decision. "I think I'm going to take a walk on the beach." "Want some company?" Kat asked. Sam hesitated. "Brad can watch Hannah." Sam nodded and the two women took off toward the pier. They walked in silence until they reached it. "Let's grab a coffee before we head back," Kat said. When they were settled at a table in the corner of the large deck overlooking the ocean, she looked at Sam. "Ready to talk?" Once Sam started, the words came pouring out of her. About Jason and the time they'd spent together since their beach wedding. The beautiful start to their Costa Rica adventure. His betrayal, and finally the woman at his condo. "You love him." It wasn't a question. "I do." "Then you need to go talk to him and sort this out. Apologize for the way you reacted about the investment thing, and ask him about the woman at his place. I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation. Maybe she's a friend who needs a place to stay. Or a cousin. Maybe you're right." Sam took the last sip of her coffee. "I'll probably regret it if I don't figure out what's going on." She decided to go find him as soon as they made it back to the house. With a little luck, he would still be at the club. It was her chance to catch him alone. If nothing else, it would clear her head for the conference call with Tom and Rick later that afternoon. Sam followed her sister-in-law's advice and drove out to the Willow Run golf course in search of her husband. The secretary Jason, his father, and his sister shared told her he was having lunch at the clubhouse. She entered the restaurant overlooking the golf course and the lake, her eyes searching for Jason. She spotted him in a booth at the far end of the restaurant. She'd recognize that brown head of hair and those wide shoulders anywhere. He sat across from the woman from his condo. Lisa. And they were holding hands. From the looks of it, she laughed at something he'd said. They looked cozy together. Too stunned to move, she watched Jason rise, kiss Lisa on the cheek, and leave through the back entrance. Through the window, she saw him get in his car and drive off. Maybe she'd been wrong about him. There was only one way to find out. She stalked through the restaurant towards the booth he'd occupied. "Looking for Jason?" Lisa asked. "You just missed him." Without waiting for an invitation, she slid into the booth. "I'm Sam, by the way." "Ah. I thought that might be you. I've heard a lot about you." Lisa looked at her from across the table. "Jason mentioned you're saving the club. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. It's been in the family forever and it would break his daddy's heart if they lost it." "We?" Doubt crept into Sam's mind. Maybe Kat had been wrong. Unless this Lisa was a cousin and not the woman Jason almost married. She decided to stay and chat with this woman for a little while. "How is Jim?" She felt bad about not following up with the older man. She hadn't even talked to Jason about his recovery while they were away together. "Jim is fine. Nothing like a little heart attack is going to bring that man down." A burst of shrill laughter came out of the other woman's mouth. "Or keep him from playing golf. Trust me, he'll be back on that course in no time. Doctor's orders or no." "You know Jason's family well?" Sam asked. "Not as much in person, but Jason spoke about them constantly when we lived together. I'm sure that's about to change now that we're living close by. You know how it is. Sunday dinners, family functions." Lisa used her fork to play with the last few bites of lettuce on her plate. "I don't know if you know this, but Jason and I almost got married. Walking away from him was the biggest mistake of my life. I'm so glad he's decided to let me back into his life." She smiled a secret little smile and played with a ruby ring on her finger. It looked old, like a family heirloom. "That's a beautiful ring." "Thank you. Jason gave it to me. It used to be his grandmother's." Sam's heart felt like it would stop. Jason had told her before they got married that he didn't think he could love anyone else. Lisa had been the love of his life, and she'd ripped his heart out. Sam knew what she was getting into and had realized early on that he still wasn't over the girl that got away. She'd hoped the past few weeks had changed that. She'd been wrong. It had taken Lisa less than 24 hours to work her way back into Jason's life and his heart. She glanced down at her phone. "I better get going. Tell Jason I stopped by and my lawyers will be in touch about dissolving our contract. Best to let Walt Jr. handle all that. It would keep her from having to see Jason and talk to him in person." "I'll do that. It was nice talking to you." Lisa smiled at her, a look of triumph in her blue eyes. Sam made her way back to her car, eyes blurry from the tears she refused to shed. Chapter 19. "Sam, you have to get out of bed." Brad knocked on her locked door. Sam held her pillow over her head and stayed quiet. If she ignored her big brother long enough, he'd go away. It had worked so far, anyway. "You can't stay in there forever." He knocked again. "Hannah misses you. She wants you to come play on the beach." That was a cheap shot. She loved her niece, but wasn't ready to face the world right now. She didn't have the energy. "Go away." She threw the pillow against the door across the room. The knocking stopped and Sam rolled over. This was what she'd wanted. To be left alone to wallow in peace. Why didn't it make her feel any better then? Instead, she felt agitated. She got up to splash some water on her face. Brad was right. She couldn't stay in this room forever, no matter how defeated she felt. She'd lost an investment opportunity. It wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. Besides, there had been no news of Jackson Smith's involvement with WaveTech, and he wasn't the kind of guy who would agree to become a silent partner. Maybe Brad was right. She'd lost a battle, but the war wasn't over yet. She glanced at her phone. Still nothing from Jason. No call, not text. Not even an email. She thought they'd had something. Something real. Obviously, she was wrong. A hot shower made her feel slightly more human. Dressed in her favorite pair of yoga pants and a tank top, she padded into the kitchen in search of coffee and food. She stopped in her tracks when she saw her mother at the old kitchen table, flipping through a magazine. "There you are. I knew you'd come out eventually." Her mother looked up at Sam. "You should try dressing a little nicer. It always lifts my mood. Maybe we should go shopping." Sam groaned. The last thing she needed was to be dragged from one high-end boutique to the next, having her mother criticize every part of her appearance. "I'm not in the mood, Mom." She poured herself a large cup of coffee and stood leaning against the old Formica counter. "Come sit." It wasn't an invitation. Sam pushed away from the counter and took a seat opposite her mother. Evelyn Sutton reached back and pulled a folder from her large leather purse. "I've spoken with our lawyers in Phoenix. They were able to pull the marriage license and talked Walt Jr. into sending them a copy of the agreement between you and Jason McKenna. We've come up with a strategy to get this little marriage annulled. Luckily, the McKennas are in a bit of financial trouble. It shouldn't be hard to talk him into signing. I'm thinking $2.5 million will do the trick." Sam sat there, staring at her mother, dumbfounded. "You want to get my marriage to Jason annulled?" "Of course. You both entered into it under false pretenses. You've gotten access to your trust fund. It's time to clean this mess up and see what's left of the money." Mess? Her marriage wasn't a mess. Thoughts swirled in her head. Images of her and Jason out kayaking or hiking. Him dancing with her. The feel of the light stubble on his chin when they woke up together on the couch in Costa Rica. "I can't talk about this right now," she said before walking back to her room to grab her sneakers. "I'm going for a run." "Not so fast, Sam." Her mother stood between her and the back door. "There's some paperwork I need you to sign." "Not now." Sam pulled her arm away and pushed past her mother. She needed to get out of there. She took off running as soon as her feet hit the sand. Brad put the contract down and looked at Sam. "You're right. That's exactly what it means. She's trying to take control of my money. I'm not a little kid or a rebellious teenager spending it all on clothes and parties." "Are you so sure about that?" Evelyn walked into the living room, a glass of red wine in her hand. "Your recent behavior proves otherwise. I think it's best I hold on to what remains of your trust until you've grown into a responsible adult with a respectable husband. Turns out your father got it right after all." It was all Sam could do to stay still. Her brother put a reassuring hand on her arm. She nodded. "I don't think Sam should sign this," Brad said. He held up a hand before his mother could voice her protest. "I agree that going behind everyone's back to find a loophole to access her trust fund instead of coming to us directly was a bad decision on Sam's part." Sam took a deep breath, ready to argue. Brad stared at her and shook his head. "I'm not done yet," he said. "It wasn't smart, but the marriage clause attached to it wasn't fair either. I think we can forgive Sam for getting creative about it. We all make mistakes." He looked at his mother. "Like trying to strong-arm your son into getting married to a woman of your choosing." Point taken. "I see how that was a mistake." Evelyn smiled at Kat, who sat next to Sam, holding her hand in silent support. "And I'm sure you don't want to repeat making a similar mistake with Sam. We have to be able to make our own choices. And yes, our own mistakes." "This is turning out to be an expensive one," Evelyn said. "We don't know that. I know Jason better than anyone here. Sam included." He looked over at her and smiled. "And I'm pretty sure we don't have all the facts. Jason wouldn't drop you like that and take up with someone else. Especially not Lisa. Give me some time to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, you'd better hustle if you want the WaveTech deal to get back on track." "That ship has sailed if Jackson Smith is involved," Evelyn said, her voice rough, her lips pulling into a sneer. "I've never liked the man. Neither did Dad. That's why we don't do business with him." Brad turned to Sam. "I put some feelers out and from what I've heard, Rick and Tom haven't signed a deal yet. If you're up for it, I think you still have a shot." "No, she doesn't. I'm taking control of the money." Evelyn sat back, crossing her legs. "There's no way I'm letting her throw millions of dollars away on some little startup. You can't do that." Sam clenched her teeth together. "It's my money. Brad and Pete got their trust funds when they turned 25. I don't know what Brad did with his, but I'm pretty sure Pete spent a big chunk of it on boats and jet skis and partying with his friends. And I wasn't happy about it. The difference is, there wasn't anything I could do. Your father didn't think to put safeguards in place and regretted it. Mother, can I talk to you in my study? Brad asked in a firm voice. Evelyn nodded, and the two of them locked themselves away in the room that used to be her grandfather's library. Since inheriting the house, Brad had turned it into a home office of sorts. Since he, Kat, and Hannah spent much of their time here on the island, he needed a place to work. Sam strained her ears, trying to hear some of the conversation. If Kat wasn't still in the living room, she would have sneaked up to the door to listen in. It wouldn't have been the first time. Back as a teen, she had turned spying on her parents into a bit of an art form. Try not to worry. It'll be okay. Brad will talk some sense into your mom. Kat walked over to Sam and put her arm around her. Why don't we go fix some lunch for everyone? Sam let her sister-in-law drag her into the kitchen. Kat dug through the pantry and pulled out bread, chips, onions, garlic, and several cans of roasted tomatoes. What can I do to help? Sam asked. At least making food would help get her mind off the conversation that was taking place in the study. Her mind whirled with anxiety. She took a deep breath and tried to let those thoughts go. Worrying wouldn't do her any good. If her mother took her trust fund money away, she'd have to come up with a different plan. She still had resources, a good job, and a loving family. She'd get back on her feet. It would be a lot of work, but that wasn't a bad thing. It would keep her mind off Jason. I'm thinking turkey sandwiches and gazpacho. It's too hot for anything warm for lunch. Kat walked over to the fridge, pulling out sliced turkey, cheese, mayonnaise, and several large cucumbers. Do you want to make the sandwiches or the soup? I'll take the sandwiches, Sam said. It was the safer bet. She could get by in the kitchen, but Kat was by far the better cook. While she turned the sourdough bread, oven-roasted turkey, and smoked Gouda cheese into sandwiches, Sam watched Kat whip up a batch of cold tomato soup in the blender. That looks pretty easy, she said when Kat turned the blender off and poured the soup into bowls. Nothing to it. The hardest part is cleaning the blender when you're done. But there's a trick to that. Kat filled the blender with hot water and a squirt of dish soap before returning it to the base and pressing the blend button. Both women shrieked when the tomato-tinged dishwater splattered all over the kitchen. Brad ran in, Evelyn following close behind. Hannah squished between them, running into the kitchen. Evelyn grabbed her by the arm at the last second. What's wrong? Are you guys okay? Brad sounded concerned. Sam looked around the kitchen. Red dishwater covered the counters, the floor, the doors of the cabinets, the ceiling. Everywhere you looked, little rivulets of bubbly red water made their way to the floor. She caught Kat's eye, and the two of them burst out laughing. No, Kat finally wheezed out. We're not okay. She held her side and shook her head. I can't believe I did this. Look at this mess. This is why you should hire some live-in help. Evelyn took Hannah's hand. Let's go read some books while the grown-ups clean up their mess. Sam wasn't surprised. If there's one thing Evelyn Sutton would never stoop down to doing, it was mopping floors. Not for the first time, she was grateful Grandma Sutton had taught her and her siblings the basics of housekeeping and cleaning when they'd spent their summers here in this house. I'll grab the mop, Brad said, jumping into action as usual. He tossed a handful of old rags to Sam. You work on the counters and cabinets. You don't have to do that, Kat said, wiping her damp hair off her forehead. I made the mess. I should clean it up. There's no way we're leaving you to deal with this mess by yourself. Sam got to work, and 30 minutes later, the kitchen was as good as new. It needed a good cleaning anyway, Brad said, admiring their handiwork. Mom has a point though. Wouldn't hurt to have someone come in once a week to take care of the heavy lifting. He kissed his wife on the forehead. What do you think? I'm starting to see the benefits. Kat smiled up at him. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to eat. They carried the cold tomato soup and the plate of sandwiches to the sunroom, and everyone dug in hungrily. Sam did her best to be patient, hoping to catch her brother alone to find out what he and their mother had decided regarding her trust fund. Before she could follow him into the kitchen with a stack of dirty dishes, Evelyn stopped her. "Sam, would you mind talking with me in the study?" It was hard to tell from the neutral expression and tone of voice how this would go. Sam felt a little like she was called to the principal's office at school after skipping class to go to the mall one too many times. She followed her mother into the small room and sat down in one of the two leather chairs. Her mother took the other seat. "Your brother made quite the case for you." Evelyn sat with her back straight and her ankles crossed. The smile on her face was the only indication that this may work out in Sam's favor. "Maybe he's right. I could be underestimating you." Sam had to bite her lip to hold back the smug "you think" that threatened to slip out. "I would love a chance to prove myself," she said instead. "Good. That's what I was hoping for. I've decided to leave your trust funds where they are. In your control. Do with them what you see fit. If you want to invest in the little startup of some beach bums, who am I to judge? As your brother reminded me, I questioned some of the early deals your father made, and that turned out to be the right call. You're a lot like him." It was one of the nicest things her mother had said to her in a while. Sam couldn't hold back the grin. Slowly but surely, her life was coming back together. If only she hadn't messed things up with Jason and driven him into the arms of another woman. She only hoped Lisa would treat him better this time and not drop him like a hot potato again. Sam loved Jason too much to see him get hurt again. She was surprised by the thought. Sam realized they'd grown closer, but it wasn't until that moment she realized just how much she loved Jason McKenna. Enough to let him go, if being with Lisa was what he wanted. It was a strange feeling, to fall so deeply in love with someone you hadn't intended to love at all. Chapter 20. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the business, but why did you decide to take golf lessons? Jason wiped the sweat off his brow. Carolina summers were always hot and humid, but it felt like they were playing underwater. The air was thick enough to cut with a knife. "I told you, I have a charity golf tournament in a few weeks, and I need to impress a new client." He took a swing and groaned when it veered off to the left into a stand of trees. "You'd be surprised how effective it is in convincing people you know what you're doing." "If I can improve my swing." Jason handed him another ball. "Tee it up again." Brad did as he was told, found his position, and pulled back, ready to swing. "Widen your stance," Jason said before stepping up to help Brad adjust the grip on his new driver. "Thanks." Brad looked happy when his ball landed right in the middle of the green. "This is why I hired you. I obviously need all the help I can get." They both knew it was a lie. The real reason Brad had brought Jason along was Sam. "How is Sam?" Jason asked, hoping his question wasn't too obvious. He'd given his wife some space and time to cool down after he'd ruined her WaveTech investment opportunity. "Why don't you get cleaned up, and I'll pick you up for dinner," Brad said when they parted ways at the clubhouse. "There's something I want to talk to you about." It wasn't hard to guess that it would be about Sam. You didn't marry a guy's baby sister and then sort of drift apart without her brother getting involved. "Why don't I meet you at the restaurant in an hour?" Jason suggested. He kept a couple of clean shirts in his desk and could use the showers at the club to clean up. It would keep him from making the drive to his parents' house. And he wouldn't have to fess up that he had moved back home for the time being. Sam couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so nervous. She paced the living area of the large suite Brad had rented at the Ancient Mariner Resort. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked her sister-in-law. Kat gave her an encouraging nod. "I'm telling you, neutral ground is the way to go." "I'm tired of watching you both mope around," Brad said, starting to sound slightly annoyed. "I know you, sis. Your heart won't be in the WaveTech negotiations until this is resolved. One way or the other." Kat squeezed Sam's hand in encouragement. It'll all work out. You'll see. The two of you are meant to be together. Anyone can see that. Sam wasn't so sure, but Brad was right. She was no good until she knew where they stood. I told Jason to meet me at the restaurant. I'm going down to get him, Brad said. You're looking a little green. Try not to throw up. He squeezed her shoulder encouragingly. Not helpful, Kat called after him. He chuckled as he closed the door behind himself. How about a glass of champagne to steady your nerves? Kat asked. Before Sam could respond, Kat walked over to the wet bar and poured 2 glasses. They'd ordered the bottle along with an assortment of food from the extensive room service menu. Everything in the suite was set up for the 4 of them to have dinner. This wasn't how Sam had pictured their first double date, but she was grateful for the couple's support. Drink this. Kat handed her one of the flutes. Tiny bubbles danced in the light golden liquid. It did wonders for me on my wedding day. Sam smiled at Kat, remembering the day of her and Brad's wedding. It had been very different from her own, even though the 2 ceremonies had taken place only about a mile from each other. Unlike her and Jason's beach wedding, Brad and Kat exchanged their vows at the old church on the island, surrounded by family and friends. Sam took the offered glass and carried it over to the large picture window. She took a sip and stared out over the Atlantic Ocean, hoping the waves rolling on the shore would calm her. You really think this will work? She asked. Have a little faith. Kat walked over to the couch and took a seat. This will work. You'll see. Sam took another sip of champagne and nodded. She hoped it would. Brad and Kat had come up with a plan to get the 2 of them talking after she'd poured her heart out to them. That was 2 nights ago. In the meantime, her big brother had hired someone to follow Lisa and dig up some background information on her. From the sound of it, Lisa had lied to Sam. There were no indications that they were back together. And while she was staying in Jason's apartment, he was spending all his time at the office and his parents' house. That news had given Sam hope, and she'd agreed to the double date. Why they had it in this suite, instead of the restaurant downstairs, she didn't know. The click of the door unlocking brought Sam back into the present. She turned around, catching sight of the red dress she'd worn for the occasion in the mirror. She knew Jason liked the dress and the way she looked in it. Sam took a deep breath and watched the door open. Jason looked stunned when his eyes locked with hers as he entered the suite. It's good to see you. He stopped a few steps into the room and continued to look at her. It's good to see you too. Unsure of what else to say, she took another sip of her champagne and looked to Kat for help. Why? Before Kat could get another word out, Brad took his wife by the arm. It's high time the 2 of you talked, he said, looking first at Sam, then at Jason. I'm going to take Kat out for a nice dinner downstairs. You two figure this out. But Sam's heart beat rapidly in her chest. This wasn't what they'd agreed on. Brad and Kat were supposed to be here. Brad walked up to her and lowered his head. You've got this. It's a conversation. No different than getting a project back on track. Relax. You two can work this out, and you don't need an audience to do it. He walked to the door, putting a hand on Jason's shoulder as he passed him. Don't mess this up. Kat mouthed a quick good luck to Sam before hurrying to catch up with her husband, who held the door for her. Just so you're aware, I'm locking the 2 of you in here until you resolve this. Don't even think about trying to leave. He pulled the key card out of the pocket of his suit jacket. We'll be back to check on you in a couple of hours. Text me if you don't want to be interrupted. He winked at Sam, who made a face before putting his arm around Kat and pulling the door closed behind them. A small beep confirmed that the door to the suite was locked. This is awkward, Sam said, walking over to a tray of food that had been set out on the small dining room table. Would you like something to eat? I think Kat ordered everything on the menu. She randomly lifted the covers off the dishes, buying time. I could eat. Jason still stood close to the door, his hands stuck in the pockets of his khakis. He wore a nice dress shirt but no tie or jacket. Sam liked his casual look, compared to the full suit her brother wore. "Take your pick." She held a plate out to him and he finally moved. Within seconds, he was by her side, fingers brushing hers as he took the offered plate. Sam smelled his aftershave. It brought back memories of their first day in Costa Rica and the night they'd fallen asleep on the couch. The scent reminded her of how good they'd been together. Realizing how much she'd missed talking to him, touching him, and kissing him brought tears to her eyes. She swallowed hard and turned to grab a plate of her own. Sam picked some food at random and sat down at the small dining table set up in the center of the suite. Jason took the seat across from her and poured them each a fresh glass of champagne. "I'm sorry about my behavior in Costa Rica," he said. "I know how important that deal was to you." Sam had been so wrapped up in the happy memories from their trip it took her a moment to realize what he was apologizing for. "It wasn't your fault that the deal went south. Tom and Rick were working on attracting new investors behind my back. All you did was call them out on it." She took a bite of the grilled chicken salad she'd added to her plate. "I overreacted. I got too emotionally involved in the project." She paused, realizing that if she wanted this, whatever this was between them, to work, she needed to be completely honest with Jason. "It was more about proving myself to my brothers and my mother. I wasn't ready to walk away, and if there's one thing my father taught me about business, it's that you only have the upper hand in a negotiation if you're willing to walk away. Are you willing to walk away from this?" His voice was soft and he looked right at her, unafraid to let her see his vulnerability. "No." She continued to look at him. It was time to lay all the cards on the table. One way or another, they would know where they stood after this conversation. "I'm not. This isn't a business deal for me anymore. It isn't about accessing my trust fund or proving to my mother that I made the right decision. That may have been how it started, but it's not how I feel now." She took a deep breath. "I don't want this to be a marriage on paper. I want this to be real. I love you, Jason McKenna, and I want to be your wife. In every way." Jason's hand was frozen in midair, the fork holding a bite of steak, hovering a few inches above the fine china plate. He sat there, staring at her. He didn't blink. She wasn't sure if he breathed. "Jason?" His lack of reaction was unnerving. Had she been wrong? Did he not feel what she felt? Sam tried to prepare herself for the heartache that was sure to come, and realized in an instant that it was hopeless. She loved him, and his rejection would be crushing. She pushed her chair back. She needed to create some distance between them. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Jason move. He put his fork down and pushed back his own chair. Before she could take another breath, he was by her side, pulling her up to stand in front of him. His rapid breaths washed over her face. She looked up into his eyes. They were hooded, the expression in them unreadable. They stood there for a few seconds that stretched into eternity. "Good," Jason said. He raised his hand and brushed his thumb over her cheek before cradling the back of her head. "It's been real for me for a long time." He looked right into her eyes. "I tried to fight it, tried to walk away, but I couldn't. You've become too important. Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do, if you'll have me, I'll be by your side." He lowered his head and brushed his lips across hers. "What about Lisa?" Sam asked before she lost herself in the feel of him. "What about her?" Jason moved from her lips to her cheek, feathering soft kisses to her ear. His voice was a rough whisper that sent shivers down her spine. Sam put her hands on his chest and took a small step back, reluctant to create the distance they both needed to finish the conversation. "She's back in your life. She gave me the impression that the two of you were back together." Sam looked at Jason, carefully judging his reaction. All she saw was surprise. "Lisa showed up the day before we flew out to Costa Rica. She's had a run of bad luck and needed a place to crash for a few weeks. I offered her my condo. There's nothing else going on. I felt sorry for her. Some dude from New York scammed her out of all her money. He shrugged. She only came back to me because she was running out of options. You don't have feelings for her? Sam hated the quaver in her voice. Other than feeling sorry for her? No. It's actually nice not to carry that anger around anymore. He reached for her, pulling her close again. Can we stop talking about her? Why would she play me like that? Sam wasn't quite ready to let it go, no matter how distracting the feel of Jason holding her in his arms was. I don't know. I told her I was seeing someone and that it was serious. She knows there is no chance for her and me. And after this little stunt, she's going to have to look for a new place to stay. Sam felt relief wash over her. Lisa had played her, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that Jason wasn't getting back together with Lisa. He loved her. Wait a minute. She pushed away from him for a moment. What were you talking about earlier? About going wherever I want to go? Jason rubbed his cheek and glanced around the room before getting up to pace back and forth. I've been thinking. And talking to Brad. Sam groaned. When people started talking to Brad about her, it usually didn't end well. I know you love your freedom and being able to work from anywhere. Sam nodded. That's why this was going to work. She could continue to run Sutton and Sutton's social media accounts from here. At least for a little while. Once Willow Run was back in the black, she could shift more of her focus there. Which is why I've decided to step away from operating Willow Run. It'll take me a little while to figure out the details. My dad is getting back on his feet. Between him and Angela, they can keep things running and I can always help in an advisory. She didn't give him a chance to continue. She walked up to him, wrapped her arms around him and stopped him from talking with a deep kiss. You would give up your family legacy for me, she asked a little breathlessly. Yes. Too bad I won't let you, she smirked. I plan on staying right here in South Carolina with you. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to travel. I plan on dragging you all over the place. But not until the club is profitable and running smoothly. You're willing to do that? He sounded incredulous. Of course. It's your family's business, your legacy. I want to help you turn it into something that lasts. I love you, Jason McKenna. And I love how passionate you are about your employees and their families. I would never ask you to walk away from that. Jason didn't say a word. Instead, he kissed her with a seriousness and hunger that took her breath away. The kiss told her everything she needed to know. She was his, and he was hers. Is it safe to come in? Kat asked, carefully inching the door open. Sam was grateful they'd knocked before unlocking the door to the hotel room suite. It had given her enough time to scoot off Jason's lap and straighten her dress. There was nothing she could do about her swollen lips or the mess her hair was in. Good, Brad stepped in behind his wife. The two of you made up. It's going to be fun watching you explain to Mom that your marriage won't be annulled. What? Jason sounded surprised and concerned. Did you consider it? Sam grabbed his hand and squeezed it. No, I didn't. And I told her that. She did. Sam was glad for Kat's quiet support and smiled at her sister-in-law. Sam turned to Jason. I meant what I said earlier. I want to be your wife and not just on paper. I want us to build a life together, to have kids, to grow old together. She smiled at him. And to pass Willow Run on to our kids. If they want it. If not, there'll be a trust fund with no strings attached to go after their dreams. It is serious if you guys are talking kids. Brad plopped down on the other end of the couch and pulled Kat down with him. Hannah could use some cousins. Jason looked a little pale. We can talk about this later, Sam whispered before turning to Kat. How was dinner? The restaurant is lovely, and the food was good. How about yours? Kat glanced over at the mostly untouched food on the trays. No idea. Sam couldn't keep the laughter from bubbling out. I wasn't really hungry. I think that's our cue to leave, Brad said. We should head back to the house to check on Hannah. I know Mom loves spending time with her, and Miss Doris is right next door, but I don't want to push our luck. Sam had been surprised when her mother had offered to babysit when Brad shared their plan to get Jason and Sam in a room together. Are you sure we can't stay? Kat asked, looking longingly at the lavish suite. You could call down and see if they have another suite available. We could spend the night and head back in the morning. Don't tempt me, Brad replied before getting up. He glanced down at his watch. If we hurry, we can make it back before bedtime. He looked excited. I can't wait to hear what Pippi Longstocking is up to next. Kat laughed and let him pull her up. Okay, but you owe me a getaway. Without Hannah, she clarified. Brad nodded. He turned to Sam. Have you decided on a strategy for getting the WaveTech deal back on track? Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. He stopped himself. I know it's your deal and you want to prove yourself to us, but... Sam held up a hand to stop him. You were right. I don't need to prove myself to you, Pete, or Mom. WaveTech is a great project and I hope Rick and Tom do well with it, but I'm done. I have more important things to focus on for the next few months. She turned and smiled at Jason. Good for you. Brad looked proud. The suite is yours for as long as you want it, he told Sam and Jason. Stay a while, make plans, enjoy yourselves. It's about time you two had a honeymoon. Oh, this is definitely not going to be our honeymoon, Sam said, smiling up at her husband. I've got much bigger plans for that. But I won't mind the practice. She was back in Jason's lap before the door closed all the way. I thought they'd never leave, she murmured in between kisses. There's something we haven't talked about yet, Jason said, sounding serious a little while later. What's that? Sam asked, trying to catch her breath from their last round of kisses. Where do you want to live after our honeymoon? My apartment is pretty small, and I can't run Willow Run from Phoenix. Assuming you have a place in Phoenix? As a matter of fact, I do. I have a condo downtown, and a cute little adobe house on 20 acres just outside Flagstaff. You do? He pulled her in for another kiss. They were making up for lost time. All the attention almost made the misunderstanding and fight worth it. I do. We should fly out sometime. You can check both places out and then we can decide if we want to keep them or put them on the market. Sam ran her hand through Jason's thick hair. We should keep a place in Phoenix though. Company headquarters is there. We'll have to spend some time out there now and then. And trust me, we do not want to be stuck at my mother's house unless absolutely necessary. Agreed. We'll keep the condo until we need something bigger. It's plenty big for the two of us, Sam teased. There's even a spare room. In case you snore and we have to sleep in separate bedrooms. I don't snore. Jason grabbed her, tickling her sides. She squirmed and laughed until they both ended up in a breathless heap on the couch. Okay. You don't snore. We'll have plenty of room, especially if it's just a part-time place. She sat up and looked at this handsome husband of hers. We could turn the extra room into a nursery. That should give us at least a year or two before we have to go house shopping. Jason sat up as well, his face suddenly looking serious. Are you ready for kids? Maybe not right away. Sam smiled up at him. I wouldn't mind having you to myself for a little bit. But after that, yes, I would love to have babies with you. You know what that means, Jason said. We're in this for good. Yes, we are. And she couldn't be happier about it. Epilogue. 2 years later. How was the paddle boarding trip? Sam asked Jason when he stepped into her office and walked over to kiss her. He grinned. It was amazing. They loved it. Even Marion caught on after a while. He looked around the office. I think they'll be back later in the week. Where's Jimmy? In the nursery. I had to get the layout for the new brochures finalized. Good thing he loves Jennifer. Their 1-year-old had become more and more active. Up until recently, Sam had been able to keep her son with her in the office most of the day. He'd happily sleep in his travel crib or hang out in his bouncy seat while she got the majority of her desk work done. Since he'd become a fast crawler, though, he'd lost all patience for watching her work. He was fine as long as they were moving in either a stroller or a baby carrier. Otherwise, he preferred to crawl around, and the office she shared with Jason wasn't the most child-friendly place. Thankfully, they'd thought ahead and built a small on-site daycare in one of the spare meeting rooms before Sam had given birth to their son. I don't know what I would do without the nursery. There's no way I can get everything done with little Jimmy crawling all over the place. Sam grabbed Jason's hand and squeezed it. I guess I could take him out with me more. On the paddleboard and kayak trips? Sam laughed. I don't think that would work too well either. Jason smiled, obviously picturing his active young son squirming around with nothing but a thin bit of plastic between him and the swift waters of the creeks and rivers where he took some of their more adventurous clients on tours. You're right. Good thing he likes the daycare for now. And I know Rosa and Madeline appreciate the place as much as we do. You're right. I think Madeline would have quit after her maternity leave if she couldn't keep little Jackie close. And that would have been a big blow. Madeline was a whiz when it came to booking and organizing special events with a low-carbon footprint. How was that meeting you had about a new revenue source? Jason asked. Ready to tell me what that's all about? You've been pretty mysterious about it. Sam grinned. As a matter of fact, I am. Nothing is set in stone yet, but it looks pretty promising. She paused and pulled him over to one of the seating areas set up in the lobby. Various potted plants surrounded the small groupings of tables, chairs, and couches to give a bit of privacy. Jason sat at the edge of one of the seats. I haven't seen you this excited in a while. Do you remember the gala we went to at Brook Green Gardens? Sam asked. Jason nodded. It had been a beautiful event set in the gardens outside of Palmer Island. Sam's mother had sent them tickets and insisted they attend the black tie event. I do. It wasn't nearly as painful as I thought it would be. Sam gently punched him in the shoulder. You enjoyed yourself. The place is beautiful. We really should get a membership and take Jimmy out there. He'd love the statues and the zoo. Jason nodded. What about Brook Greens? I was talking to the vice president at the gala. She told me about this carbon credit program they are involved in. I did some research and reached out to a few people. We obviously can't do it at the scale they are doing it, but it could create a nice little stream of passive income for us. Enough to put us in the black. Seriously? Jason looked stunned. They'd worked so hard to turn Willow Run around and keep the family business going. Some days, it seemed like a losing battle, and without the occasional cash injection by Sam and her family, they wouldn't have been able to make payroll or afford the investments they needed to make. Turning Willow Run from a traditional golf course into a modern eco-resort and an environmentally conscious event venue hadn't been cheap or easy. But together, they had done it, and the hard work had finally started to pay off. Yes, seriously. We'll make it even without a big event or high-capacity bookings. I talked to Angela to make sure the numbers were right. She almost fell out of her chair. You are amazing. Jason rose and pulled her up with him and behind one of the larger palms. Not that I ever doubted you, he murmured softly before putting a finger under her chin to raise her face. His own head lowered and he kissed her thoroughly. Now, that's the way to motivate your chief officer of operations, Sam said, slightly breathless a few minutes later. It's my main job. Jason grinned, obviously pleased with himself. Seriously though, I couldn't do this without you. Have I told you lately how happy I am that you married me and decided to join me in this crazy plan to save the place? Only every day. Sam took a step and took Jason's hand. I think we'd better get going. I'm sure Jimmy is driving them nuts at the nursery. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Good thing we only have one. Jason squeezed her hand. About that. I have something to tell you, Sam said as they continued to walk toward the nursery at the back of the building. That sounds serious. Are you okay? Jason stopped and turned her to look at him. You've been looking a little pale and tired. Is it serious? I'm fine, she assured him. Ever since the heart attack his father had suffered a little over 2 years ago, his mind always jumped to the worst possible scenario when someone he loved got sick or wasn't feeling well. Better than fine, actually. No. The sweetest smile rose on her husband's beautiful face. Are you? Sam nodded. I'm pregnant. We're having another baby. Jason picked her up and twirled her around, right in the middle of the clubhouse. Guests and staff turned their heads. He put her down gently before placing his hand on her flat belly. A little girl, with beautiful brown hair and a stubborn streak, just like her mother. Sam laughed. We won't know if it's a boy or a girl for a few weeks. Wanna bet? Jason asked. This one's a girl. I know it. All she could think was that she didn't care if their baby was a boy or girl. What she cared about was being surrounded by the people she loved. Her family. The end. This has been Finding Love for the Billionaire's Daughter. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2020 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2022 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.